Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Hello everyone, welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, Episode 8, Voter Suppression. My name, as your temporary host for today, is Sam Whalen. I'm joined by my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Thank you, Sam, and if you do a good enough job, it might not be temporary.
We will see what happens. Before we get to today's topic, just a couple of things I want to mention. Make sure to subscribe to us on all your podcast services. That includes Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and anywhere else you get your podcasts around the globe. Most importantly, if you are watching on Twitch or watching the rebroadcast and you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime, so you can give us the Twitch Prime subs, and they do help us out a lot. Contact information, if you want to email us, you can email us at comments at insightsintothings.com. Twitter, we are at insights_things. We can find the video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Like I said, we are streaming 6 days a week on Twitch, twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Audio is going to be on podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, Facebook, Insights Into Things podcast. And finally, links to all these, if you missed any of them, are on www.insightsintothings.com. Thank you so much for watching.
Let me correct one thing there. It's actually the audio's podcast.insights into tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Insights in Entertainment is our other show.
Oh, oops. Well, support all the shows. But for this one, Insights into Tomorrow.
There we go.
It's a mistake on my notes there. So getting into today's topic, we are talking about voter suppression. It is a big topic in the news, so we thought it would be pertinent to cover it. So going over to my co-host, what do you think when you think of voter suppression? What comes to mind for you?
Well, I mean, if I just rip it right out of the headlines at this point in time, it seems to be today interference with the U.S. Postal Service, since we're going to be depending on mail-in voting during the pandemic. But it's a sadly, much richer, deeper history than just what we're seeing today. Even going back to the technology-related stuff from the 2016 election with the emails and the hacking and everything else. So it's much more complicated than what we're seeing today. And what we're seeing today is some pretty sophisticated voter suppression technique.
Yep. Like you mentioned what we're going through today, what's going on in the past, and that's what we're going to do here today. We're going to break things down from the past, the present, and then go ahead and look at the future. Starting off, according to Wikipedia, which I know professors out there are going to get me for citing that, but I think it's a pretty good definition. It says voter suppression in the United States concerns allegations about various efforts, legal and illegal, used to prevent eligible voters from exercising their right to vote. So these things can vary depending on the place, the state, or the method. A lot of the voter suppression is tied directly to voting rights, which started at the beginning of democracy itself. Initially, we'll actually touch on that later. I got mixed up there, so that's just a tease for the past. The current state of voter suppression, we'll look at what President Trump is doing, how he's dealing with the Postal Service, like you mentioned, and how he's using tactics of fear during this pandemic to sort of encourage people how to use their votes and what might happen, and how he's using that to his advantage. And finally, we'll look at the future of things. The 2020 election, what that effect might have on voter apathy, which has been a problem for many years, and how voting laws might be able to change, or how we can hope they can change to allow more people to be able to vote. And so we'll get with the past in just a minute when we come right back. So like I mentioned when I accidentally started to go into the history of things, the history of voting rights goes all the way back to the beginning of American democracy. According to the people over at howstuffworks.com, quote, the U.S. Constitution does not explicitly include a right to vote, which is true. Only the House of Representatives were to be elected by the people, according to the Constitution. So that was where we the people could express their right to vote. However, these people were not all people, as you may be imagining. At first, only white, male property owners were able to vote. And that included some free black men later on when slavery was abolished. But even still, which we'll get into later, there were restrictions in place to discourage free black men from voting. Quote, all women, non-African American minorities, and many non-Christian religious groups were denied the franchise. So as you can see here, right from the beginning of the history of voting in America, immediately people were excluded and their votes were suppressed. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's kind of a unfortunate statement that we legislated voter suppression from the day that this company was started. So there's always been this underlying idea that only certain people should have a say in who is elected and how our government is formed. Now that's changed significantly over years, but what we've seen is a evolution of the legal disenfranchisement of people. And I don't know, maybe I'm idealistic by thinking that over 200 years later, we might finally have it right, but it seems like we still aren't doing what we need to do in order to get people the ability to vote.
Yeah, so following the Civil War, there was the era of Reconstruction, which was basically the country trying to put itself back together. You had a lot more free blacks in the South gaining sources of power for a little while, until a lot of that was done away with the Dixiecrats in 1877, when the imposing of Jim Crow laws, which were designed to specifically restrict the black vote in the South and in other places. In addition to that, the 15th Amendment allowed voting regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Ideally, unfortunately, as we see with these Jim Crow laws, things like literacy test, poll taxes, and straight violence or intimidation were employed to discourage African Americans to vote. And those literacy tests, a lot of free blacks did not know how to read because they were never taught. And poll taxes, a lot of them were economically disenfranchised as well. So that also excluded them from the right to vote. According to, again, the people at How Things Work, quote, only 3% of voting age African American Southerners were registered to vote in 1940. So this is well after, almost 100 years after the Civil War ended. Excuse me. And still only 3% of voting age African American Southerners were registered to vote. Now in 1965, jumping ahead in the timeline, we had the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which did do away with a lot of the Jim Crow laws and allowed women and minority votes to open up, which did help to make voting more equal and allow more of the people to expand that definition. However, this story doesn't end there. As anyone that studied history knows, racism and oppression did not just simply disappear with the civil rights movement of the 1960s. New voter suppression methods are still in use today. Common modern voter suppression techniques, there are voter registration problems. So if you can't register to vote, you can't vote at all. So not all states require registration. There's also confusion on where and when to register and confusion over what you need to register. So different documents and qualifications can change state to state, which if people don't have access to something like a birth certificate or a passport, either by financial reasons or just a lack of it, then that's going to stop them from being able to vote. Voter purges. These laws vary state by state. States can purge voters from registration if they haven't voted in as few as 2 years. Purge is done selectively to disenfranchise minority groups. So we'll touch more on later voter apathy, and this plays directly into that. Basically, if you haven't voted in 2 years, they can nullify your vote, which presidential elections are every 4 years. And there's a case to be made there that that 2-year limit might be intentional because the biggest election is the presidential election. It's what most people vote in, ideally. So by doing it every 2 years, you're going to be able to wipe out a lot of voters that would then need to re-register, which we just touched on could be difficult for different people. What are your thoughts on just these early, more subtle ways of getting people to taking away the ability to vote?
Well, and I think a lot of it is the convenience factor, what we're talking about here. The need, there's a certain requirement that you have to have because everyone's always very worried about voter fraud. That's what's getting thrown out now. So you come up with laws that on the face of them are intended to combat voter fraud, but really the underlying purpose is to make it inconvenient and difficult for people to register or to get to the polls and vote. And the one thing that your typical politicians don't want is an educated, energetic, and enthusiastic voting population. The fewer votes they have to worry about is the less effort they have to make in order to influence those votes. So by cutting back that number, and all of these laws really are designed to do that, is to cut back that number of voters, it makes it easier for them. If they can control certain segments of the population, like if they can get 50% of the population in Louisiana to not vote, well, then they don't need to spend money campaigning down there. All they have to do is get them to not vote. Because if they're not voting for me, then they're not voting for my opponent either. Then, as an economic equation, they can go spend that money someplace else. And as a result, the citizens of the country lose out as a result.
Yep, absolutely. And as we often end up to the conclusion on the show, always follow the money. That's typically where you'll go. So yeah, definitely moving those funds around can help their campaigns. Going back to the more the modern ways of voter suppression, strict voter ID and ballot requirements. So these laws, again, vary state by state. Some states require government-issued IDs to vote, and this was a big thing in the news a while back, voter ID laws, and it's still a very important issue, especially with the upcoming election. But basically, these impede low-income, disabled, and immigrant residents who may not be able to get a government-issued ID, whether it be because of a physical disability, a lack of money, or immigration status in general. In addition to that, voter confusion, misinformation from political parties to confuse voters, messaging from official and unofficial polling can be confusing and inconsistent, incorrect ballots invalidate voters' choices. We had a little bit of that with Bush and Gore in the 2000 election, I think. Somewhere around there?
Sure.
Earlier than that, maybe. But yeah, the hanging Chad with the miscounted ballots.
Yep.
So even if you get your vote in, it might just be counted wrong, And we don't really have that as much of an issue today because that incident did make different methods of voting that were more secure, more popular. There is still instances of voter intimidation and harassment. Racially motivated scare tactics are employed to prevent citizens from voting. Fake robocalls from hate groups pretending to be candidates, and inappropriate questioning at polling locations to intimidate voters. I mean, there's incidents of this up into the 2012 election with Barack Obama, groups going around trying to intimidate people of color from voting to help sway the vote in the other side. Poll closures and long lines. This one pretty much speaks for itself. If the polls are closed, then nobody can go there to vote. And again, it goes back to what you said about inconvenience, right? I mean, if you have to walk, if you've got no way to transport yourself and you have to walk 5 miles to the polling station and you get there and it's closed, you're not going to walk 25 miles to the next one. And that's kind of a common theme here. You'll see a lot of these laws and tactics are specifically targeting people less fortunate in life, whether that be minorities or people financially less well off. Malfunctioning voting equipment, so sometimes things will be tampered with, whether that be the voting machines or the external attacks of computerized voting. Now that most things are electronic, those can be targeted as well. So disenfranchisement of justice-involved individuals. So felons, approximately 6 million Americans are barred from voting due to felony convictions that disenfranchise them. So if you're convicted of a felony, any felony, you cannot vote in this country. And that excludes 6 million Americans from being able to vote. And again, the laws vary state by state. And I'm sure that we could probably make a whole show about the ethics of whether felons should be able to vote. I personally think they should, because even if you are a terrible felon of some degree, I don't think it should be a clear-cut line of no matter what you did, as long as you're marked felon, you cannot vote. I think it's not as black and white as that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think I have kind of a fundamentalist view on this, in that in order to have a civilized society in which citizens vote for the type of government that they want, there are laws, and you have to abide by those laws. And once you choose to no longer abide by those laws, you have to sacrifice a certain amount of protection that you would get under a society like that. And one of those protections, I think, really should be your voting. You know, if you are a convicted felon, you've chosen to not abide by society's laws, so you shouldn't be able to take part in shaping those laws at that point. Now, that's not to say that if you're a convicted felon, do your time, come out and you're reformed, you shouldn't be able to vote. I think you should. But I don't think we should be rolling voting machines into a prison where people have chosen to not abide by their civic duty by being law-abiding citizens, because they're not the kind of people that I want voting people into office, because they're going to vote people into the office that are going to be most advantageous to them, which by definition is least advantageous to a civilized society. But that's just my personal opinion. No,
that's understandable. I mean, if, like you said, if they're the felons that are still serving their time and have committed horrible crimes, and no, they shouldn't be able to vote. But then it's when you run into the people that have served their time but are still marked as felon, that those people also being excluded, it makes you wonder where that line is drawn.
I agree with you 100%. Yeah. Like the purpose of our penal system is to punish but reform. And if you're reformed to the point that we can put you back into everyday society, then you should be reformed to the point that you should be able to vote and be a participating member of society again. It's a fundamental right.
Absolutely. So we do have one more tactic here. We've got gerrymandering, which is politicians manipulate voting redistricting in ridiculous ways to shape the voting pools. This is a pretty blatant attempt to manipulate the voting population and has direct and lasting impact on election results. So you can look up pictures of this where districts are, I mean, they're literally maps of locations, and they're drawn in such a way that a certain politician will be able to get more votes because of the way the district is drawn. And it's changing and moving these lines around, which is done constantly, that allows for votes to be moved around and pulled in certain areas. And it's like we have here, a blatant attempt to manipulate the voting population, and an all too popular one. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll get into the current conditions and the source and symptoms of how voter suppression is used today.
Before we jump out, though, I did want to mention, a different view on gerrymandering. While it's definitely something that's used to manipulate voter bases, I think it really epitomizes what most of our problems are with voter suppression right now. And that is, one, your ability to elect people into office The legal rights of that vary so much from state to state, especially when you're electing someone of a federal office, a senator, a congressman, or a president. The laws in your local area can vary significantly from across the country, which is one of the problems. There's no consistency in the law. The other is that gerrymandering highlights probably the biggest problem we have, and that is the people that are making the laws for how we vote and how we elect politicians are the very politicians that are affected by them. So as a result, you have to assume, quite rightly, that the lawmaking when it comes to this type of event is going to be advantageous first and foremost to the politicians and not the citizens. So to me, that's why it was perfect having gerrymandering last, because it really rolls up all the problems that we have and symbolizes it in one single thing there, even though that itself is its own problem.
Yeah, definitely. And it really, I mean, obviously we're pretty cynical on this show, but all these tactics made by the people in power, specifically designed to keep them in power and to prevent voting, is so contrary to what you'd think the typical American view of democracy is, where everybody gets a say, everybody gets an equal say, and your vote matters. And clearly, as we're seeing here, your vote is manipulated and controlled in a variety of ways, not the least of which is moving maps and changing maps to get more power, to either prevent or to corral your vote. And it's anti-American in a way, really.
Everyone is equal, but there are those who are more equal than others.
Exactly. And as we'll see coming up, we have some specific examples of some of the methods we just mentioned that we will highlight that are more concrete examples of voter suppression.
All right, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, we are talking about voter suppression today. We just got through the history and some of the more modern techniques used to do it, and we're going to get into some more real-world examples of how it worked. So, in one of the most important tactics used for voter suppression is the use of disinformation, and that is a very broad umbrella thing that is used to manipulate everybody in a variety of ways nowadays. But with voter suppression, it comes down to the highly popular and effective modern methods used. So in 2008, the 2008 elections, Democrats in Nevada received robocalls informing them that they could vote on November 5th. This was a day after the election, to avoid the long lines. So basically, all these people in Nevada got fake calls telling them a fake date for the real election. And this did impact the amount of votes that came in Nevada, because a bunch of people showed up the next day to vote for an election that was already over and already won. So what are your thoughts on this example? Have you experienced any kind of robocalls for voting?
I have not. Somehow I've managed to get off of all the calling lists for robocalls. And I think it's probably because a couple that I had in the past did not end well for the caller. I don't take political ads very well when people bother me with them. Although I'm getting hammered with spam. I will say that, because it's so much easier to get through to people. But this is exactly the tactics that I was referring to earlier, where if they can get those numbers down, then it's so much easier for them to control the people that they know they can get their votes from. And a lot of times the people that they target are the lower income, lesser privileged individuals, because those are an unknown quantity to politicians. Politicians like guarantees, and the people that are willing to commit to funding their campaign and contributing to their campaign or showing up to their rallies, they're the ones that they know they don't have to convince them. But the people that are lower income people can't afford to contribute to campaigns, so they don't have a list of, these people as known good people. Yep. So let's just make sure they don't vote at all. We'll grab the smaller group that we know we have, and we'll run with that. So this is a very typical technique I'd expect to see.
Yeah, and again, like you just mentioned, we're seeing more of that targeting of people that are less financially well off or minority groups, and it goes hand in hand with the voter suppression we're seeing today. Speaking of today, it's difficult to talk about this without mentioning President Trump. And if you've been reading the news or staying current with the news, most recently, President Trump went on Fox Business Network and explicitly noted two funding provisions that Democrats are seeking in a relief package that has stalled on Capitol Hill. Trump said without the additional money, the Postal Service won't have the resources to handle a flood of ballots from voters who are seeking to avoid polling places during the coronavirus pandemic. This is courtesy of ABC7.com. So this is the big reason we wanted to talk about this topic today. President Trump has been very vocal about his distrust in mail-in ballots and his efforts to dismantle the Postal Service and discredit them have been enormous, to say the least. So now, in this most recent interview, Trump, his quote is, "If we don't make a deal, that means they don't get the money," he told host Maria Bartiromo. Sorry if I mispronounced that name. He goes on to say, quote, "That means they can't have universal mail-in voting, they just can't have it," end quote. So Trump is essentially admitting there that he is intentionally withholding funds from the Postal Service to prevent the ability for people to mail in their votes, which is going to be a critical way of collecting votes during the coronavirus pandemic coming up in the November election. What are your thoughts on his comments here?
Well, I actually, and you mentioned earlier that we're cynical here, and we probably are, but I think the actions of our politicians warrant it at this point. I can't help but think that this goes much deeper than just the U.S. Postal Service, because these threats against the U.S. Postal Service wouldn't work if we weren't in the middle of a pandemic where people were afraid to go to public polling places. So if you step back and take a look at it from a 30,000-foot standpoint, you have to wonder, was the whole COVID-19 pandemic manufactured to set up this ability to suppress voters now? Because the voting suppression technique, because the first thing he did was come out and tell us over and over without a single piece of evidence that mail-in voting was ripe for fraud. There's no evidence because it's never been done before. What we do have evidence of is absentee ballots, and the fraud percentage of absentee ballots is minuscule.
I actually have a number here, just really quick. In the past 20 years, 0.00006% of all mail-in ballots cast were fraudulent. Quote, "There is no support for the argument that mail-in voting is a problem." This comes from Lorraine Midnight, a political science professor at Rutgers University. So there's your statistic right there.
Right.
It's a negligible number in the past 20 years of mail-in ballots that were fraudulent.
Right. So his first claim that it's fraud didn't pan out. Right. You tell a lie big enough and often enough, people start to believe it. Well, no one believed this one because there was so much supporting evidence to shoot it down. So now he knows that he can't set this up as a legal challenge to say, oh, it's fraud. So instead, he switches to his next tactic of, well, let's just make sure people can't do it. I can't legally do it. He can't legally stop people from doing the mail-in voting, especially when you have governors who are already sending the ballots out. So he declares a state of emergency so that he can defund the post office. Now, just to put things into perspective right now, he declares a state of emergency so he can sign a executive order that allows him to basically shut the Postal Service down to a certain extent to impede people's ability to mail in ballot. We have over 165,000 people dead in this country now as a result of the COVID-19 virus, and we still haven't gotten a state of emergency declared on that. So to me, it's painfully obvious that our current administration is employing tactics that we would expect to see from third world petty dictators to try to hold on to power. And right now, to a large extent, his opponents, the Democrats, are powerless to stop him because they only control part of the Senate and Congress. I think it's important to note that should Donald Trump get reelected, even to another 4 years, after those 4 years, or even after this election, Donald Trump is out of the political spotlight. He has no political ties. He has no political backers. He has no political control. He has only what he has right now. So as a result, all of these Republicans that are hitching their wagons to Donald Trump and defending him and supporting him through all these clearly illegal actions are going to be left high and dry. Whether it's after this election or the next, they still need to get reelected. And when you choose the wrong side of history and you do it in such a spectacularly public way, it's going to come back. There's going to be a toll that has to be paid for that. And that's going to be in the number of seats that the Republicans will see in the Senate moving forward when Donald Trump isn't around anymore. Now, I don't want to turn into a political consultant here or anything like that, but the point I'm trying to make here is that we have a president here who really is employing tactics that they've gone beyond questionable. I mean, they were questionable 4 years ago. Now they're downright illegal. And you have Congress feels like it's powerless to do anything about it. And if Congress feels that way, how do you think the average voting American feels? And that in and of itself is a form of voter suppression.
Yeah, exactly. And it's definitely, I think that's one of the biggest things we're dealing with today. And voter apathy comes right with that. We see a president doing whatever he wants with basically no repercussions or limits, blatantly making moves to ensure his power for whoever knows how long, suppressing votes, and then telling reporters, yeah, I'm doing this on purpose and it's working. And voter apathy was already a big issue in this country. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know that in the past couple presidential elections, voter numbers have been going down because people feel like their votes don't matter. And especially in 2016 with Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, when it was Trump got the Electoral College to declare him the winner. And I think that was a really harsh blow to the voting fervor in America because Hillary Clinton got the popular vote and lost.
Well, so, and that's not the first time that's happened in history. That happened in 2000 as well when Bush, took office and Al Gore had the popular vote, and it's happened in the past.
Yeah.
But every time it has happened, people feel disenfranchised. People start to question whether we really need the Electoral College because we needed it 150, 200 years ago because of the limitations that we had. Do we really need it now? But, it's going to take an act of Congress and a constitutional amendment to do away with it. So that's not going to happen. But you still have people that are left wondering, why should I vote?
Yep. Yeah, and that's, as you said, another form of voter suppression. So moving on, there's this documentary on, I believe it's on Netflix, right?
Netflix, yeah.
Called The Great Hack, and it deals with Facebook Cambridge analytical data scandal. It's a good watch. If it's a little leaning to one side, but I think it's still very informative. It came out end of last year, I think, November, October. Yeah. So essentially, it details how the Trump campaign engaged with Cambridge Analytica, which is a tech company, a data analyst company. to micro-target and influence the 2016 election. Cambridge Analytica was employed to influence elections in over 30 countries prior to the 2016 election. These countries include the United States, the United Kingdom, Argentina, Colombia, Guyana, sorry about that, and Uruguay. Right? Uruguay?
Sure, close enough.
I was never very good at geography. Sorry to those people if you are listening from those countries. So if you do watch this documentary, it pretty blatantly shows, it details what Cambridge Analytica does and how they composite user profiles based on data that people use in any aspect of life, mostly on social media or what they buy online shopping. And they compile all this data and they make it so that people can be targeted more effectively to vote on either side of a political party. So if you like a lot of posts that are left-leaning, then Cambridge takes that data and targets you with more left-leaning ads to further you down that line of thinking. And the same thing with the right. So I think using all that data to further influence people on a larger level is extremely dangerous, and in itself is a form of suppression, because you're being closed-minded. You're being sealed off from other ways of thinking because you're just being further down this rabbit hole to think a certain way. And I think with the rise of how important social media is, especially with President Trump having such an active Twitter account and such a wide social media following, I think these things go hand in hand. And the Cambridge Analytica Facebook scandal is a clear example of that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, and I give Cambridge Analytica total props, because what they did really was brilliant. They managed to convince Facebook to give them access to all this user information. And it wasn't just a matter of figuring out how to convince someone to vote for a candidate that they wouldn't usually do, which is difficult in and of itself. But they have a storied history in appealing to certain populations with this micro-targeting that they do. And there was one campaign, I believe it was Bolivia. I don't remember entirely, but I think it was Bolivia. It was a Central American, South American country. And the opponent employed Cambridge Analytica to come in to reduce the number of votes for their opponent. They weren't even trying to win votes, because they knew that they had a guaranteed percentage of the population. And they knew all they had to do was to convince a certain portion of the population to not vote. Just don't show up. So Cambridge Analytica used this data from Facebook to bombard a certain young voting population in this country, to basically think, oh, well, it's the cool thing not to vote. Only the old people vote. Only the privileged vote. We're not going to vote. And it convinced enough people to just not show up and vote. Whether they were going to vote for one candidate or the other, the risk that they could have voted for their opponent was all that they needed to stop them from voting. And when this percentage of the population didn't vote, they didn't feel like they were being suppressed. They didn't feel like they were being taken advantage of. They thought they were doing what the cool thing was to do. And that's the psychological advantage that companies like Cambridge Analytica have when they have this data. We make references to comic book references in scenarios a lot of times. And this makes me think of what was it? Captain America.
Oh, Winter Soldier?
Winter Soldier.
Yeah, where they have the shield helicarriers that have all the data and they look at potential targets.
Right.
It's like Minority Report, too. Yeah.
But you have Zola's algorithm.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what they had, was they had this magical algorithm that churned all this data and told them who they had to go after and what they had to do. And it worked. The candidate that hired Cambridge Analytica won the election.
Yep.
And it's really something as simple as that, the psychological warfare that they employ, that makes them so dangerous.
Yeah, I think, and you can still see that today, really. I mean, if you get into any kind of social media, like I said before, rabbit hole, where you're exploring, and I'll do that from time to time. Like I'm definitely more left-leaning, so I'll try to go to more right-leaning Twitter accounts, and I follow and I go further and further, and I try to see their point of view and I try to look at those ideas. And you see this kind of manipulation there, whether it be from what I think are real people or just Twitter bots. And Twitter is very particularly bad with it, where there's just bots that just tweet things that are, taking this data and just spitting out words. But this informational suppression and closing off is still apparent today, and it's still unfortunately effective. And I think we're going to see it. We are seeing it again with the 2020 election. Yeah. So going back to some of the things we mentioned earlier in terms of modern voter suppression, we touched on it a little bit, but the voter ID legislation, is still very important. This is courtesy of the American Civil Liberties Union. According to them, millions of Americans lack ID. 11% of U.S. citizens, or more than 21 million Americans, do not have government-issued photo identification. So right out of the gate, you have 11% of the population, 21 million people that do not have government-issued photo IDs for whatever reason. And when it comes to voter ID laws, from the get-go, if you don't have a government-issued ID, you can't vote. So that's 21 million people that are simply excluded for one reason or another for not having an ID. Obtaining ID costs money. Even if ID is offered for free, voters must incur numerous costs, such as paying for birth certificates to apply for a government-issued ID. And these costs, while they may seem small to some people, for someone living paycheck to paycheck or that has to support a family, these costs can add up. And when you speak about that voter apathy, those things can sometimes go hand in hand. Well, I need to get a government ID. Well, that's going to cost me $150. That's food for my kids for a week, Yeah. So that's stopping some people right there. Underlying documents required to obtain ID cost money, like I just said, a significant expense for lower income Americans. The combined cost of document fees, travel expenses, and waiting time can be anywhere from $75 to $175. So that can be a significant sum of money to a lot of people. The travel required is also a major burden. This can be with people with disabilities, the elderly, or those in rural areas that don't have access to public transportation. Specifically in Texas, some people in rural areas must travel approximately 170 miles to reach the nearest ID office, which if you don't have a car, that's highly unlikely you're going to travel 170 miles on foot.
But those numbers aren't really unusual for Texas. I mean, Texas is a geographic anomaly. You're a half hour from everything in Texas at least.
Definitely. So what are your thoughts on these restrictions and how they can impact the elderly or people without the financial backing?
They're definitely legitimate concerns. My mother was one who never drove, so she never needed a government ID. So when she was told she needed one to register to vote, voting wasn't important to her at that point in time. The only time she wound up getting ID was when she had to open a bank account at one of the local banks, and they required her to have a voter ID or a photo ID. And she had to jump through hoops because you don't have a lot of the same documentation you would normally need in order to obtain those IDs. You look at in New Jersey itself, we need I don't know what the point system is now, but you have to generate documents that are equal to a certain number of points. Well, some of those documents are things that immigrants wouldn't have. If you emigrated here legally from another country, you might not have your birth certificates or your baptismal records or any of the stuff from a country you may have been fleeing from because you're trying to avoid the oppression. You might not have bills in your name. If you live with family, one of the series of documents you could get in New Jersey were any bills that were billed, utility bills, phone bills, gas bills, water bills, that type of thing. Well, if you're a recent immigrant to the country and you can't afford your own home, you may be living with someone and all the bills are in their name, so you can't use those as a form of ID. So this is one of those ones where they use the whole idea of, let's throw out voter fraud. Okay, well, if you can't prove you are who you are, then you shouldn't be allowed to vote because it's going to cause fraud. When statistically speaking, the fraud numbers are insignificantly low. But that's the impetus for using voter ID is to one, scare people from voting. Because if you don't have a voter ID and you walk into a hall, it terrifies people because you're going to be asked for something you don't have. And the reaction that you get, especially in today's volatile law enforcement police environment, that could lead to significant issues that you run into. So that scares people away in and of itself. Not even the fact that I can't even get one of these because I don't have the documentation that's needed, but because we could throw out we can link through some theoretical justification voter fraud with voter ID, then we can justify segmenting that portion of the population off and denying them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, you kind of made me think of something. I think on this show before I mentioned the concept of how there always has to be an other, right? There always has to be some kind of enemy or some kind of idea to rally people against, whether that be for good or evil. And I think that voter fraud is that other for this, because as you said, the numbers on actual voter fraud are insignificant almost. But the concept of voter fraud, that the worst thing you can do as an American is vote and lie about it, or not vote at all and pretend you're somebody else. When in reality, by using the concept of voter fraud to deter people from voting is the really anti-democracy thing. And it's these levels of mental chess, of manipulation of an entire population of people, and getting it in their head that either your vote doesn't matter or the biggest threat to your democracy is this other. And it's dangerous, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's hard to dig through the vines of all these manipulations. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back and look at the future of voter suppression.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to get into the future and potential solutions for how to combat voter suppression. So this article comes from Rolling Stone, and it's just some of the comments that President Trump has made, again, regarding voter suppression and his thoughts on his lawsuits at the time. So in the 2020 election, which is the big thing we have coming up, the RNC has filed over $20 million worth of lawsuits dealing with voting. This is a quote from Rolling Stone. Some attempt to block litigation brought by Democratic groups to expand mail-in voting in response to the coronavirus pandemic. Others seek to invalidate state-level policies by saying that expanding access to mail-in ballots invites fraud. So this is kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, how there's this wide effort to discredit mail-in voting. And right here you have the number of $20 million worth of lawsuits dealing with voting. And again, it's the blatant evidence of what President Trump and the administration and the Republican Party in general are doing to discredit mail-in voting. So what are your thoughts on the $20 million worth of lawsuits against this?
I can't help but think how many mailboxes that would pay for to keep on the street.
Yeah.
$20 million.
Yep.
But you're right. I mean, we have not only do we have blatant attempts to impede voters from voting, this is the first administration who's ever come out publicly on national television and invited foreign powers to interfere in an American election. How that itself is not treasonous and treated as such, it blows my mind. But when that was not effective enough for him to maintain the numbers that he thought he needed in the polls, which he's still 12 points down, by the way, in the recent Reuters poll, he stepped up the game. So now we're literally pulling mailboxes off the street 3 months in advance of the election. We have sorting machines that are being broken down. We have instructions being given to the Postmaster General that would deliberately make it difficult to count and handle the volume required for mail-in voting. How this is not a criminal offense is beyond me. It really is. And I hope and I pray, and I'm not a very religious individual, but I pray that should the Democrats come out on top in this election, that we don't do something really bad like grant immunity or a pardon to Trump for what he's doing to this country, because this is destroying the country more than anything any outside force has ever done. I've lived through, you've lived through 9/11. We lived through riots. We've lived through, the country has lived through a civil war. And I think what's happening today with how we're treating our democracy and our government is far more dangerous than even the Civil War was. And it's frightening. It really is. Yeah. It makes me feel very apprehensive for you and tomorrow's generation and the rest of the younger generation in this country right now. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect, and hopefully, and maybe everything we've covered today might say to the contrary, but hopefully our vote will still matter and our voices will still matter, and that won't go away. And we'll probably touch more on that when we get to our closing statements in just a little bit. But going back to this Rolling Stone article, Rick Hasen, a University of California Irvine law professor and author of Election Meltdown, says the goal of these lawsuits is to cast doubt on the legitimacy of the election, raising spurious fraud claims. So just like we just talked about, the goal is to discredit and disenfranchise and spread disinformation. And speaking of that disinformation, a big common theme has been the use of COVID-19 to stir up fear of the election being in danger, when in reality, these precautions are being taken to save lives, not to harm them. So things like social distancing, the use of mail-in voting, and we've touched on this mostly for the most part already. But basically, there's things being done for COVID-19 are being spun by members of the Trump administration as harming democracy, when in reality, it is, the administration that is the one doing that. Specifically, the group has run ads that warn against risky new methods like mail-in ballots and accuse Wisconsin Democrats of sowing election, quote, chaos after the state's Republicans refused to send every voter an absentee ballot or delay its primary election because of COVID-19. Again, this is from that Rolling Stone article. So in Wisconsin, you're seeing direct targeting of the Wisconsin Democrats because of how they had to handle things because of COVID-19. And in reality, it's not about, it seemed like it was meant to save lives, to prevent the disease from spreading, but it was taken and spun for political gain, which is horrible. And unfortunately, it might have worked for some people.
Well, and I think a lot of what we're seeing out of the current administration is for political gain. The Trump administration still doesn't want to admit we have an issue. Every time Donald Trump addresses any media organization regarding COVID-19, we're told, oh, it's getting better. We're doing great. We're doing fine. The numbers are coming down. And being cynical again, I've come to expect lies from all politicians. More so from Donald Trump. I think he's statistically told more lies and misinformation in office than any other president in the time he's been in office, which is provable. But this series of lies are so blatant and so easily proven wrong that it's almost like he's daring people to challenge him on this. His own administration is having difficulty combating some of the misinformation that he's putting out. It changes. The administration policy statements change multiple times over a 24-hour period because the administration officials come up with a policy, They put Trump in front of the camera, and Trump, it's like short attention span theater. He can't stay on point for more than 5 seconds before he goes off on one of his tirades and one of his rants, and it's counter to what the administration is. So, and he's popular. He very frequently throws out the term of fake news. And it's ironic that he's generating more fake news about everything than is being generated about him. So the messaging itself, the obvious attempts at disinformation, the fact that if something controversial comes up, he's very quick to generate another manufactured controversy over here. You know, everyone pay attention to the new controversy over here, and we'll all ignore what was going on. He's a master manipulator when it comes to that. Like it's almost like sleight of hand in a magician, you know. And he's constantly misdirecting people. And the press and America, and I'm sad to say this, are so stupid that they continuously fall for it. And that's why we're in the position that we're in now. Because we're all falling for this misinformation. And until people have the wherewithal to step back and to objectively look at the statements and the claims and do their own research, we're sheep. And that's where one of the biggest problems is today.
Yeah, definitely. And as we kind of come to the end of the show for today, just to wrap things up, just like you said, it's about misinformation and misdirection, just like it has been pretty much any other time we've talked about this administration, regardless of what they're handling. But just a couple things. There is the upcoming 2020 election, so make sure to inform yourself as best you can. And part of informing yourself means looking at what other people that don't think like you think. And it's important to do that and to expose yourself to other ideas. I know just in today, we've only scraped the surface, especially when it comes to the Postal Service, not scandal, but the Postal Service situation. So that's definitely worth looking into because it's been going on for longer than just the media has been covering it now. And it's bigger than just Trump on Twitter. These things are systematic and designed to control and to manipulate. I mean, we covered the past going all the way back to the founding of the country and how these things were designed from the get-go to corral people's votes. And most importantly, make sure you do your own research and make your conclusions and keep your mind open but suspicious. What are your closing thoughts?
Well, I agree with you 100%. I think the one thing that terrifies politicians the most is an educated voter base. So the more educated you get, the better off we are as a country. It's good to have politicians scared of the voters because when they lose that fear of being able to get reelected, because you remember, that's all politicians want. Most politicians start out with all of the zeal and vigor and noble causes that most American citizens tend to feel. And they think that getting into politics is what's going to get them to that. And there have been people like Jesse Ventura, who was the former governor of Minnesota. He thought, well, you know what? If I run for office, I can change it. I can make a difference. And what he realizes that when he got into office, the system is not designed to be changed, certainly not for the disadvantage of the politicians. And he spent 2 terms as governor and hated it. He got blocked at every possible corner, and he was just beaten down and frustrated when he left office. And that's not the typical reaction. The typical reaction is a politician goes in there, they learn how to play the game, and then they slowly get corrupted over time. And then they lose that fear of the voter because at that point, the only thing that they want is to get reelected. And as long as they get reelected, they'll say and do anything. They don't care about you, the voter. They don't care about the district, the constituents, the county, the state, the country. They don't care. All they care about is getting reelected. And when there's a danger of that, because you as a voter are educated and you know what their position is and what their voting history is and what their philosophy is, then there's a chance that you're not going to vote for that. And that's what scares them. So let's scare the politicians. And I'm not just talking Trump. I'm talking every politician out there. Let's scare the hell out of them and educate ourselves and learn what the topics are and what the controversies are and what their positions are, and then make an educated decision when we go to the polls.
Absolutely. And I think that's not easy. That's not an easy thing to do, but it's important. And as Americans and as humans, and I think that's one of the most important things we can do. It's not going to be easy, and it's going to be difficult, but it's something that we all have to do, especially with this upcoming election.
I agree 100%.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on today as your potentially temporary, maybe permanent host. We'll see how things go. But this has been Insights into Tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic day. Stay safe.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 99. Hobbies and Activities. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intelligent and creative co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
So we are just about to break the century mark. Technically, this is our 100th episode.
Yeah.
Because we started at episode 0 with our pilot. But from a numbering sequence standpoint, episode 100 will be next week's episode, and we do have a special guest planned for that, so that should be exciting. So this week, we are talking hobbies and activities. Have a good week this week?
Yeah, pretty much. Monday started out kind of stressful, mainly because I learned I had a test or a quiz every single day this week, so I was studying for all of them at once on Monday. And then as the week went by, the days kind of just got easier.
That's good. That's good. It's always, Mondays are always supposed to be the worst day of the week. And everything's supposed to get better after that.
That's just the thing. Mondays actually haven't been the worst day for me.
Yeah, you're lucky like that.
Yeah.
So this week we're talking hobbies and activities. We're going to talk about why teenagers should have hobbies, how kids should spend their free time, and why it matters how they spend their free time. Then we'll talk a little bit about productive downtime and we'll examine some of the benefits of having hobbies. And I think you'll be surprised at some of the benefits of having hobbies, because I know I was when I did the research on it. And then finally, we'll talk about some of your hobbies and how, they tend to help you de-stress and provide other benefits for you.
Alrighty.
Before we do that, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get the video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things, and that covers all of the network's podcasts. Or you can get just the audio versions of this podcast looking for Insights into Teens. We're available pretty much anywhere you can get podcasts these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and so forth. I would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. On Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can reach out directly through our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Sure.
All right, let's get started. So why teenagers should have hobbies? This comes from a different source that we haven't used in the past called evolvetreatment.com. And they kind of talk in general terms here. They say on any given weekday during the school year, the average American teenager spends about 8.5 hours sleeping and about 6.5 hours in school. So this leaves about 9 hours of their waking time unaccounted for, which leaves us with an important question. What do our teenagers do during those 9 hours? Before we get into some of the survey information, because they do have a couple of surveys in here with details, let me ask you, what do you do with your free time when you're not doing work or sleeping or, whatever else? What is your primary focus in your free time?
I guess my focus in my free time would be to kind of de-stress from some of the work I might have had, and find ways to, just kind of relax and chill.
Okay.
And of course, those include some of my hobbies that calm me down. And yeah, whenever I'm not working, I'm either trying to work on something. When I'm not doing school or sleeping, I'm either working on something else that I want to work on, normally something creative, or I'm playing a game or watching YouTube.
Okay. Interesting. So the following numbers that we're going to talk about were published by the Department of Health and Human Services and collected by the Bureau of Labor and Statistics in a 2017 survey, so they're a few years old. The data for hours spent in school comes from the National Centers for Education and Statistics. So what they look at here is how American teens spend their time. So as we said already, sleeping makes up a large part of that time, and that's roughly 8.6 hours. We talked about school. School takes up about 6.6 hours. So the next largest block is media and communication. So this is digesting media, social media, I assume, and that's about 2.3 hours of your free time. Do you think you spend 2.3 hours, consuming media or being involved in social media or anything like that with your friends?
Not really. I don't actually have really any any major social media platforms. I don't entirely socialize a lot on the internet. I do have friends that I text now and then, and I do have Kids Messenger where I'm able to talk to my friends and family. But other than that, I really don't communicate with people outside of school with media, with social media and stuff.
Okay. So the next thing they talk about is non-specific activities. They label it as other activities. That's 1.7 hours. So that one's kind of vague. We'll leave that one alone. The next thing they talk about is leisure activities, 1.4 hours. Now, the way the survey asks these questions, it's unclear if leisure activities include watching media, because I would include watching media as part of my leisure activities. What do you do personally for leisure activities?
Probably watching YouTube videos or TV would be one. Drawing and doing creative work would be another. And I'd also probably say gaming as well.
So that's all leisure activity in your book when you think about it.
Pretty much.
See, when I think leisure activity, I think something that's more relaxing, maybe, just vegging out, taking a nap, reading a book, something like that I use for leisure activity. But it's, it's subjective depending on what you do to relax.
Yeah.
So the next thing they talk about is eating and drinking, which we all do. What I find interesting here is it's only about an hour. So what the survey suggests is that teens are consuming 3 meals a day plus any snacks in just an hour a day.
Wow.
I just think of like family dinners, and our family dinners are usually 20 minutes each, 30 minutes each, maybe. Probably another 15 or 20 minutes for lunch, and then however long breakfast is. So, I don't know. I guess I expected that number to be a little bit higher. How about grooming? How much time do you take grooming? Bathing and brushing your hair, brushing your teeth, and all that stuff.
Well, I definitely say that I probably take longer to brush my teeth than most people, mainly due to my braces. Showering, I kind of shower, I think, a little longer. You kind of complain about that because, I don't know, I like how the water feels. Brushing my hair, I'm relatively quick with that, as well as getting dressed and stuff. So, I don't particularly, put extra time into looking and cleaning I definitely put as much time as I need to into cleaning, and some of that I just needed to put extra time into for certain reasons, so right. I'd say I take a decent amount of time grooming.
Okay, well, and the survey says the average amount of time that teens take is about 0.9 hours or 54 minutes. And I think based on what you described, that's fairly accurate for what you do. The next few they go through pretty quick. One is playing sports. The other is working or volunteering. Doing homework, I think, was really a surprise here. They talk about doing homework takes up about 0.2 hours a day or 12 minutes a day. Now, there is a caveat to that we'll talk about in a little bit, but how long do you typically take when you do your homework?
Not 12 minutes. I take at least an hour if I'm lucky. I take a decent amount of time with my homework. Yeah,
well, and you're in a lot of advanced classes too, so as a result, you tend to get a much higher workload too.
Yeah.
So the last one they talk about here is religious activities, where they take about 6 minutes a day. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't do it, but I'm assuming it's praying before you go to bed or something like that.
Yeah.
So the survey included data collected from all American adolescents, including teens not enrolled in high school and teens already in college. However, the American teens enrolled in high school, for the American teens enrolled in high school, the average time spent doing homework comes closer to an hour, about 54 minutes. Is that a little bit more accurate for what you spend?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what it was, is that because of the diversity of the teens that were polled, it kind of brought that average down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that they talk about here is that if our adolescents spend about 8.5 hours of sleep, about 7.5 hours on school-related activities, and an hour eating, what do they do for the remaining time of the day? And by the numbers, they spend about 60% or about 5 hours of that time doing things that we as adults would probably consider non-productive, such as using media or television, grooming, or other activities.
Quick thing.
Sure.
Why would grooming be considered unproductive?
I don't know, and I kind of disagree with that, but because grooming is such a small percentage of that time, I'm not going to really call that one out. They say, granted, teenagers need downtime just like we all do, when we're basically doing nothing but relaxing and recharging, but do teens need 5 hours a day of downtime? Now, I'm going to put that question directly to you. Do you think teens need 5 hours of downtime a day?
Well, it depends on the teen, really. It depends, the situation it depends on their mental situation, basically. Some teens can be extremely stressed from school, home, sleep, anything like that, and have a specific mental issue where they probably need at least 5 hours of downtime to calm down and just, de-stress. And yeah, not every teen does have something that stresses them out, but not every teen's gonna need 5 hours of relaxation, to keep them calm, but some teens do. So it really just depends on the mental state of the teen if we're thinking about it.
And I would agree with that. I think it's kind of a subjective call, just as much as I think that downtime activity is a subjective call, because some of the stuff that you do, like watching videos, you watch YouTube videos, which themselves are entertaining, but a lot of times they have an educational aspect where you're learning something from it. You listed, drawing. Well, drawing is something that is relaxing to you, but it also hones your artistic skills too. So it's not non-productive.
Yeah.
So it is kind of subjective. Yeah. If you're sitting around playing video games for 5 hours a day, you're playing Call of Duty or something like that, and you're not doing anything productive at that time, that's probably the angle they're looking at here. But I don't think that's always the case.
Yeah.
So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about how kids spend their free time and why it matters how they spend that free time. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking hobbies and activities today, and we're going to talk about how kids spend their free time and why that matters. For the sake of this discussion here, we'll consider that the extracurricular activities, including school clubs, school and non-school sports, and individual pursuits like reading, writing, and playing music, are hobbies. Think of a hobby as anything a teenager does outside of school hours that's not compulsory and they don't earn money doing. Viewed through that lens, research shows adolescents with hobbies are less likely to engage in high-risk behaviors compared to adolescents with hobbies. Now, let me just leave that one right there and ask, do you think that that's an accurate assessment based on your experience?
I mean, like you said before, without me really realizing it, I learned through some of my hobbies, and I learned valuable skills, I enhanced those skills, and yeah, I definitely think hobbies are very beneficial. Also, there's also the mental aspect of it, keeping kids somewhat sane, making them happy, and...
Somewhat sane, I like that.
Yeah, so... I definitely think that hobbies are very beneficial and in stopping teens from doing risky doing risky behaviors because they're normally learning through their hobbies, and they're getting positive emotions from it, which stop them from seeking other things that they feel might help them.
And the data that this study cites would seem to agree with you. So they cite data from a wide range of what they call meta-analysis. So they're pulling from multiple different sources that didn't specifically study this effect. So they're kind of reading into this effect kind of as a secondary notion.
Okay.
So they looked at how teens spend their time, and it shows that teens who don't spend any time at all doing extracurricular activities are 57% more likely to drop out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
They are 49% more likely to use drugs during their high school years. They're 37% more likely to become teen parents during their high school years. They are 35% more likely to smoke cigarettes during their high school years. And finally, they are 27% more likely to get arrested during their high school years. So, of those things, what are you the most likely to have happen to you? The answer is none of those, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say any of them, because I don't feel like I'd ever do something to get arrested. I don't feel like I'd ever want to drop out of high school. I would definitely not want to use drugs or alcohol. I probably wouldn't become a teen parent because I'm very against that stuff. And I probably wouldn't smoke.
Right. So, but I think the whole point is what this study suggests is that statistically speaking, when you don't have that constructive hobby, and I think, if we look at how they label the hobbies here with school clubs, sports, and reading, writing, and playing music, if those are hobbies, they're probably looking at those as constructive hobbies in this case here.
Mm-hmm.
And the study suggested those constructive hobbies help to guide teens along what parents would think is the right path, I guess.
Mm.
So let's talk productive downtime. So hobbies give teenagers a chance to meet new people, discover passions, develop skills outside of school, and do something that all kids, and teens are part of kids, should do to have fun. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I definitely say that certain hobbies would definitely give you the chance to meet new people. Like, take for instance, the fact that I'm in band. Well, now that we're kind of virtual, I've actually gotten to know a lot of the kids who play the same instrument as me, and it's like one of the few interactions, that I actually have during the week. As well as discovering new passions. Yeah. I wasn't always I don't think I originally started out as a musician, but when I started in 4th grade, when I got the chance, I found out I really did like playing the trumpet.
Yeah.
Develop skills outside of school. Yeah, I've developed my art skill more outside of school. And to have fun, I have fun with my hobbies. So, yeah, I definitely agree with that statement.
Okay. They say two of the most important things that happen during the teen years are identity formation and differentiation. Now, they go on to explain these. How do they classify identity formation?
So identity formation is exactly what it sounds like. It's the process of becoming an individual with an entire set of personal wants, needs, skills, and preferences.
And how's differentiation?
Differentiation is part of identity formation, but differentiation is special. It's the formation of an identity outside and apart of from parents and family. Right.
And they talk about hobbies as a great way for teens to form an identity outside of their family. Now, we've got a pretty tight family environment here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that is just because we're very naturally, tight as a family. But obviously nowadays with the pandemic and everything, we don't get out to interact with others as much as we used to.
Yeah.
But it's important to have that interaction outside of the family too, because if you're just interacting with the family, you wind up being a little too sheltered there.
Yeah.
They say hobbies that take place after school hours can be even better for teens. They also give teenagers a chance to forge their own paths outside the watchful eye of parents and teachers. Like, for instance, one of the hobbies that I used to have was, my gaming group. I'd go out once a week to a local gaming store, and Sam and I would go do stuff like that. And we had our time, and you and Mommy had your time, and it sort of worked out, and we each got a chance to recharge.
Mm-hmm.
You and Mommy have some of the activities that you guys do together. So it's not completely divorcing from the family, but it's moving off into different segments there that's a little bit more, I guess in this case, gender appropriate with some of the things that you and Mommy do with, the pink tent and stuff like that when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So they say that's a new law of the land, both common law dating back centuries, referring to teachers, how teachers become an extension of the family.
Mm-hmm.
That, it's common law dating back centuries, and the U.S. Supreme Court held that school officials can act in loco parentis, or in place of the parents. So when you interact with your teachers are kind of parents by proxy there. And what that really means is that they're responsible for certain aspects of your development. They're responsible for your safety, your well-being. They're responsible for making sure that you have an education. So hobbies that occur in school with teachers really aren't that extension of the family, outside of the family they're talking about.
Yeah.
But they talk about things like sports and band and how they're different. It's common knowledge figures like sports coaches and band directors, while they're coaching or directing band, are neither teachers nor parents. So you tend to have a little bit different relationship with that type of interaction.
Mm-hmm.
My band director when I was in high school, or my choir director when I was in high school, was not a teacher in the traditional sense.
Mm-hmm.
He was very down to earth, very approachable, did not portray himself as an authority figure. And as a result, we related to him much more. And because we related to him more, we would confide in him things that we wouldn't say to teachers under normal circumstances. So having that kind of relationship in someone who's older and more mature that can provide guidance, especially in a controlled environment, is very helpful. They help teens learn to grow in new and different ways under a unique set of rules and norms. And while teaching them skills they don't learn at home or in class. In addition to facilitating the basic psychological needs, hobbies benefit teens on many levels, which we'll talk about in our next segment. But do you have, or have you had that kind of interaction with an art teacher or a band director or someone like that where you feel comfortable, approaching them with things that you wouldn't talk to a regular teacher about?
Yeah, actually. Thinking about the years I've been in band, the band directors I knew, they definitely seemed a lot more approachable than most of the teachers. It felt as though they definitely did. It was kind of similar to you. They didn't put too much authority down, which made them more approachable. And yeah, I would say that with my current band director now, I'm able to approach him easily. And it isn't, and I'm not really, well...
Well, and I get it. And I think part of that is the fact that what you're doing, what you're engaging in is hobby type activities. And you're getting the benefit of the hobbies of those activities, and the teachers aren't, you're graded on your efforts in their class, but you're being graded on a hobby, really.
Yeah.
So it's a very different type of authoritative dynamic when it comes to something like that.
Yeah.
And it allows it to be probably a little bit more relaxed, not nearly as much pressure. And that you kind of need that to help facilitate the skills involved in learning a talent-related hobby like band or the skills needed for sports or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They're more motivational than authoritative. Their job is to teach you how to play the instrument, but they're there to try to motivate you because of the nature of the skill itself. It's not just a matter of inducing book knowledge in you.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing goes with sports. Anybody can swing a bat, but to be able to have the discipline and the skill to follow through with everything else that happens when you're not stepping up to the plate, there's a level of discipline that you have to have, self-discipline you have to have in order to be a skilled athlete that you have to do outside of, the times when you're playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take another break. And when we come back, we'll talk about what some of the benefits of hobbies are for teens.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to our Hobbies and Activities episode today, episode 99. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the benefits of hobbies. So we touched on the first one so far, and that was discovering passions. A teenager might not know they love art, sports, computer coding, cooking, or other things until they give it a shot. How did you discover some of the passions that you have in your hobbies? Like, for instance, artwork. Let's talk about that specifically.
Well, I'm going to specifically talk about how I got into digital artwork. So, you guys had gotten me a tablet when I was in 6th grade, and with that tablet, you gave me a few digital art apps. And when I first tried them out, I will be honest, I was having fun, but it didn't seem like it was fit for me. But when quarantine started, I decided to go back, and when I started seeing other artists do digital art, I decided to go back and give it a try. I ended up liking it so much that I got a stand for it, and I got a drawing glove and a new pencil that I was able to draw with, and I definitely see my skill, and I've improved a lot, and I really enjoy it, and I think I actually enjoy it more than I enjoy actually drawing on paper.
Yeah, and you are very good. In fact, you just did a project that I commissioned from you for our D&D group that we're going to be doing a new adventure for. So you did a poster for me, which I appreciate.
No problem.
The next thing they talk about is developing skills. Teens can make great leaps forward when they focus on something they choose and spend time doing it on their terms. Now, that's clearly something that you learned or something that occurred with your artwork. Is there another example that you can give us about how you developed your skills beyond what you thought you had?
Probably band. I remember, like, just last year, I remember one song we were playing, and we actually are playing it again, which is called Marches of the Armed Forces. And I remembered that I had trouble hitting the one high note, the high C, now, after a few more months, I'm able to hit a high G at this point. So I've definitely improved on hitting higher notes, and I've definitely gotten better with my trumpet, especially after everything being adjusted with my mouth.
Yeah, and that was a challenge for you because, and you're still going through it with, different trips to the orthodontist and the different levels of discomfort that you're running into and the changes with the braces and everything. So it's almost like, I don't know, like every 6 months you have to learn how to play the trumpet all over again with the changes.
Yeah.
So that's actually quite a testament to your ability to adapt to it. So number 3 is meet new people. Now, granted, under normal circumstances, this probably applies. They talk about playing sports, learning a musical instrument, or joining a club gets kids out there meeting people they wouldn't ordinarily meet. Now, assuming we weren't under quarantine, do you think that's something that would apply as well?
I mean, yeah, if I actually joined clubs when I was under normal circumstances. I really only had band because I wanted to try and join a club, but I kind of was late in the ones I wanted to join, and I really had no idea how to join them. But I have met people, like I said before, I've met people through band, and now in our lessons, I kind of get that extra interaction with them, and, it's kind of nice.
Nice. Very nice. So, building self-esteem. This is something that is a challenge for all teens. And I think a lot of people in general, unless you're incredibly self-confident. They say when a teenager succeeds at something related to their hobby, such as learning a new song, scoring a goal, or writing a poem, it builds their confidence, their sense of self-worth, and increases their overall mental and emotional well-being. Is that something that you've had, an experience that you've had from your hobbies?
I definitely would say, with both band and art, I've definitely improving over time and finally being able to accomplish a particular goal was very satisfying. One in particular was when I had to play the high G in our scale. I had first had some trouble playing the high F, and then when I was able to finally hit the high G, it was a big accomplishment.
And that kind of leads us into the next point here, is that a sense of achievement. This is like self-esteem, but it's not the same thing. Self-esteem is general. This is specific. A teenager who takes a liking to carpentry, for instance, might build a table, a chair, a deck, or even a clubhouse, and then step back and say, wow, I did that. That's a special feeling everyone should experience, especially teens. What have you had from your hobbies that has given you that sense of achievement that you can go back and look at after the fact and enjoy?
Probably when I had finished your poster. It had taken me, I had stepped pretty far out of my comfort zone with that, seeing as I was drawing a completely new species in a completely different style. And it was and when I was finally done with the shading, the background, and the coloring, and I finally stepped back to look at it all, I'm like, wow, I really impressed myself.
Yeah. Managing time. Participating in hobbies teaches teens how to use their time wisely. Instead of spending all afternoon on the couch, they learn to allocate time toward their hobbies because they want to, not because they have to. They find out how to fit their hobby time in with homework, family commitments, and social time, and that's not always easy. Have you found that your hobbies have allowed you to manage your time better?
I would say so. I have somewhat of a timestamp on when, I've kind of gotten a stamp in my mind at what time I'm done with schoolwork, and then I go and do my hobbies. I have a certain point where I would play Sims, a certain point where I'd go work on something creative, and a certain point where I'd go and, watch videos. So, yeah, I definitely say that it kind of helped me manage my time, so.
Okay. They say the teams help find out who you are. Most adults know developing an identity takes trial and error. You try one thing, you don't like it, so you try another. The teenage years are the perfect time to start this process. Do hobbies help you do that? Do they help you define who you are as a person or discover who you are as a person?
I'd say so. Like I said, before with when I finally learned how to do digital art, once I actually got the hang of it and started perfecting my skill, it became part of my identity. It became one of my major platforms for drawing, and it started and it's kind of strange to say, but it started getting me into thinking more creatively about characters I wanted to create, how I wanted to draw them, and stuff like that.
Nice. Very nice. Hobbies help you regulate emotions. Developing a skill takes time and patience. That means learning how to deal with emotions like anger and frustration. Time devoted to a hobby inevitably means managing the ups and downs one encounters along the way. This skill translates directly into almost every aspect of adult life, and I can say learning sports is a great way to go through this, because there are times that I went through frustrations because I couldn't physically do something until I could train my body to, spike a volleyball or, catch a football or whatever it was. You go through that type of thing. Do you find that the hobbies that you enjoy now help you go through those emotional cycles and manage your emotions?
I mean, yeah, back to playing the trumpet. Like I said, whenever I kind of messed up or I couldn't hit the note, I was frustrated and I'd get really upset. And, I'd have to try and calm myself down before I could continue. But continuing to try and hit that note got me to eventually hitting it. So, yeah, I definitely say that regulating my emotions was something that happened with my hobbies.
And that experience itself feeds right into the next benefit, and that's handling adversity. While pursuing hobbies, things don't always go perfectly. In sports, for instance, losing happens. Teenagers who understand how to rise above the bad and look toward the good get a head start on life. As adults know, adversity happens. The sooner an individual learns to deal with it, the better. What of your hobbies have, you just gave one experience with band, but give me another experience where your hobbies have helped you learn to deal with adversity or overcome obstacles.
Probably when I didn't exactly have any creative fuel. This kind of feeds into when I was playing The Sims. Sometimes I don't always think of a building I want to create, and I can't always think of a story, and when that happens, I have to find a way to kind of get my creativity back on track by trying to inspire myself. And even if I can't, I'm just okay, just walk away and do something else. And because I don't want to get frustrated with it.
Yeah. And I find the same thing too. It's the same philosophy I have, is if I'm staring at something for too long and I can't overcome it, if I can't figure out a problem, or if I'm writing a story and I just get writer's block and I can't get past it, I kind of just have to walk away from that. And you learn how to deal with those things.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing they talk about here is learning the value of hard work. While we don't necessarily agree that all good things in life come only from hard work, we do agree that without hard work, it's tough to accomplish most things of significant value. When a teen chooses a hobby, they'll have to spend time working at it in order to become proficient. And if the hobby is a sport or a fine art, they're lucky they get to spend a lifetime practicing their craft. In the teenage years, this type of effort lays the foundation for achievement throughout adulthood. And I agree with this 100%, because one of the things that I learned through some of my hobbies early on is if you don't work hard at it, like my hobby's computers. I happen to work in the computer field. I'm very lucky in that I get to do the kind of work that to me is a hobby and a recreation.
Mm-hmm.
But if I don't stay up on top of that, technology is a great example because it changes so quickly and it updates and old technology becomes obsolete so quickly now that it's not something like reading where you learn it once and then you always have that skill. It's something that you need to stay on top of, and it's a challenge staying on top of it. And it's that challenge of constantly learning and learning new things and figuring out what I need to learn, because there's, not being in a formal learning setting, there's no one to set an agenda or a criteria for me. I have to figure out what it is on my own. And figuring that out is part of the enjoyment and going down whatever path I need to go down. Is it security this week? Is it networking this week? Is it hardware? Whatever it is, I get to set that agenda myself, but I have to figure out what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Have your hobbies taught you the value of hard work that you can take with you moving through life?
I mean, yeah, with both my trumpet and when I draw, and even with Sims, I've learned the value of hard work. My trumpet specifically, I, of course, have had to try over and over to perfect that skill, and I've definitely gotten way better than where I was, 4 years ago? And with my art, when I look back at some of the first digital art drawings I've made, and when I sometimes redo them, I realize how much I've improved. And when I'm on a specific project, like the project you gave me, it took me a while because it was something I wasn't entirely used to. I had to try and figure out ways, and I've learned a lot of new ways to help me, like finding up reference images, and ways on how to create colors and get colors and layering and everything like that. So I've definitely learned through the hard work, and I've gotten better with handling all the hard work.
Yeah. So, it sounds like a lot, we went through 10 benefits here from hobbies, and it sounds like a lot of these are things that you've experienced yourself in your hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
So we've talked a good deal about some of the hobbies that you have, art being one of them. What other hobbies do you have that you enjoy at this time?
Well, one of them would be writing or creating stories, because most of the time I don't entirely write down all my stories, because I just have a lot to say, and a lot of that normally comes out in my self-monologues. But writing, I like creating stories. I like creating characters, their stories, and I like just coming up with new stories, or coming up with, okay, so this is what happened in a story. How did it happen? Stuff like that.
So you also have a tendency of combining hobbies too. So for instance, you enjoy drawing and artwork, and you enjoy storytelling, and you've in the past combined those two into doing comics.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about the type of comics that you've done, and where you think you're going to go with something like comics.
Well, of course, I first started out mainly with drawing SpongeBob comics, and with that, I'm kind of taking comics into a new level. With an app I have called Gacha Club, I'm able to create characters I like, and I'm able to have them talk and play out stories. And the same thing goes with the Sims. I create Sims, I can play out stories with them. And with comics, I've actually started to go back with some of my old characters and redraw from my comics and redraw them in a new style, change up their looks and give them a bit more personality. Because I come up with stories when I make the characters, like, what are they wearing? What does that have to do with their personality? What is their story? That kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, and you've even taken that to a level above and beyond static images on a page. You've actually started making your own movies with these characters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about what you're doing with your movies.
So, I have a series that I'm planning on making called The Six X's. I think I've mentioned it on this channel a couple of times, and I'm basically taking images from Gacha Club and putting them in an editing software where I'm able to make them as a movie with transitions, sound effects, and just making them into a full-length movie somewhat. And so far I've come up, I know how the story goes, I know all the characters, and I'm planning on making a series basically with them.
Very cool. So that's really taking things through multiple mediums of hobbies and ultimately making movies out of them, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
So besides those things, what other hobbies do you have?
Well, one of them is podcasting.
Of course.
I mean, we've been doing this for how many years now? 2?
Just finished. We're into our 3rd year now, yeah.
We're in our 3rd year. We've been doing this for a pretty long time, and I've contributed, and I've tried to help with coming up with subjects and ideas for the future podcasts. And yeah, podcasting has now become a hobby and is somewhat a career now.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, moving on from episode 100 on, I think you're probably going to take on a larger role in contributing to what we talk about and writing some of the scripts, and you're gonna take on a bigger role at this point, moving through to the next 100 episodes we're going to be moving into.
Mm-hmm.
So, of what we talked about here, these all seem like constructive hobbies to me. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any non-constructive hobbies that you enjoy that you use to veg with, just to relax, clear your mind, not worry about anything? What do you have that's a non-constructive hobby?
Probably watching YouTube videos and playing games.
Okay, tell us a little bit about that.
Watching YouTube videos, I really just watch them to enjoy myself. There are some specific hobbies that I do. There are some specific things that I do. Sometimes I listen to music, sometimes I just watch videos that make me happy or make me laugh, and sometimes I just use it as background noise when I'm working on something else.
Okay, and when you play games, what do you play?
My main game, of course, is The Sims, which, I mean, it actually might be considered constructive, literally, when I construct houses in Sims. So, but yeah, I use that as somewhat of a guilty pleasure, and yeah, that can be constructive sometimes. Other times I've played Call of Duty with you, and that mainly happens when I've had a tough day and I need to de-stress, and, shooting things helps.
Shooting pixels helps.
Shooting pixels helps.
So, I look back at all these hobbies of yours that we talked about, and I really don't think that there's a lot of wasted time. I think the time that you spend honing skills or, medicinally helping your mentality and your ability to relax. There aren't any aside from, shooting pixels. I don't really think there are any hobbies that you have that really aren't constructive. And I think a lot of teens, and more importantly, I think a lot of parents would see that in their teens if they dug a little bit deeper from the surface. Yeah, sitting and, looking over at your kid who's got their face buried in their phone watching videos all the time kind of seems like it's not constructive. But, sometimes you might want to ask what they're watching and try watching it too and seeing what kind of value they're getting out of it other than just entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the most important thing probably to take away from this discussion today is that our hobbies all have different values to us. Whether it's a relaxation aspect, an educational aspect, an inspirational aspect. I think it's important to look at hobbies with an open mind.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that you get more out of the hobbies than you probably realize you do. So we're going to take a quick break and come back and give you your closing remarks and your shout-outs.
Alrighty.
Go for your closing remarks.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, parents, teens, whoever you are, just know that a lot of hobbies are beneficial. And something that could be considered unproductive to someone could be considered helpful or, in many cases, productive to someone else. So, hobbies are subjective, and it really just depends on what value you get from your hobbies.
Yeah, I think you need to have an open mind. And, before you criticize your teen's hobby or think that it's a waste of time, get to understand it and realize the value that they take out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think if you understand better the value that they take out of it, you may appreciate the hobby a little bit more.
Yep.
So that was all we had for today. Before we go, I do want to encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get text versions of the podcast as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast, you can look for Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, etc., etc. I would also invite folks to reach out to us. Give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream or try to stream 6 days a week when I'm not having technical difficulties like I was again this week. We stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do have a Twitch Prime monthly subscription for free. If you threw that our way, we would greatly appreciate it. It helps us keep the lights on. You can get audio versions of the podcast at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or all the links to all those sites to our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Nice. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 99.
Holy moly.
Papering Over the Past. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and motivated co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
Technically, this is our 100th episode.
Oh, this is all lies.
Since we started numbering at episode 0 for our pilot. But next week will be our official episode 100.
And it'll be a little bit special.
And we have a little bit, what are we doing? We're doing
like a get to know us.
a get to know us.
Right.
If you care. If not, just skip that episode.
Yeah, just go on to 101 then
Yeah.
if you really don't want to know anything about us.
Now
That's
we are going to showcase some of our unique items in our individual collections.
Mhm.
Talk about a little bit of our collectible past, our pop culture cred, I guess.
Sure. Why
And-
we think we're pop culture fanatics, I guess,
Right,
maybe. You
right.
know, give a little bit
My
of.
checking account makes me a pop culture fanatic.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
spend enough on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
But that's next week.
Mhm.
This week, we're going to be talking in our Disney Detective about the untold history of the iconic wallpaper in the Haunted Mansion. Dun, dun, dun.
Yes. I put on a shirt
Yeah, I
specifically
know.
with wallpaper.
Well, and you have your jewelry that you received for your birthday.
I did.
We have our jewelry box. If I
Uh-huh.
switch to that shot there, we have the jewelry box.
With
and
another
your bracelet
accessory that I was going to wear and
there.
took
It's
that
just
off.
too loud for a
Not
podcast.
meant for a podcast.
Yeah, so that wouldn't work out so well.
Right.
What else we got? So we're going to be talking about the Disney's newest platform that gives people access to hidden places in Disney World and Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Lucasfilm's possible Gina Carano replacement plan. Sounds like an equipment replacement plan when I break a phone.
Use this, upgrade into that. Yeah, it's all good.
We'll also talk Star Wars books. We'll look at a guide to canon novels in the chronological order.
And we're not going to go through all of them because that's a whole podcast probably.
That's true.
Just for itself. So we'll briefly talk about that.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
And then in our entertainment news, some news from Stevie Wonder about moving to Ghana for some disturbing but legitimate reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then the MCU might be getting a major casting shakeup.
Maybe, possibly,
Let's
hopefully.
see what that has.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a couple of interesting, insightful picks this week.
Mhm.
One that had to be heavily censored for the show.
You stole
we'll
it
get
from
to
me,
that.
but that's okay.
Well, you gotta strike while
Strike while
the
the
iron's
iron's
hot.
on, blah, blah, blah.
Anyway, bitter.
Never.
So before we get into that, I do want to plug the show real quick and ask that folks subscribe to the show. You can subscribe to our video versions of all of our shows by subscribing to Insights into Things. You can get the audio versions of just this show if you subscribe to Insights into Entertainment. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, Pandora, basically any place you can get a podcast now. We do encourage you to subscribe because you'll get them first thing Monday morning at 8 when they go live. Well, they don't actually go live. They go out on the
Right.
the
Unless you
feed.
happen to be watching us while we're
Right.
streaming.
Which is really hard because we never stream at the same time.
We tried. We really did.
Like-
we had a schedule.
Just watch our Twitch channel all day on Saturday and you'll see
You'll
something
find
go live.
something between, the two.
Yeah, yours is usually afternoon. Then we do teens in the morning. And
Right.
then when we do our monthly podcast for tomorrow, that's randomly at any time.
Right. Saturday or Sunday, depending on the day. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Except for next week, by the way, we are shooting ahead of schedule for teens.
that is true.
Because we're having a special guest who was not available over the weekend. So we'll be shooting live actually during the week and recording the show during the week.
So if you're, want to watch it live during the week.
You can watch us
You can
live.
watch.
We'll be shooting Tuesday at 7. We'll be going live.
Oh,
for the
good to
show.
know. So, dinner should be beforehand.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thanks for the heads up.
We also would encourage you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can catch us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast or Instagram. We are at Insights Into Things, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. Go for Disney Detective.
So this was an interesting little history story that popped up on hunker.com. And it was basically the untold story of the iconic wallpaper at Disneyland's Haunted Mansion. So since opening its doors in 1969, 14 years after Disneyland began welcoming guests, the Haunted Mansion became a topic of fascination for fans of old school Disney facts and lore. There's obviously tons of urban legends about it, that the house is actually haunted by real ghosts. But it was the, attention to detail, the 999 happy haunts to be exact, that makes it one of the most immersive and, exciting experiences in amusement park history. It's also one of the last things that Walt Disney actually worked on before he had passed away. So for some, it represents a final connection to his creative spirit. Get it? Haha, spirit. But of course, there's all the detail, within the Haunted Mansion, but the one that kind of, is the most iconic, I guess, is the black and purple wallpaper, which at first, appeared to be, looked like an oversized mask, but when you actually look at it, it's comprised of creepy clusters of eyes. And it's actually attained cult status, really. If you go to Etsy, you can find anything from phone cases to umbrellas, sporting various versions of the print. Jason Searle, who was the author of The Haunted Mansion, Imagining a Disney Classic, and also a former senior show writer for Walt Disney Imagineering, had said it's become a real symbol of the mansion. He said, most people gravitate towards it, and he believes, it's because it has this striking icon of its own, and that the wallpaper, it's so subtle, but yet it expresses so much fandom, and it's almost like a secret code for coolness. And what's really kind of funny is people that don't know that it's related to the Haunted Mansion just think, oh, okay, it is what it is. But those that know, it is funny that it's like this secret code. I actually, one of the various masks that I have, that I wear, during this time is the Haunted Mansion wallpaper. And when I went to a doctor's appointment the other day, I didn't even, think about it. I was just wearing it. And she was like, oh, I love your Haunted Mansion mask. Where somebody that's not a fan of the Haunted Mansion wouldn't know what it was. So it was kind of funny that they mentioned that in the article about it being this, this secret code thing. But there's, a lot of back and forth. And what this article talks about is how the idea for, or what ended up becoming the wallpaper for the Haunted Mansion, was actually a couple of different concepts that were kind of thrown out from original ideas from the Museum of the Weird, which was the original concept for what they wanted the Haunted Mansion to kind of start out at. And the ideas were kind of scrapped, and a couple of other artists came forward and took little pieces of it and kind of put it all together. And then, you know, we have our iconic wallpaper as it is now. So it's a really interesting article. You know, we're not going to go through all of it, but, you know, it talks about how, you know, there were, you know, what the different inspirations were. You know, there were a lot of Victorian type stylings that were coming in, a lot of hippie-esque, you know, from a lot of the era of, you know, marijuana use and things like that, and the trippiness of it. So it was all these different things kind of, you know, melding together to bring us this iconic wallpaper that, again, is kind of like the secret code fandom, you know, for those that are fans of the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. And even in the one of the later revamps of the Haunted Mansion, they even had sections as you went through, at least in Disneyland. I don't know, Disney World. I don't know if they did it in Disneyland.
Right.
Where they had the eyes blinking.
Right.
They had a special effect where the eyes were blinking.
Right.
So just sort of bringing it to life even more.
Right.
And they've done several remodels on the mansions where they've, in the process of remodeling, they've taken the old wallpaper down, they've put new wallpaper up, and we were even able to obtain a swatch of the original wallpaper from one of the renovations, so that you actually have a framed version of that.
I do.
So very iconic, very cool, very cool. So tell us how you can get access to hidden places in Disney World and Land now.
So this was an article that came out in the San Francisco Gate.com. And the author, you know, of this talks about, you know, at a time when people haven't been inside Disneyland in almost a year, and many others are choosing not to travel to Walt Disney World as the pandemic continues, there's a new way for people to connect to the park that never have been able to before, and it's just a download away. And it's actually through the TikTok app. So a lot of people have been on TikTok for a while now, but now more and more companies are starting to join because of, you know, an easy way to connect with their fans. And Disney Parks has set up a channel on it, a profile. And what's interesting is they're posting behind the scenes stuff that they've never posted before. So one of their first videos that they posted was of inside Cinderella's castle suite. So there have been a couple videos that they've done throughout the years, when they had first renovated it and when you could win a night's stay in, you know, various sweepstakes that they had. Well, this was really kind of the first time in a while they did like a little tour. The videos on TikTok are as short as 15 seconds or up to a minute long, so not very long. And they do continuously loop. So it's kind of interesting. Within, you know, this quick 1 minute, you get this, you know, tour of something that you haven't seen. So one of the things, like I said, was they did the Cinderella's royal suite. So you got to see, you know, the bathroom and the bedroom and the view and what it would look like at night. Then a couple of people had posted, hey, what about the Disneyland ducks? And a cast member did a video and they were going around showing, yeah, this is how the ducks are. Everybody's okay. And because of the park not being open, they've been able to go and do behind the scenes videos that most people, again, haven't seen, but they're also doing a bunch of renovation as well since the park isn't open. So they're able to show, you know, people who wouldn't normally be able to see what's going on. So kind of cool that they're, taking this aspect, TikTok, was kind of known for, their dances. Like everybody would log on and, hey, here's a funny dance that I do. But, there are some really kind of interesting things that have popped up on it. And this happens to be one of them.
That's kind of cool. Now, I know for decades now, Disney's done behind the scenes tours and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And their in-person tours are usually age restricted depending on what they show you.
Right.
How protective are they on what their behind the scenes stuff is on TikTok?
Well, and that's the thing is they're not showing you, like, I don't think they've shown the Utilidor, anything like that. It's pretty much been within the parks. The one thing that they did was after they did the Cinderella, they did Sleeping Beauty's castle. They showed the ducks around the castle. They actually went and did the horses at Disneyland. The Circle D. No, the Circle D, the actual horses that normally go through the park and they went and did a checkup on them. And they were also doing, for animals being born at Animal Kingdom in Florida, they were doing behind the scenes of that. So they're almost doing some of the same things that they would do during a tour.
But they're not being overly revealing.
Right. Because the biggest
magic.
thing, and I think the biggest thing for like the behind the ears or the kingdom, the keys to the kingdom. The biggest reason for the age restriction is so that you don't happen to see Mickey Mouse out of uniform.
Right.
That's really where the cutoff of the age is for that tour. So they haven't really done, anything like that on their page, but it's more all these other areas. And I think, they're kind of taking requests also. Like if you put, hey, and one person said, what about the Disneyland cats?
Right.
And they haven't done one yet, but they said, don't worry, we'll check in on them. Everybody's doing okay. But we'll do a video of them, later on. So kind of cool.
That's very cool. That is very cool. So that was all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be back in a minute with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Pew 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 pew.
Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Our first article is talking about the replacement plan for the Cara Dune character from Mandalorian and obviously the Rangers of the New Republic show. So this article came from giantfreakinrobot.com. I just like saying that, by the way. And again, this is a lot of speculation in this because there's no, concrete, yes, this is the plan. This is all, kind of rumory stuff. So just wanted to put that out there. So according to insider Daniel Rickman, on his page, he said that Lucasfilm is planning to replace Gina Carano's character in the upcoming series Rangers of the New Republic with another strong female lead. Reichman is light on further details, but this does seem to confirm that Cara Dune was set to be the lead in Rangers of the New Republic. So have they actually found somebody? Are they still looking? So again, according to this article, they're, it's, do we kind of replace her with somebody else, or do we find, so it kind of sounds like they're looking to just replace the character altogether. Like she's just kind of gonna go off, because as far as the Mandalorian, in, one of the last episodes that she was in, we saw, Captain Teva attempting to recruit her to the New Republic. So that was going to be kind of her moving from the Mandalorian over. So now, do they completely drop that? But according to the Hollywood Reporter, sources said that they had planned to actually unveil her during the December investors plan.
Sorry about that. On call for work this weekend.
And we were trying to get in without, anything. So that as of right now, there's no immediate plans to recast her. But one of the people that's kind of been gaining steam in all of this is Lucy Lawless. That she's kind of the front runner to be, obviously not the Cara Dune character, but some type of warrior type person to kind of take over where they kind of wanted to go with it. And again, nothing is set in stone with it. It's all rumors, but a lot of people were like, yeah, I could totally see, Lucy Lawless in this type of character moving forward. So we'll see, again, all speculation at this point, but you never know.
Well, and I think the thing to keep in mind here is that the universe is a big place. There's a lot of characters in it.
Absolutely.
So no need to get bogged down with a single character who's problematic at best in the real world.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
Should be interesting. I'm sure they're not going to cancel the show with her not being part of it at
Absolutely.
this point. So they'll find a replacement.
Somebody else.
So tell us about our guide to canon novels.
Yeah, so this was an interesting article that popped up from denofthegeek.com. And, it basically talks about, are you looking to fill in the gaps, in Star Wars stories? And this was a very insightful list, that talks about everything, basically all in chronological order from before the prequels all the way up to the last trilogy that came out, and and it even includes young adult novels as well. And I'm sure you've probably read a good portion, if not all, maybe probably not all, but you've probably read a good portion of it. And even talking about the newer books that are going to be coming out. So it talks about it, it lists it before the prequel. So you have the High Republic, Light of the Jedi, Queen's Peril. Then you even have the prequel era, which is Queen's Shadow, the Thrawn books, Rogue One prequel of Catalyst. Then it even breaks it down into after Revenge of the Sith, but before A New Hope. There's a whole, era of books that comes in with that. Then, of course, you have the original trilogy and the books, that go in between all of that. Then you have Return of the Jedi and all the books. It's like, oh my gosh, you could be reading for like years at this point.
And I did.
And I'm sure you did. And then, of course, the sequel trilogy, and all of those. And really a very comprehensive list that I've seen, put together. And again, like I said, it's in chronological order for anybody. So the link will obviously be, on our website or, in the notes if you're interested in pulling up everything. Because, again, we could probably go through, do a whole special just on this with your insights of, what you've read and what you haven't yet. So.
Yeah, there's an extensive amount of canon novels out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I've read a lot of them. I certainly haven't read all of them. In fact, most of my reading has been the non-canon, what used to be called the Expanded Universe.
Mm-hmm.
I have like the last complete 4 series of books of that, all of which that I've read. And I've kind of picked and chosen what I've read from the new stuff here. I haven't read anything from the High Republic yet, so might have to get into that and see if that's any good.
There you go.
So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Dum 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 dum.
Go for entertainment news.
So this article came from people.com, and it seems that Stevie Wonder is heading to West Africa for a profound reason. During a recent interview with Oprah Winfrey, the 25-time Grammy winner, say that 5 times fast, opened up about his future plans to live in Ghana indefinitely as part of his efforts to shield his lineage of grandchildren and great-grandchildren from racial injustice in the U.S. He said, "I want to see this nation smile again, and I want to see it before I leave to travel to move to Ghana because I'm going to do that." When asked if he plans to relocate permanently, the star replied, "I am, because I don't want to see my children's children have to say, 'Oh, please like me, please respect me, please know that I am important, please value me.' What kind of life is that?" The star's decision was influenced by a number of reasons, but it's often said that living in a majority Black region gives Black individuals a sense of safety, confidence, liberation, and pride. Many argue that within the U.S., attending HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, gives Black American Black students the same feeling. Wonder said that he had actually been considering moving to Ghana since as early as 1994, per the Orlando Sentinel. He said at the time, he had told, he at a gathering of International Association of African American Music that he had fallen in love with the country and there was more of a sense of community there. He had, last month, he had wrote an emotional letter in honor of Martin Luther King Jr. Day, where he said, "Dear Dr. King, I met you when I was 14 years of age. You are a true hero and you became an inspiration." He later said that it is painful to know that the needle has not moved one iota. For 36 years, we've had a national holiday honoring your birthday and principles, yet you would not believe the lack of progress. It makes me physically sick. I am sick of politicians trying to find an easy solution to a 400-year-old problem. The vocalist concluded the letter with a call to action for all those in the Senate to speak truth to what they know they can physically see and begin the steps forward towards accountability, forgiveness, and then healing. So, you got to do what you have to do, for your family.
It's really hard to argue with anything the man says.
Absolutely.
Especially after living through 4 years of the, administration we just lived through and how much worse things got in such, we regressed 30 years in those 4 years in race relations.
Yeah. So it's
tragic.
It's sad to see, somebody leave the country that you grew up in, for that someplace else is safer. But again, you have to do what's right for your family.
Is that not only is that a viable alternative, it's a requirement now if you want to have the kind of respect and freedom that you deserve.
Yeah.
Our country has a long way to go before we get where we need to be.
Absolutely.
So on a lighter note, the MCU might be getting a major casting shakeup. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so the latest casting rumor surrounding the MCU has fans of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. shaking with excitement. The speculation is that Agent Phil Coulson and Quake, Daisy Johnson, could return to the MCU later this year. So the reports had actually come around on fandomwire.com saying, that we can reveal that Clark Gregg's Agent Phil Coulson and Chloe Bennett's Daisy Johnson are returning to the MCU for an upcoming project on Disney+. While we couldn't exactly confirm which series they'll be in, all signs have been pointing to Secret Invasion, which is currently in production. So Secret Invasion does seem to be most likely to be the project that they'll be returning because it will also be featuring former S.H.I.E.L.D. director Nick Fury. It will follow the comic book storyline of the same name and will revolve around the infiltration of the shape-shifting aliens, the Krills, and Ben Mendelsohn, who was in Captain Marvel, he will actually be in the series as well. So Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. aired its final episode last August of 2020, and star Chloe Bennett had been very vocal about wanting to return to the role of Daisy Johnson. So it's kind of cool if this is, what's going to happen. It seems like the way that they had ended Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they had kind of ended the series where things had just begun with Endgame. So they kind of brought the timeline together. So they kind of brought it up to speed. So it's very possible that they could add these two characters to bring them over to Invasion. So we'll have to wait and see, but it could be very cool because they were, favorites of ours from when we were watching Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, it should be interesting. We, when we watched Captain Marvel and they debuted the Skrulls, they kind of turned the tables on the nature of the Skrulls.
Right.
And made the Skrulls the
good guys, almost
the oppressed, minority of the galaxy,
right?
And you developed a sense of sympathy for them, but you have to keep in mind that movie was set in the 1990s,
right? So
the Secret Invasion comics, the Skrulls are the bad guys. They're the guys that come in shape-shifting, taking over people's bodies, and basically what they did was what the Marvel Cinematic Universe did in Winter Soldier.
Okay.
With the Hydra taking over S.H.I.E.L.D.
Gotcha.
It was actually the Skrulls sort of that did that. So they've kind of munged things together here to keep the themes, but with different people in those roles and stuff.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting, especially if they're bringing Ben Mendelsohn back in, to see where that, finding them a planet to live peacefully by themselves and not be bothered winds up with them becoming
trying to
the
take
secret
over.
invasion. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Did something go wrong, obviously, with all of that. So
that should be an interesting twist to see. Is it a limited series that they're doing here?
they haven't said what any of Invasion is going to be like. So I guess
Interesting.
we'll have to wait and see for more information.
Definitely something to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
And that was all we had for our entertainment news.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is actually a trilogy of movies that are based on a trilogy of novels of the same name. It's the movie series is To All the Boys I Loved, and and this is where the teenage girl in me, comes out. So, To All the Boys is a series of American teenage romance films based on the trilogy of novels of the same name. And the movie centers around a shy teenage girl who writes 5 love letters where she never planned to send them out. And years later, her younger sister finds them and sends them out to the 5 different boys who she had a crush on, in junior high. And now she's in high school. So the first movie sort of centers around her and the one boy, kind of setting up a contract where they fake pretend to date because he kind of breaks up with somebody and wants to kind of get back at her. So she decides to be the pretend girlfriend. And of course, by the end of the movie, they fall in love and they really start dating. Then the second movie takes place a year later and everything that goes on with them. And what happens is one of the last boys that she never heard from in the first movie that she sent a letter to, she finally hears from. So again, cute little situations pop up with that. And then the last movie, which actually just came out February of this year, is their senior year and basically the turmoil of dating during senior year and what college do you go to? Do you pick something, close together so you can still date, or do you go your separate ways and throw caution to the wind? So, cute little, teeny bopper love story, for those that want something different to watch.
All right. Cute pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is kind of a documentary, kind of a sitcom, limited series type thing. My pick this week is one that I was hesitant to watch, only because it's hosted by someone who I absolutely can't stand as an actor. It's hosted by Nicolas Cage, and it's called History of Swear Words, streaming on Netflix. In the show, Nicolas Cage hosts the proudly profane, funny, and engagingly educational series about the history and impact of the most notorious English swear words. The unscripted series explores the history of swear words through interviews with experts in entomology, popular culture, history, and entertainment, with each episode diving into the origins, usage, and cultural impact of specific curse words. The show was interesting in that Nicolas Cage was actually funnier in this show than I think I've ever seen him in. I have a very difficult time with Nicolas Cage as an actor because Nicolas Cage does a very good job playing Nicolas Cage. He's not particularly well at convincing me that he's anyone other than himself with all of the mannerisms. But those mannerisms really lended themselves to this TV show because he's generally a connoisseur of some of the words that they actually talk about in the documentary itself. And it wasn't just a bunch of people sitting around cussing and swearing, although there was plenty of that as well. But each episode, and I think there were 7 episodes, each episode they took a word that's a popular swear word in English language, and they looked at the origins of it. They looked at the various forms that it took, where, some words transformed over the years from very different meanings. And they looked at how their usage in popular culture has changed over hundreds of years, some of which they went back as far as the Middle Ages on some of these words. The only criticism I think I really would lodge at the show itself is the order in which they did the words. They started off very strong.
To say the least.
They ended up with a word that I can actually say on this podcast, damn.
Damn.
And it seemed like it just sort of sputtered out at the end there, where you would have ended with one of the bigger 4-letter words.
Right. And I do want to kind of point out, too, that you didn't even want to watch that.
That's, I covered that already,
okay.
that I did not want to watch this show.
Right. And I was like, oh, come on, I think it'll be funny. And
anything with Nicolas Cage, I try to stay away from.
Right.
I had mentioned, you had stepped out very briefly, but I had mentioned that I don't like Nicolas Cage is very good at playing Nicolas Cage.
Right. And he did that in this, which was funny.
And his character,
right?
He as an individual was perfect for the show. That's why it worked.
Right.
When he's asked to play anybody else, he's not convincing at all. He never sells me.
Right.
But it was a funny show. We were laughing at a number of the areas there. Not one for the kids. There's a lot of cussing that goes on. Because they demonstrate how the word is used repeatedly in each episode.
Yeah.
But it in the end, I was entertained, and I was glad that I watched it.
Yeah.
So, History of Swear Words, currently on Netflix, and we'll be right back. So that was all we had for this week. Did we have any closing remarks or anything like that to go over?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, short episode today. We got through everything we needed to get through. And next week, we will be back with our official 100th episode. And we'll get to show off some of our collections a little bit, which it's worth mentioning, by the way, that our collections... Well, my collection actually did show up on a pop culture publication at one point in time where I was solicited. But we almost wound up on a show when we were solicited going to one of the local conventions. Yeah,
and I think the way that the show ended up, the show kind of morphed.
The show
so
changed.
We had gone to one of
Monster Mania.
Monster Mania. It was one of the Monster Manias, and they had somebody there, and it was Secret Stash was the original or the version of it that they were looking at, and basically they wanted somebody that had an extensive collection.
Right.
It wasn't anything where we had to sell anything. It was basically they were going to come to the house and interview and take a look at everything. And we were initially asked about it, and then I guess they kind of changed the format of the show, so we haven't been on.
So that's why we decided to put our own show together.
Right, exactly. We said we don't need those people; we can do it ourselves.
So next week will be a little bit of that. We're going to do some footage, some shots of our more rare or prized or obscure things. Because we put a good deal of it on display in the studio here already.
You kind of see it in the background, but we didn't, we don't ever really, focus in on it. Obviously, he's the Star Wars guy. If you didn't already know, you should know. And then I'm mostly Disney,
Right.
the majority Haunted Mansion, but we also have, Star Trek, we also have Doctor Who, sci-fi stuff, horror stuff for me. So we have a nice collection.
Yeah, so we'll highlight some of the stuff that we have and put a little
since
sizzle
nobody
reel together.
since nobody comes over to our house anymore for get-togethers, we can't show off anything. We figure, hey, let's put it together for you guys to.
And our house really is like a museum.
Oh, it totally is.
Anyway, but that's a teaser for next week.
That's your teaser for next week.
Tune in if you want to see some of the collection next week. Other than that, that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 9, Entertainment a la carte. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Doing all right. So, aside for the landscapers that we're dealing with here, but that's okay. So this week we decided to sort of ratchet it down a few notches. We've been having last couple of podcasts we've been doing some pretty heavy-hitting, timely subjects. And with the election not too far away, we knew we were probably going to be doing another heavy-hitting one to cover that. So this week we're going to do something a little more lighthearted, a little more fun, and a little less dipped in controversy, I guess I could say.
Yeah, so if you're filling out your bingo cards about how we're going to get to the end of the world by the end of this, I don't know if you're going to win this time. But we'll see.
Hopefully we won't have doom and gloom by the end of the show like we usually do. So this week we're talking entertainment a la carte. And when I say that, there has been a desire by consumers for a very long time now to have entertainment the way they want it at their fingertips when they want it. We've had different false starts, different incarnations, different hopes that we've seen through the industry. So today we're going to take a look at sort of what the history of what we've had, what we've got today, and where we think we're going to be going in the future as far as what our command over our entertainment's going to be. Before we do that, though, I did want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can catch us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and now on Amazon. So you can convince your Echo devices to listen to our podcasts. I would also invite folks to reach out to us, tell us if we're doing a good job, what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can catch high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 6 days a week, this week 7 days a week, on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can catch our audio versions of the podcast at podcast.insightsintotomorrow.com. You can reach out to us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or you can get links to all of our social media on our website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yes.
All right. So first up, I just wanted to sort of kind of summarize what we're looking at when it comes to entertainment here, and how important entertainment is in the home. But before we do that, let me ask you, Sam, what aspects of entertainment are important to you? Do you listen to music? Do you stream videos? Do you watch movies? What's your prescription for your entertainment?
I'd say I mostly watch a lot of YouTube. Like I follow a lot of channels and watch content on there. And then from there, it's probably like Netflix. I don't really watch live TV at all anymore, unless it's like a football game or something. And even then, I'm only watching 20 to 30 minutes. So for me, it's definitely mostly YouTube. Podcasts, like things on Stitcher. I listen to a lot of things on there. Netflix. They're like the big three for me.
So what about radio? I know, with the college and everything that you have a presence on broadcast radio. Do you listen to broadcast radio yourself much?
If I'm in the car, like on the car road over here, I definitely listen to it. Like I don't have Bluetooth in the car or anything like that. I'll put on, sports talk radio or MMR or something like that. Other than that, I don't really just tune on the radio just for fun. Like in the mornings when I'm getting ready, I'm usually listening to a podcast. It's not so much the radio. When I was younger, I used to do that a lot until I got into podcasts. Sometimes, if I'm taking a shower, I'll put the radio on. But overall, I'd say not really that often. It's mostly in the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how about movies? Do you own DVDs or Blu-rays, or do you stream most of your movies today?
I'm mostly streaming. I mean, I'd say probably like 30 to 40 maybe Blu-rays and a couple, 4Ks and things like that. Movies that I really want to have, the physical copy of, movies that are special to me, or movies that I just like a lot, or movies that I got on sale for
Right.
Blu-rays, because Amazon does Blu-ray sales all the time. So things like that. I don't have I wouldn't say my Blu-ray collection is like my pride and joy, but it's mostly just to have those physical copies, just in case, I can't get The Lord of the Rings on, Netflix because they take it off all the time or something like that.
Right. So it sounds like a good chunk of what you do is some of the more modern technologies then.
Mm-hmm.
What about when you listen to radio? Is it talk shows you listen to? Is it music that you listen to, or you listen to the sports radio?
Yeah, I mostly do sports talk. 94.1 for our local area. That's like the sports. And then there's 97.5 too. I'll alternate between those. I don't really listen to music that much. I don't know, something about hearing people talk and discuss. I just like to listen to that more than, a song I can pull up on my phone.
As a podcaster, that's exactly what I like to hear.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to not hear my own voice. It's nice to hear other people talk for a while.
Absolutely. So, we've had various forums, and we're going to talk about the history of some of these forums in a little bit there. But obviously, our entertainment started out as purely live entertainment. If you went, back in the 1800s and in the beginning of the 1900s, if you wanted to be entertained, you either produced music or entertainment at home, or you went to go see it somewhere. Radio finally allowed us to bring it in the house. Then we moved from that naturally, almost, through evolution to TV. Then we started to have home entertainment systems, VCRs, DVDs, and so forth. followed eventually by streaming. But it was basically force-fed to you. So when you would listen to the radio, you would have a schedule of things that you would listen to, and if you missed your show, you missed it, right? So we started getting specialized radio stations. That's where we get the sports talk radio.
Yeah, formats.
Yeah, you get your specialized formats. I remember, as a kid back in the 70s, when you would listen to the radio, you would hear every genre of music on a radio station. You didn't even have specialized target audiences back in the 70s. You didn't start getting that until mid-80s, late 80s. And TV channels started doing the same thing. I'm going to sound like my father at this point, but, going back to when I was a kid, we didn't have cable. We had broadcast television. You had 3, 6, and 10 in our area. CBS, ABC, and NBC. And if you were lucky, you'd get a PBS station. But outside of that, that was what your entertainment was. We've come a long way since then.
Yeah, we've gone the complete opposite way. Now people can have access to everything, which I think a lot of people realize is too much.
Yeah, yeah. And what happened was when we got to the point where there were certain things we wanted to watch, the advent of the VCR kind of gave us that option where you could set your VCR. If you were, a rocket scientist, you could figure out how to program your VCR to actually record on a timer, assuming the power didn't go out and it lost its time. There was a lot of factors involved in getting this technology to work at the time. So you would record your programs and then watch them after the fact. You didn't have streaming. You didn't have DVRs even at the time.
Yeah, and I think something that I'm sure I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but one of the things we'll probably talk about is how as a society we all, like when it was the radio, everybody would gather around and listen to the radio at the same time all around the world. So you'd all listen to, something at 8 p.m. on a Thursday every week. Everybody would do that. But then as we kind of went further and further down the timeline, viewing experiences became more individualized, where now it's not everybody tunes in Sunday to watch something. I mean, you still get that with like sports, but for things like Game of Thrones, right? I mean, that was kind of the last big thing that everybody would tune in and watch, except for things like reality shows like The Bachelor and things like that. Those are usually still watched live. But big entertainment moments like that are getting more and more rare as, people can watch and stream whatever they want, whenever they want.
Yeah, and it's a very intimate experience where you get to build your entertainment consumption experience yourself. And we didn't start being able to do that until we got technology like the VCR.
Yep.
Outside of that, you were watching stuff on a schedule. We got smart cable at some point in time in the 90s where you started getting video on demand, where you were able to go in through your cable box and say, all right, I want to watch a movie now, whatever time it is, and they would charge you for that, and they would send you a bill for the pay-per-view experience. So there's been a significant evolution, and a lot of that's been driven by the technology. Nowadays, we have streaming, and everything is streaming now. This podcast is streaming. Television streams. You have television networks, news networks, that have no presence whatsoever on broadcast television. They stream entirely over the internet. So it's almost a paradigm shift in how we get our entertainment and our information these days. So that's sort of the primer of how we want to approach this. We're going to come back after a quick break, and we're going to talk about the history of some of these things, and we'll look at some of the milestones and see just how far we've come from a technology standpoint. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We
look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're talking entertainment a la carte today. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and Sam Whalen is with me today. So, over the air, for the longest time, broadcast radio and television was a community service. All the way back starting in 1926 when NBC first started the first national broadcast. It's not quite that simple anymore, is it? It's not free, open, over the air anymore, is it?
No, I mean, back then, even before the first national radio network, and I only know this because I took a class on this last semester, so, I got to make that education worth it. It was there were two channels, AM, and one was for crops and weather reports, and the other was entertainment, which was mostly music and like Bible verses. So that was what radio was mostly for, and it was localized because there wasn't any kind of national network. So it was basically anybody could do it, and you could broadcast it anywhere. But then when you had NBC come along, it sort of became that network. And nowadays it's so far, it's still local in a sense because you'll have local stations. But for most of them, we have a local rock station here, WMMR, and you can tune to that dial 93.3, but also they have a streaming app, right? So they get all the time people all across the world tuning in and listening. And, they archive their morning shows and you can tune in live and listen to their music. So it's not, you don't need a radio to listen to the radio anymore, basically.
Exactly. And in fact, it's funny you mention that. Cell phones all have radio receivers on them. Mm-hmm. Most people don't realize that. There are apps that you can get that will tap into the radio antenna on your phone and allow you to do it. And we had a hurricane come through a couple of years back. And we lost power, so we didn't have any battery-powered radios. So we actually wound up downloading the app because we still had cellular coverage, and we had an app that allowed us to get weather radios basically built into our phones. So broadcast radio is still going very strongly out there, but it doesn't give us that personalization that I think we're looking for. A lot of radio stations that do stream, they'll stream multiple streams. And you can basically pick the streams that you want, pick the channels that you want. Because a lot of our radio networks are multi-format networks. So you might have Clear Channel being one of the networks. And that network may have 50 different radio stations across the country, but you don't have over-the-air rights to get most of those because of the limitations of the technology. But they'll stream all of those on their website. So you can literally listen to a radio station from Ohio or California or whatever. So technology has given us that ability to choose at this point in time. And as technology has evolved, we've gone from AM to FM where we can broadcast further, high fidelity and so forth. What do you think about satellite radio? Satellite radio, XM first introduced satellite radio in early 2000s. The biggest deal that they probably ever had was when they brought in Howard Stern. How do you think that impact has had? Because it's subscription-based. It's not free.
Right.
And most cars today, if you buy a new car, have an XM radio built into it. Do you think satellite radio gives you that customization of your entertainment choice?
I think at the time, it was definitely a precursor to what we ended up seeing with things like Netflix and Hulu and things like that, just for radio. And especially with Howard Stern, because he wasn't censored, that was like the big appeal of it. But what a lot of people forget is before Howard Stern went to satellite, he was against it, like vehemently. He was all about terrestrial radio. But then when his fines like almost bankrupted his station, he had really no choice. But yeah, I definitely think it was a kind of a precursor. And you can customize it to an extent, but I think that subscription sort of is kind of a barrier to entry to a lot of people. It's a barrier to entry to me because not only did I not want to pay the subscription, but I also don't have a radio that can use it. You know, I got it for free like a trial a while back, and I was using it on my phone. But if I'm going to use my phone to listen to something, I'm probably just going to listen to a podcast. So, and without having it in a car, you know, there's that entry there. So if you're buying a new car and you get it for free for 3 months or, you know, included, I can definitely see you using it. Not to mention that you do have a lot of great personalities and great stations on satellite radio that there's most likely something for everybody.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, when I bought my new car, it came with that 3 months of XM free. And the problem that I had with that is the same problem that I have with cable television today. And we'll get into a little bit more. It's 180 channels, and how do I find what I want to listen to? It was an overwhelming experience to have that much choice. And it's kind of ironic because it's that choice that we've demanded for years now. You know, I want the ability to make my entertainment selections the way that I want. And television's kind of evolved the same way that radio did. You know, it started out in its infancy. You had very few stations that you could see anything with, and everything was over the air. And then, you know, they came to the point where you were able to make money off of it. And most contracts, most money that you get out of television, at least in the early days, was all advertising. Whereas you get into the cable model and you get into more of a subscription type model. But, you know, television was first introduced in the early 20s at the World's Fair. And then by 1931, you had 40,000 televisions in the United States. You had 2 networks transmitting at that time. And they were local stations. You had to be in those local areas, New York being one of the markets. And somewhere out in the Midwest, I forget where the other market was. But it wasn't until 1936, and not even in our country, but in BBC, before you get dedicated programming. And BBC opened up with 3 hours of programming. Can you imagine a television station with 3 hours of programming? I mean, like, what do you do at that point in time?
I mean, it's a pretty big 3 hours, right? I mean, if nobody had ever seen anything like this before. So those 3 hours, people were probably, you know, enraptured by this thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a lot of parallels between TV and radio and their evolution. And you see that a lot with this because radio didn't have programming all the time either until much later. I think it was like the 70s when that became like, or maybe that was TV where it wouldn't just shut off at night.
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I remember at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, you know, your TV stations, you'd see a picture, a video of the American flag. Mm-hmm. They'd play the national anthem, and they'd shut off until 8 o'clock the next morning when the news started.
For modern audiences, that's an insane concept because now it's, again, we keep making this comparison, but it's the complete opposite where you're just inundated with content all the time.
Yeah, and you saw some monumental achievements in television, like in '67 when we get PBS. Where it's publicly funded broadcasting. You know, they mandated children's programming with Children's Television Workshop in 1969 with Sesame Street. So you had a lot of positive things come out based on demand. And I think that's really the important thing is as people started to consume the media that was out there, they realized they wanted more. They wanted specific programming. They wanted specific shows. They wanted to watch their local sports franchises. And as a result of that, you started to see more specialized television networks come out. And a lot of that fell over into the cable industry as well, because there's only a certain amount that you can get out of an over-the-air broadcast with television at the time. And really the latest biggest innovation over the air television wasn't until 2009 when they went all digital, which I got to tell you, that was a real monster to deal with because you had people throughout the country who didn't have cable, couldn't afford cable, and they were getting all of their news and sports and everything over over-the-air broadcasts. And with the mandate to move to all digital, and the reason for the all digital is because of how much more data you can put out over a digital signal than you ever could over an analog signal. And you see now with digital with digital transmissions, your local ABC station might be putting out 5 different channels over the bandwidth it used to use for one. So there was a definite benefit to it, but it also required everyone to replace all their equipment, which is expensive. So much so that when they went through this process, the federal government actually subsidized it. You could go to the government and get a coupon to buy a digital antenna at the time. And the program ran for like 18 months or something like that. And I remember when it ran, and they funded it with, a ludicrous amount of money. And even after that fact, people still didn't have it because of how inaccessible it was for a lot of people. There's a lot of televisions that sit around right now that have no function whatsoever because nothing's broadcasting on frequencies they can receive. So then we move into, the natural progression, I think, is cable television. And it's funny because in doing the research for the podcast today, I learned a lot about cable television that I didn't know. The fact that it's existed since 1948 blew my mind. Like, when I grew up, I came from a fairly underprivileged house. We didn't have a lot of money coming in. So my dad did not subscribe to cable for a very long time. But I kind of thought he was just sort of behind the times in the 70s, not realizing that cable's been around since the 1940s. So that was a big thing for me to realize it. But cable television progressed, I think, at a rate much faster than over-the-air transmissions did.
You make a lot more money from it.
And that's exactly it. You have people that are paying you, in 1950, Tuckerman Appliance, an appliance store that sold TVs, started their own cable network. Could you imagine that today?
One of the biggest radio stations in Philly was originally from an appliance store.
Right.
Appliance stores were like, they had a lot of power back in the day.
It was, they would buy their feeds and then they would send it out to their customers. And people in Arkansas were paying $3 a month for cable. And it was because they were rural households that weren't close enough to a transmitting station. So they'd physically run a cable out there and then wire up the little town. So in 1972, you start getting into specialized television channels. You get HBO. And then that sort of opened up the Pandora's box, to use a bad pun there. You started in the 80s and 90s, you really started getting channels. You got channels for everything. You got channels for cooking. You got multiple channels for cooking. You got home shopping channels. You got multiple music television channels, none of which ironically play music anymore. These were what were categorized as narrowcasting channels. And some of these, which is kind of interesting, they started out as regional. Like, for instance, Sports Channel New York started out as just regional sports broadcasting. And that eventually evolved into Fox Sports. So from humble beginnings to a major player in the sports franchise market now. You had other things like BET, Black Entertainment Television. That's a channel all of its own with its own award-winning programming today. Started out as a segment on USA Networks. So they had a couple of hours a week that they would broadcast it, and eventually there was such a demand for it that they came out with an entire network for it. And that's what I'm talking about, like very specialized networks. You've got Sci-Fi Network. You've got history. You've got multiple history channels. So the idea of catering to all of these entertainment needs was fulfilled in these specialized networks, these specialized channels on cable TV. But you still didn't have the ability to get what you want when you wanted it. You were still bound to a schedule. And that's really what's probably held cable television back for the longest time until the late 1990s, early 2000s. You started to get your video on demand. You started to get more pay-per-view. So you could, if you wanted to watch a boxing match or a wrestling match or whatever it was, you could pay for it, one-time fee, get it, and watch it with all your friends. The real shift, I think, in cable TV came with TiVo and DVR, where you could time shift your entertainment now. So now TiVo was unique in the business because it had a very intelligent algorithm. So as you would record certain programs, it would associate those programs with ones you're not recording and then offer you suggestions on what you might like. So then you can sort of pick and choose the shows that you want and get them a la carte. That was really the first a la carte entertainment package you had. The problem with that was that you still had to subscribe to all of those channels. And I think the downfall that cable has always had, when you go to your cable company and you want to get a subscription, there's multiple packages that you have to choose from. And yeah, you can pay through the nose and get the super deluxe and get everything, but you might want to just get one of the channels in one of the packages and you have to take all of them. So the cord cutters of the world in the 2000s got to the point of trying to find ways to not have to subscribe to all those channels and just get what you want. And that leads us up to sort of where we are today with all the streaming options.
Yeah, I mean, that ability to pick and choose channels is the entire marketing platform for things like Sling, where you can pick and choose your channels, or I think Hulu Live TV does that too.
Well, even Sling. So Sling and Hulu Live give you packages that you can choose from. You can't choose individual channels.
Okay.
So it's not as bad as the cable company.
It's still cheaper.
It's much cheaper than the cable company. But the problem that you run into now is all that's delivered to you as digital content over the internet.
Yeah. So you have to worry about your internet speeds.
Absolutely. So you have internet companies you have cable companies that are becoming internet companies. And in doing that, you run into what is often referred to as the
monopoly.
Well, no, they've been monopolies for a long time. Net neutrality.
Oh, okay.
So, and with net neutrality, the concept behind net neutrality is data. Doesn't matter where it is, where it comes from, what it contains. It's data. It should all be treated the same. And the cable companies want their data to be treated better than others. And Netflix ran into this very early on with a lot of the cable companies, Cox Cable, Comcast, and a few others, where they were throttling the bandwidth that people were using for Netflix. So you may have an unlimited agreement with your cable company for data, but if they see that the majority of the data that you're using comes from outside their network from Netflix, they throttle it. You see a lot of buffering, your quality goes down, and they're trying to push their own video on demand services instead, which they don't count against your bandwidth caps. So none of this has been resolved. This is still a problem. But what's happening is cable companies are becoming less about providing cable and more about becoming internet companies in general. And until all that sort of washes out, we're going to have a fight on our hands here because they're losing money. And they try to get it back by offering you bundles. So, for instance, if all you need is internet, it's cheaper for you to get internet, cable, and phone than just internet for the first year. After that, the rates go up, but they lock you into a 2-year deal, minimum usually. So, I can't blame the cable companies. They're trying to make a buck. It's their job. But in the end, it's the consumers that wind up paying for it.
Yeah, and even now, I mean, we have Xfinity, and you can watch Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime all through Xfinity. So, I mean, I'm sure there's there's kind of handshakes there where they kind of meet in the middle and they say, well, okay, Netflix, we'll host your platform here. You'll get a lot more viewers, but you still have to subscribe to Netflix to access those services.
Right.
You don't get any of that for free. I think with Xfinity, you only get like Peacock for free because it's NBC Comcast. It's the same company. But they're kind of merging now, and we're just going to have a big old blob of media eventually. That's just everything.
Well, and it's funny you mention that because the solution that Netflix eventually came up with was they would implant caching servers in the cable providers. And they would pay the cable providers a certain amount of money. They would put a physical box inside their network. So when you went to stream Game of Thrones off of Netflix, it would download from Netflix's home server to the caching server there. You would watch it, but anybody else who went to watch Game of Thrones would pull it from that caching server. So the result of that was it didn't put a demand on the backbones, the internet backbone connections that the cable companies had. So that was an exclusive deal they offered to Netflix that they're not offering to other streaming providers either. And I'm not even sure they're still offering. There's some debate whether or not they're still offering that service. I know Comcast was having a bit of an issue with that, where they stopped offering it to Netflix. But it's all, you're right, it's you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and we'll all make a buck off of the end consumer.
Not to mention now, I mean, you've got Disney, which now effectively owns Hulu because they own Fox, right? So it's a lot of that programming too. So it's not just, these streaming companies are not like small businesses. They're all, I mean, I don't think Netflix is owned by any major corporation.
No, Netflix is still independent.
Yeah. And then Amazon obviously is a mega corporation. So, you know, the streaming service is just a portion for most of these companies, just a portion of their revenue.
Right.
I mean, except for Netflix, but even then, I mean, they've moved more into film production in general too. So they're they're not just streaming anymore. They're making a lot of their own content as well.
And it's interesting to mention that. So we talked over the radio, television, and cable. The alternatives that we had to get our a la carte fix of entertainment were VCRs. You know, the VCRs came out in the 1970s. They became popular in the 80s. Blockbuster Video opened in 85. So if you wanted to watch a movie, you could a la carte on demand, go down and get a movie and bring it home and watch it. As long as you rewound it, you were fine. DVDs became the alternative. They were much more convenient, higher quality. First DVDs were released in 97. Blockbuster started carrying them in 2001. They kind of missed the boat on that a certain amount. Hollywood Video actually started DVD rentals as soon as they became available. But the one interesting thing with Blockbuster was when Blu-ray came out, there was, just like with VCR, when VHS came out, you had Betamax as an alternative. When HD Blu-rays came out, you had HD video. And when Blockbuster had such a huge portion of the market that they decided that they were going to go Blu-ray. And as soon as that happened, it basically was the end of life for HD DVD at that point. So they had such a huge segment of the market that they could make that kind of demand. But then you see other services like Redbox pop up. You know, you see Redboxes all over the place still, even though a lot of people are streaming stuff.
I think Redbox is a streaming service too.
They do.
I think you can stream, and I think they have their own original things. Like, I don't know if they make it, like, I don't know if they produce it like Netflix does, but they can definitely license and stream a lot of stuff on their own site as well.
Yeah.
So,
and then streaming, streaming really started in the early 90s. The problem you had was your data connections. The first practical codecs for streaming, the compression algorithms for streaming came out in 92. But 92 was also when we had 33K baud modems. You didn't have your high-speed data connections, your cable modems, your DSL even at that time. So that kind of killed a lot of what you could do with it there. But the real streaming services itself didn't start until 2005 when YouTube opened up business. And at the time, YouTube and streaming was, YouTube was where people posted their videos. It was the TikTok of today. That's what YouTube was. You didn't have professionally produced content that was going up there. Nowadays, every streaming service, Netflix, Disney, obviously, YouTube, Hulu, they're all producing their own television shows. To the point that you have award shows that are controversial because you have TV awards for
Streaming
services that never appear on TV.
Yeah, I think the Emmys, like maybe more than the majority, was mostly all from streaming services.
Yeah. So there was really a fundamental shift, probably 2013, 2014, to more streaming. So that's a history. It's important to know where we came from with our entertainment. We get up to that 2015 mark there, and we're still stuck with 180 channels with nothing to watch. And that's really where the problem came from, and the demand for cord cutters and the demand for a la carte entertainment. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, and then we'll talk about where we are today with cable TV and all these other outlets. See who's a player, who's not a player anymore, and then we'll take a look at where we're going. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. We are talking entertainment a la carte today. So we've looked at the history of it. We've sort of set the stage here. Let's take a look at where we are today as far as cable TV goes. So we're still running packages on TV channels today. So we haven't really changed much there, have we? There is an increasing push to cut the cord with different services. We've got enough streaming services out there as long as you have a good internet connection. Now, the one thing to mention here that I actually didn't put in the notes, that's the new satellite internet network that Elon Musk is putting out. So it will be possible very soon to have low latency satellite internet, high-speed internet, and not have to deal with your cable company. Of course, when that happens, God help you if you're an astronomer, because you're not going to be able to look at anything up in the sky now without seeing one of these satellites. Net neutrality. We mentioned it earlier on. One of the biggest problems with net neutrality is that the FCC determines what is and isn't net neutrality. And the FCC is traditionally chaired by someone from the telecommunications industry. So it doesn't look good for consumers from that perspective. What are your thoughts on, net neutrality and whether or not it's an issue moving forward? Is it an issue today? Is it a non-issue? Should we not even worry about it now?
I definitely think it's an issue. And I do think, I think people underestimate how important it is, really. And I know every time the bills and things go up for net neutrality, there's always petitions online, contact your congressman, things like that. But I don't think people take it that seriously. And I don't think they really understand how a lack of net neutrality will really impact them, and I think it's the more subtle ways that I find the most dangerous, where we talked about before how you can manipulate the consumer to get rid of a product like Netflix or something like that because you can't stream it because of your internet, right? But it's so subtle that you'll just chalk it up to, oh, my speeds are just low, right? But there's a company behind the scenes that's pulling those strings and that is manipulating you, and you might not even realize it. So I think that net neutrality is extremely important for those reasons because it's just another element that can be used to manipulate consumers, which I get is the whole point of a business, basically, is to get people to continue buying your product. But I think when it's something so universal like that, where the internet should probably be a utility that everybody has access to, but it's not that yet. And it's not looking like it's going to go that way either. If the patterns that we're seeing now continue, it looks like a lot of people are going to have restricted access where the internet should be a free and open resource for everybody.
Yeah, and I agree. And you touched on it earlier when you mentioned cable companies and monopolies. And this is really them behind a curve, not getting with the program here because there's a lot of things. Technology moves much faster than cable companies. Cable company lawyers can move. We're looking at satellite communications that have exploded at this point. You're looking at alternatives like Verizon Fios, where you can get fiber run right to your house. You're looking at 5G now, where, once the 5G networks are built out, you won't need to have a wired connection to your house, at least if you buy into the hype.
Yeah, but it's going to make all our heads explode. Haven't you heard?
And cause coronavirus. Yeah, I know.
It's going to turn us into zombies.
But you can get over-the-air speeds for your internet now that are comparable to your cable connection that are more than enough to stream video. So I think if nothing else, the cable companies have a real problem ahead of themselves. They've got too many outlets that people have alternatives for, because cable companies thrive when you didn't have options. And, a lot of this started in the 90s when cable companies started gobbling up all the regional cable providers. And you start having giants emerge like Comcast, where you have entire regions of the country that don't have an alternative to cable, phone, or internet but Comcast. So you don't have a choice but to go with that.
But it's not a monopoly.
But that's not a monopoly because it's only regional. Yeah. But I think the problem is that they've had that level of monopolistic protection for so long now that they don't realize that they're really threatened at this point in time. So I don't know where cable's going to go. It's an endangered species right now, but it doesn't realize it.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of that with things like Peacock, where Xfinity, which is Comcast, which is NBC, is trying to get into that streaming market. But I don't know, maybe it's just me, but Peacock seems like it's really late to the game. And they don't really seem like they have a whole lot to offer other than things they already own, like reruns of like Cheers and Frasier, which used to be on Netflix, but it looks like they were just flexing that they own the rights to these shows, so they put it on their own streaming service. But it doesn't seem like it's enough to make them a competitor for something like Netflix or Hulu, because it's not making... What separates companies like our services like Netflix and Hulu and Amazon is that they're making their own shows, like we mentioned before. But with things like Peacock, if you're just rebroadcasting essentially content that everybody's already seen and just wants to watch reruns, I don't think that's going to make you enough of a competitor in the market. And I think that if that's their attempt to keep their cable company status, but also dip their toe in the streaming water, I don't think it's going to be enough.
And I think that's a great segue to the streaming services in general. So what really got me on this topic was there was an article on CNET. I think the person who did the research and wrote it was Ashley Esqueta who wrote it up. And she went through and ranked 101 quote unquote major streaming services. And she ranked them based on price, the number and quality of original programming, the number and quality of their back catalog, their overall variety, and what their availability was for subscribers. And it was kind of eye-opening to me that there were 101 major streaming providers out there.
Well, I mean, major, I don't know about that because on this list we have, what is it, the top? We have the top 10 here.
This is just the top 10.
And I haven't heard of one of them, so I don't know how major it is. I've never heard of Acorn TV. I don't know what that is.
Well, and that's like Acorn. So like if you use Plex or Kodi or any of the media streaming service players at home, Acorn TV you would know. Acorn TV is like a free add-on that you can get for it. And think of it like the MeTV of streaming, where it's like some of the nostalgic stuff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
But a lot of them are like that. I mean, you had ones on here that were rated much lower because they were so specialized. So for instance, NFL Networks has a streaming service. NHL does. WWE does.
All the sports, basically.
Right. So they didn't rate very high because they didn't have a very wide variety. But the fact that there's 101, this goes back to the I want it now, and I want it the way I want it. So instead of having 180 channels with nothing on, we now have 101 streaming networks that we now have to sort through now.
Yeah, and the argument used to be from cord cutters, it's like, well, if you add up all the streaming services, it's still less than a cable bill. But within like 3 years, that is not a valid argument anymore because, I mean, I personally have Amazon Prime, Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus, and I guess whatever HBO has now, but I think that's included with my cable. So it's like, that's like 5 right there.
Well, and HBO has 3 different streaming services that they offer.
Yeah. Yeah. They have HBO Now, HBO Max, and then HBO Go. Is that still a thing?
Go is the new one. Yeah.
And I have no idea what any of them are.
Right.
Like I have HBO Max and I barely use it, but I have it and I know where to access it, but I don't know what HBO Now and HBO Go are.
Right. And that's the thing. Like we've gotten to the point now where we want it to be able to basically go to the cable company and say, all right, I want 50 channels. These are the 50 channels I want. Give them to me and charge me a reasonable rate. We never got that. Instead, what we got was you go to your cable company, here's your boom, there's your package. Oh, and if you want all this other stuff, because you have stuff that are exclusive to the streaming networks. So if I want to watch Star Trek, I can't watch Star Trek on cable anymore. I have to have a subscription to CBS All Access to watch anything Star Trek.
And that's one of the things that like really bothers me about all these companies coming out of the woodwork and making their own streaming service, because it just seems like I mentioned before with Peacock, it just seems like they're flexing their muscles and saying, oh no, these are ours.
Right.
Like that happened with The Office on Netflix. Who was that? Was that Peacock or was that somebody else? I can't even keep track.
I think it was Peacock. They had it on someone.
Yeah.
And they pulled it. I think it was on Netflix.
Yeah.
They pulled it off and they put it on some.
And
on
Friends
network.
was like that too. And again, it's the shows where you're just rebroadcasting reruns, but it's a show that a lot of people like, and now they have to pay another $10 a month to watch it, and they're probably not gonna.
And Disney did the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at all the Marvel TV shows that Disney had on Netflix that were, for the most part, good.
They canned them all.
And they canned them all. But they didn't even bring them over to their own network yet.
Yeah, even though they tease people as if they were going to,
Right.
and they haven't yet, and I doubt they're going to.
Right.
It's been too long.
So I don't think we're any better off today than we were 10 years ago. It's just everything that you have now, and they all price themselves at either $5 or $10 a month. And it's like, okay, well, if I get the 50 channels or the 50 streaming services that I want, I'm paying more for my service now than I would have through cable. Oh, and I still have to pay for my internet. So I'm getting more because I'm getting on-demand back catalogs. I'm getting original content. I mean, the top 10 of these probably all, with the exception of Acorn, I don't know if Acorn does, they all do original content. So I'm probably getting more things to watch, but the price is going up exponentially at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I know in my house, I've been a strong advocate of we don't need cable, right? But I'm not the only one in the house, obviously. Like my mom, she watches a lot of live TV and she records a lot of things live. But there are also things that I'm pretty sure are available on some of these services. Like she watches Big Brother, and I'm pretty sure that's on CBS All Access because that's the network it airs on, I think. I'm sorry if there's Big Brother fans out there and I'm wrong about that. But that's the thing too, because it's like, and like my grandma doesn't really understand how streaming stuff works, but she can get on her Roku TV and put on ABC and stream the live TV. So she doesn't need a cable box.
Right.
And it's like, that's like a whole nother layer to it where it's live TV, but then you're streaming it through a streaming service, which you then have to pay for. But some of these, you need a cable subscription to access. Like the live TV for the ABC, you need a cable service to log into it. So it's like all these layers of media, and they're all kind of intertangled so that you end up having to keep all of it and pay for all of it when I don't really think you'd need to, you know?
You're absolutely right.
And it's probably by design that way.
Well, and the amount of overhead that this creates now causes all of the bills to go up even higher because the cable companies now have to pay for the broadcast versions. They have to pay for the streaming versions. There are different revenue sources that come out of it through advertising now, obviously. But for the end consumer, you're not better off. You're not getting what you were looking for. You know, we wanted to have everything on demand for us. And all these networks were like, well, this is what you asked for. It's all on demand now. You know, you need to have 50 subscriptions if you want to get your 50 channels.
And I think the appeal is with something like CBS All Access, well, okay, you might not want to get our streaming service because you think it's just reruns. So we're going to make something like Star Trek, or like the 3 different versions of Star Trek. And okay, that's new content. You can come here and watch that. But not everybody might want to do that, right? And if they don't like the new Star Trek, then they're not going to subscribe to that service. But if they forget, which is I think what most of these companies count on, forgetting to cancel your subscription, then they get that $10 every month, even if you're not using it, and they don't care if you're using it or not.
You know, it's funny you mention that. Netflix actually got to the point where they had so many hangers on like that they introduced a service without being asked for it, that they monitor whether or not you watch the service if you use it. If you haven't used it in a year, they'll notify you and cancel your subscription for you.
I mean, they're making so much money, it probably is negligible, but
they are.
It's just to improve their like public image. That's a helpful service though, because I still pay for, and this is totally different from this, but like in terms of for getting subscriptions, I still pay 99 cents a month for cloud storage. I haven't had an iPhone in like 3 years, but every time I go to cancel it, it's so many steps to cancel it that I just like, well, you can have my $12 a year, you know?
Yeah. And that's Apple for you.
Yeah.
So outside of cable and streaming, there are other options. Us being one of them, us being podcasts being one of them. And there's a ton of sources for podcasts. There's tons of podcasts out there that cater to every possible desire for media consumption out there. And there's apps. You know, we talk about Instagram and Facebook. TikTok, well, we're not talking about it too much now because Trump's trying to ban it.
Nah, Microsoft will buy it.
Microsoft and Walmart. Yeah.
Just corporations, just vomit money.
Yeah, just throw money at it. And then you had someone who tried to corner the market with, I'm not even sure what, 7-minute segments?
I think it's like 15 minutes.
15-minute segments.
But it's all shot vertically, which is awful.
Quibi, who received a ludicrous amount of funding, like $2 billion in funding.
A lot of big names attached to it.
And yeah, they had a lot of celebrities, and they had a huge number of people sign up for the free trial. Several million, like 15 million or something, sign up for the free trial. And then when that free trial ran out, they had about 70,000 people stick on.
I mean, Quibi strikes me as the kind of thing that like it makes it to the boardroom or whatever. And they're like, oh, this is a great idea because people love, like we looked at the numbers, right? We looked at the numbers and we saw that people are only watching in 15-minute increments because they're watching on their way to work on the train or something, right? Or they're watching with their family and their kid runs away so they got to turn it off. So what if we just hyper focus on that? But then you realize, because you're so caught up in the analysis and the numbers, that that's not really going to work as a format, because you end up having episodes that are really just trailers,
right?
Because they're only 15 minutes long. And when you shoot everything vertically, not only are you limiting the art form of like making movies and television, most people aren't going to watch things vertically. Like even if you're watching on your way to work on the train, you're still going to take the 1 second to turn your phone.
Right.
Like Quibi blows my mind.
Well, and
it's still a thing.
And you couldn't share it with anyone.
Oh, really?
You couldn't share clips. You couldn't share links. You couldn't share anything.
That's good. That's great.
When like the number one thing to social media sites like YouTube, TikTok, Facebook is the ability to share it.
All the like Netflix
Hence
too.
why it's social media.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Netflix especially has a huge social media presence.
Yeah.
So, and that's so critical. And it's like, what are you doing?
But I guess my point is these options that we have here between podcasts and the apps, I think probably fill the gap of entertainment a la carte more than anything else right now, where we can go and find what we want. I can download 50 different podcasts a week and pick and choose which ones that I want to consume. So I think that's probably more meeting the needs of the consumer than anything.
Yeah. And I mentioned before that I watch a lot of YouTube, and YouTube's just like that too. You can follow different channels that do different things, just like you'd subscribe to different podcasts. Like I follow a couple cooking channels. I follow a couple comic book based channels, history channels. So there's something for everybody within each of these sections.
Yep.
Just like you can listen, like you said, to different podcasts. So I think if you want that a la carte, it's those places you're probably going to turn to because it's made by people and it's not as heavily regulated. I mean, YouTube's pretty regulated, but something like a podcast, anybody can do a podcast, right? So there's always something for somebody.
Really?
Literally anybody. I mean, anybody can do it. You just talk. No, but
wow.
And make sure to subscribe to our podcast on your local podcast provider.
Good thing you're not in our advertising department.
Hey, just free plug, shameless advertising. But yeah, I think that's where you get a lot of that a la carte, right? Because
I agree.
You can find any kind of channel or any kind of podcast to meet your needs.
I agree 100%. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back with our doom and gloom section where we look towards the future.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Entertainment a la carte. The future. How bad does it look? So let me ask you a series of questions. Is there a future for cable television?
I don't know how long of a future it is, but I definitely think there is some. And, I think it's probably just going to evolve. And you might not have a cable box, but I think especially Comcast is definitely trying to remain a presence in people's homes because they, whether rebranding to a different name or offering more services based on tying internet and cable together. I think that's where they're going to most likely head is becoming both a cable company and an internet company and kind of doubling down on that.
All right, I'll buy that. How about traditional network broadcasting and schedules?
That'll probably stick around on cable. And I know you kind of have broadcasting sort of in the traditional sense and schedules on things like Twitch and YouTube where people will stream on a broadcast schedule. So I think it might evolve into that where if you're looking at these new platforms, people will stick to a broadcast schedule, but instead of it being on 3, 6, and 10, it'll be on twitch.tv/ whatever.
Okay. How about commercial advertising in television? Are we still going to see $1 million minutes for Super Bowl ads?
Oh, absolutely. That's the only reason a lot of these, that's radio's most valuable thing too, is advertising, right? And it's where the money goes. So I definitely think that we'll definitely still see that because there's still people watching, even if a lot of it, if we're focusing a lot on streaming, they can still make a ton of money from commercial advertising.
And the last question in Is There a Future is subscription television channels like HBO.
I'd probably have to look at the numbers for things like this to see if their subscriptions are going down. But I think with HBO, as an example, they're migrating over to streaming. So that's probably where it's going to go too. I mean, we had earlier Showtime was on that list too. So I think most of these channels, and I know WWE has one too. So a lot of these channels are probably just going to go, they'll probably keep their broadcast channel, but then also just, improve their streaming side of things.
Okay. So I wanted to ask some questions about streaming entertainment going forward. So TikTok was popular, very popular, so popular, in fact, that they managed to tick off President Trump. What do you think about the precedent of Trump banning TikTok for reasons that were given that had no corresponding supporting evidence?
That seems pretty par for the course if we're talking about Trump. But I mean, I never use TikTok personally just because I don't care about that kind of entertainment. But it is extremely popular. And if I had to wager, he probably did it, to try to make because he's very anti-China most of the time, right?
Sure.
So he says he tried to ban not just TikTok. There were a couple other things too, all owned by Chinese companies that he was trying to go after. But when there was such a backlash to it, it just came off like another smoke bomb, right? Another distraction that he was going for, especially with TikTok, because he knows that that's mostly used by youth, right? So that's going to be the most vocal about it. And if you're calling out a streaming or a social media platform, that social media platform is going to get way more traffic because the users of it are going to complain about you. So it just seemed like another distraction on his part. I think it was almost immediately. I mean, he's still waving threats and stuff, but it looks like we said earlier, Microsoft and Walmart, which I didn't know about, are moving in to buy it. So I doubt it's going anywhere. He probably just wanted to, make a business deal or something.
How about net neutrality? Do you think we have any hope of achieving net neutrality?
Not with the current, I would say not with the current administration. It doesn't seem like their track record does not show them leaning towards any kind of net neutrality. It's probably going to take us a while, and it's probably going to get worse before it gets better. And it would depend on the company's actions as well.
Okay. 5G technology. It's everywhere. Everyone's talking about it. Do you think 5G is going to be the end-all, be-all to give us the entertainment solution on our phones or in our homes that we're looking for?
I don't think it'll be the end-all, be-all, but I think it's probably the next step. I mean, we see that with all the time. Technology always progresses, and it just seems like 5G is the next step in that. Obviously, there's the conspiracies, which I made a joke about earlier, but I think it's just people... I mean, when cars became more mainstream, they said there was going to be the end of the American family.
Right.
So I think people are just always hesitant to new technologies, regardless of what they are. But I think it's just the next step for getting, more entertainment and better technology.
First run movies. We have a lot of our streaming services are running movies online now because of COVID and the fear of going to the movie theaters. Do you think we'll be going back to the movie theaters like we were before, or is a new model of streaming it at home going to be the way to go?
Yeah, this is tough. My personal tinfoil hat theory is that I think Disney's going to open their own theaters, and I think that would be, what is the word? It would violate some kind of law, like the Paramount decision or something like that. But I think that was recently repealed, so they can do it, where they handle exhibition, distribution, and production, which is what they would be doing, which is a monopoly, which is supposed to be legal, but it's Disney, so they can probably get away with it. So that's my personal theory, is that they're probably going to start buying up theaters. But if not, I mean, a lot of them have already filed or are going to file for bankruptcy, most likely. And I don't know how much people are going to want to go back, because there's theaters open now, but I don't think big movies like Tenet are still making money, but not nearly as much as they should be making, given their production, plus what a normal Christopher Nolan movie would take.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult, and I think there's also a lot of hesitant to put a lot of these movies on streaming services, even though they make a bunch of money. And maybe not as much as you'd make with a traditional theatrical run, but you'd make a significant amount of money back, and you wouldn't just have to cut your losses.
Yeah. No, I agree with you there. The last question I'll ask, and it's not in the notes, but the last question I wanted to ask was, do you think we'll ever reach that entertainment a la carte level where we'll get to pick and choose what we want and it would be affordable?
I'd say probably not, because the whole reason it's not a la carte is so that companies can make more money, because you're roped into buying things you don't really need, which is, I mean, that's the whole point of business too. I said that earlier, but I'll say it again. They're not going to make it that simple for the consumer. It's not designed to be pro-consumer. They'll give you what you think you want, because you'll get, this thing, but this thing will also come with all the other things that you're going to have to pay for. And I don't see that ever going away. If anything, it'll probably just increase.
Yeah. Sadly, I think you're right. I think the packaging aspect of things is too cost effective for these distribution companies to move away from that.
Yeah. And I mean, that method of packaging goes back to the beginning of modern entertainment, right? Of radio. I mean, you'd have formats, which are essentially packages because you'd listen to, you might like sports, but you don't want to listen to sports all the time, but that's the format. And TV, again, what we talked about before, but with channels. So I think packaging has always been the way. And the reason it's been the way is because it works and it gets people's money and it furthers the industry in some kind of way.
All right. Well, I think that was all the questions that I have. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and thoughts and end the show. So, wasn't too doom and gloom today, but what are your final thoughts on the entertainment industry, where we're going, where we're at, and is there hope for us?
Yeah, I think there's hope for us. I mean, at least in this aspect of things. Even if the world's burning outside, you can close your curtains and watch something on Netflix, right? I think it's just like anything. I mean, I'm more focused in the radio industry because that's what I'd like to go into one day. And I think with any industry, it's just going to evolve and it's going to change. I don't think they're going to go anywhere, at least not for the time being. I mean, cable might be a different story, but like I said, it's probably just going to evolve into something cable internet, and I think that's the name of the game, is changing and evolving and not being resistant or hesitant to a lot of these new ideas. Where like you wouldn't want to release a new movie on streaming because the theaters are closed and you insist on putting it in theaters regardless of the situation. I think there's that friction there of resisting change, which I can understand from someone like Chris Nolan's perspective, where he wants his movie in theaters because that's what he made it for. It was designed to be watched that way. But I think the tides are just changing too fast. And if you want to make if you want your art out there and if you want the profit from that art, I think you're going to have to, just go with the flow of things, honestly.
And I think that's very well said. And I agree with you 100%. I think we're going to continue to evolve. Technology is going to push that evolution. And the people that are adaptable enough to pick up on those things are the ones that are going to thrive in the future. So, very well said. That was all we had today. I do want to reiterate for folks out there that we do publish our long form articles on Medium at medium.com/insightsintothings. And please do subscribe to our podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon. You subscribe and you'll get our podcast the instant they're available, Monday mornings at 8 a.m. Please feel free to reach out to us at comments@insightsintothings. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. And I think that's it. Did you have anything else?
Just one quick thing. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you have one Twitch Prime sub a month. And if you could help us out and support the channel that way, it does help us out because eventually we can help grow and expand our podcast, especially on Twitch, bring it to you viewers out there. So
very well said. Another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 100, Fun and Games with Dan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my strong and confident co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
So we're going a little off schedule. Today's a Tuesday we're recording on because we have a special guest with us today. Let me introduce our special guest. Today, discussing fun and games with us is Dan Worth. How are you doing today, Dan?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Thank you for joining us. So Dan is a resident expert on games. Every time we think of anything that has to do with fun and games, toys, collectibles, board games, card games, Dan's our man to go to. So we're going to be asking Dan some questions about gaming. We have some statistics, some information on how games affect teens. We'll be talking about that. And then we're going to be doing a deep dive with Dan and some of his experience and just get his general input on gaming. Before we do that, though, I do want to suggest folks subscribe to the podcast. You can reach us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much any place you can get a podcast at this point. You can get audio versions of our podcast if you look up Insights into Teens, and video versions of all of our network podcasts under Insights into Things. I would also ask folks to reach out, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We're available on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights into Things, or you can get links to all of those social media outlets at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get started?
Sure.
All right. So before we get too deep into things, let's introduce Dan again. And let's find out a little bit more about Dan and what is some of his expertise. Why don't you take that?
Okay, so tell us a bit about your background in gaming and collecting.
Sure. I have been actively collecting something since the early 70s. I started with comic books, picked up board games in the 1980s and action figures along the way. Pretty much just all pop culture, sci-fi, monsters, TV, movie related stuff. And then it's just such a wealth of just a great time for board games in general right now because there's so much out there to choose from. And it's a great subject for you guys to be talking about tonight.
Okay.
Alrighty. Would you describe yourself as a collector or a dealer of classic toys?
Right now, I would say it's much more of a collector. Some of that is by choice. Some of it is by, the situation with the COVID restrictions that are on us right now. It's very difficult to try to do a lot of the events that we would normally do, like Comic Cons, toy shows, antique shows, things like that. We did own a store in Bethlehem for about 6 years. That was a toy and collectible shop. And that was, just a few years ago. But right now, the environment does not lend itself as easily to have people walk in or even do the conventions as much. So I am much more of a collector right now, just picking up things that I think are going to be of interest to the group that I game with.
Alrighty, that kind of leads well into our second question. So, how long did you own your gaming/toy store?
It was about 6 years. We had a really good run in downtown Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. We had a variety of collectibles from comic books to action figures, board games, of course, certain card games like Magic and Pokemon, and some of the mainstream stuff that you'll see. And we tried to really pick some obscure things as well that we would pick up at major toy shows like the New York Toy Show that's at the Javits Center, and just odds and ends that we would find in our travels.
So, Deng, you mentioned comics at the store. Are you a comic aficionado or a comic collector? What's your affiliation with comics?
I would say that is primarily where my heart lies, Joe. My collection started with Marvel, specifically with Spider-Man. I started with Spider-Man number 96 in 1971. Back in the olden days, yes, they did have comic books back then. And it was that first comic book that led me to get all the rest of those and a lot of the other major Marvel comics. So I would consider myself primarily a comic book collector. But as it's turned out, and as we'll talk about, it's hard to ignore the fact that I've got a very large collection of board games.
So I have to ask you on the subject of comics, are you just Marvel? Are you DC? Are you indie? Where do you usually lie in that realm?
My loyalties have gotten much broader over the years. I am not afraid to expand into some of the DC comics. I also love a lot of independent comics and have loved a lot of independent comics over the years. We have those folks to thank for the Teenage Ninja Mutant Turtles. We have them to thank for The Walking Dead, The Boys, a lot of the stuff that's out there right now that is so popular is a result of independence, and it's a huge faction in the comic book world.
Yeah, I agree 100% there. What's our next question?
Our next question was, do you still sell toys?
I do. It's more of an online sales technique that we use. We do some eBay. We still sell some things through our Facebook page for the Underground Lair. But right now, I'm much more of a collector than a seller.
All right, so picture this scenario. Picture the scenario where, what is your go-to game at a party where the participants might not be big on gaming?
That's a great question because, you're going to have a wide variety of people at things like that. And you want to get something that's going to appeal to everyone. I like things like Apples to Apples. That's a great general, easy board game to teach people. I know it's basically cards, but I think we have to really expand the way that we're thinking about this category to include some of that stuff. And you can't mention Apples to Apples without the adult version of also Cards Against Humanity, which has just become so huge of a product over the last couple of years and immensely popular, and has really gotten people who wouldn't normally do gaming nights to do some gaming nights. When we would go to the various toy shows that would introduce us to new games, some of the companies that we found that really grabbed us were companies like Calliope, who is responsible for Roll For It, which is a great party game. You can play it up to 5 people. It's a dice rolling game where you're trying to win cards. The other one that they did that we really love is Sorrow and Sorrow of the Seas, which was a very creative take on a board game where you are sailing on ships, creating paths for yourself, but also trying to cut off your opponents and be the last man standing on the board. Another one that's great for parties and that we have found over the years really helps people break the ice is a game called Outburst. That's by, it's a nice shout out game where people don't have to be shy about it. You're trying to come up with answers as fast as you can. There's another one that just came out recently called Codenames, which is of the same flavor, by a company called CGE. And that's gotten a lot of popularity, and there's a lot of different versions of that one out there as well.
Great. That's a lot of great suggestions.
Next is a pretty big question. How many games would you estimate you currently own?
This was an eye-opening question for me, because I don't think I realized how many games I had, but just in the house right now, we have close to 100. Wow. So I would say easily we have over 200 different kinds of board games. I am not counting the card games in that. So, or just the strict dice games like Yahtzee and, Magic the Gathering and some of the other stuff like that. That is a whole nother category. We're not going to count the role-playing games as well, like D&D or again, another totally different category.
And that would be why Dan's on this show, because Dan is the expert on games.
Yep.
What else do we have?
Okay, next one is, what do you find to be the most important thing that games offer to individuals?
One of the great things about board games is that it brings people together, has them sitting in close proximity and exchanging looks and smiles and jokes. And that's been one of the great things that my friends and I have shared over the years with sitting around playing a board game, is as much as it might be competitive, you're also laughing and joking and talking. It's a great way to just have a nice camaraderie and have people come together over, something that's a neutral ground and you enjoy doing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, to kind of go along with that question, what do you find is the most important thing that collecting offers to individuals?
I find that both for myself and to all my friends who collect and the people that used to come into the underground lair, there's always that feeling of taking you back to your childhood, to taking you to fond memories, and just, warming your heart when you see some of these things that you grew up with, and it's right there in your hands again, and it really sparks a lot of memories. And as well as some people will say, the collecting aspect of it can be monetarily beneficial. You can make a lot of money with, buying older board games or rare board games. I find much more often that it's that sense of nostalgia more than anything else that brings people back to some of those classic board games.
And I have to agree with you 100% there. Every time I stepped in the store, I was a kid again stepping in. It was, let's look around, let's see what I can find here that brings me back all those years. And for me, from a collecting standpoint, it's the hunt that's so rewarding. Like, I know there's a piece that I want, I'm a big Star Wars collector. And when there's a piece that I find, we had gone to the one show out in, out in Bucks, out where the Fuge is.
The Fuge, yeah.
And there was a piece from the 90s. It was a Darth Vader statue that I had been looking for years, and I hadn't found it anywhere. Hadn't been on the market anywhere. Can't find it on the internet. Nothing. I mean, when you can't find it on eBay, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, it was there, top of the pile, on display in the back corner, and I found it and instantly bought it because that was the piece that I had been looking for so long. So, and it was so rewarding.
You have to think that that's that feeling that Indiana Jones has every time he finds a relic.
Absolutely.
Because the joy of that moment of finding that rare thing out in the wild is there's nothing quite like it. So Madison, also, I would say it's the thrill of the hunt. Like your dad is saying, it's that adventure. And I, for many years, had my own versions of Belloc when I was out at flea markets and yard sales, and we would run into each other and we would just show off what we had found, and like, oh, once again we see that what you once possessed is now. Yeah, it's so there's that aspect too, but it's just fun and good-hearted ribbing. But man, it is exciting when you can find that one rare thing that you've been looking for so long, and we all certainly have them.
Yep.
Well, maybe not you yet, Madison, but you will.
Well, yeah.
What else do we have, sweetie?
So the next question is, what do you enjoy most about sharing a new game with people?
I love the expressions on people's faces when they're getting pulled into the spirit of the game, and that sense of joining on an adventure. I can tell you that one of the most fun things, and I'm going to bring this home to like a personal aspect, when one of the first times when your mom and dad and I would play a board game like the Buffy game, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, it was very exciting to see, the interactions of the characters and not know what situations are going to come up, and then remember what had happened on the show. And, it was just such a blast to share those laughs, and then you tell stories, and it just makes it a very interesting evening around a board game to be able to share that.
Yep. I definitely I remember a lot of times when I don't particularly like new things. I will be honest. I don't like change very much. But when when I first learned about Monopoly, I didn't want to put the game down. It just was so fun to me. And like at first I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to play this. And then by the end I'm like, okay, come on. I want to keep going.
Yeah, we went through our Monopoly phase where we would play that nightly for a couple of weeks straight. And the worst part was I would win a lot of them and everyone would get angry at me. So what's next?
Next is, have you ever done reviews for games?
That's something that I haven't done yet. I do have friends that do that, but we haven't actually sat down and done the reviews. I've watched a few of them. I can't mention the names off the top of my head, but I know that is a lot of times an invaluable service to be able to see the game being played, to understand, what you're getting in for before you make that purchase. And let me just mention at this point something else that people are going to find when they go to buy some of these board games. The price point nowadays is a little bit different than it used to be. I think the average right now is somewhere from the $60 to $80 range. So when you're spending that much money, game reviews are invaluable to be able to see if it's something you're going to enjoy when you're investing that much money in something new. Like you said, Madison, especially if you don't like something new, you want to make sure that it's something that you really are going to like.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. Kind of going along with that question, have you ever created toys professionally?
I have. That was one of the services that we offered at the Underground Lair, and I had been doing it, in a much more amateur sense for years leading up to that. I would do it for friends who would be cleaning out a relative's attic or a basement, or, would be ready to get rid of their collection and want to know, hey, do I have anything here that I can, maybe make some money on? And that's something that I've always been up on. I know, the grading system of a lot of the board games and comic books and action figures. So it was a service that we definitely wanted to offer at the Underground Lair.
Okay. Our last question we have is, do you do game and toy shows? If so, is the choice show for If so, what is the choice show for collectors to go to in the area?
Great question. And we are really lucky in that we have a couple of premier toy shows in our area. Some of my favorites, and again, we're going to have to talk about this from outside of a COVID situation. If it was a normal year, regular, events being planned, these would be the places that you would want to hit. One of the first ones that I always go to is the Allentown Ag Hall Toy Show, which is the first Saturday of every November. And it's a mixture of antiques up to current day, action figures and board games. It's relatively inexpensive to get into. I think it was only like $5 or $7 to walk in. And they just have aisles and aisles of really fun vintage stuff that you might not see anywhere else. The other one was the Lehigh Valley Comic-Con is also in Allentown. There you'll see a good mix of comic books, board games, action figures, a little bit of everything. There's ZoloCon in Warminster, PA, which is the other name for the Fuse, Joe.
Yep.
Again, a fabulous show in just a fantastic sci-fi, realistic, it walks that line between, fantasy and reality that just adds to that ambiance of being that. The other one was RetroCon in Oaks, PA.
Yeah.
And then the Toy Con in New Jersey at Atlantic City.
That one, I think we've never been to that one.
That's a really big one, Joe. That's again, it's kind of like a good mix of antiques and new stuff, but it's much more of the older stuff and in much more quantities.
Right. So on that note, what about the Comic-Cons? We get Wizard World in the area. We get New York Comic Con. Are these
some of the premier shows? Yeah.
Are these someplace that a collector would go, or are they more contemporary vendors that you have there?
You're going to have more contemporary vendors. You're going to have people that know what they're doing. You're not going to find as many bargains, but you may find that oddball item that you've been looking for that you won't find anywhere else because you're drawing people from all around the world, not just our country, but from all around the world at some of these big shows like the New York Comic Con, which has grown to the point where it's kind of overshadowing the San Diego Comic Con, which has been the premier show that everyone's wanted to go to for decades. So that's the advantage to going to one of those big major shows, is you will get a cross section of everything from around the world and dealers who you might not normally see at the smaller venues.
Yeah. What about the convention exclusives at these big Comic-Con conventions? Are they something that a collector, is that an entry point for a collector, or is that gimmicky more than a real collectible?
Boy, that's a tough line to walk, because as well as I do, being a completist, it's tough to pass those up because where else are you going to find them? Yeah. When you see those con exclusives, and I mean, my desire for them is always mixed with how cool is the item actually. I can maybe let one go if it's not necessarily something I would collect, on the regular. I'm a big Spider-Man fan, so Spider-Man is one of my weak spots. So I do like Spider-Man villains and, characters. But if you're going to give me like the 5th J. Jonah Jameson figure as a con exclusive, I'm probably going to pass.
Right. Well, that was all we have for this segment. Stay with us. We'll be back in a minute and talk about what the importance of gaming is for teens. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today.
Just watching the fun Star Wars stuff.
www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. This is episode 100, Fun and Games with Dan. So games have an important part in our lives. They bring the family together. They bring the friends together, like Dan had mentioned. They give us some camaraderie, and you can even learn from games to a certain extent. So we had you had gone out and done some research on this. Why don't you tell us about what your findings were in your research?
Okay, so this research comes from a site that we haven't used called yourmom.com. I'm sorry. I had to get that out.
It actually is youaremom.com, not your mom, but okay.
Sorry.
This is the Fun and Games podcast, so that's okay.
Okay, so on to the research. So games are key to the personal development of youth during adolescence and offer a number of benefits. Playing games allows young people to learn and have fun. Games can also be used as a means of distraction and personal growth. The most popular games for teens are those that provide challenges to the mind. Some examples are strategy games, puzzle games like Tetris, Candy Crush, To Zoom, board games like Monopoly, Clue, and The Game of Life, and word games like Scattergories, Scrabble, Words with Friends, and Boggle. Games are truly a privileged tool that allows for the development of a positive attitude that can accompany teens for the rest of their lives. Playing games combines pleasure, participation, creativity, and experience.
So, Dan, would you agree that these benefits are benefits that you can get from board games?
Absolutely. Along with that, I think just the idea of some of these games where you're utilizing strategy, you have to use logic and forethought. All of those are great skills for teens to have going further into their life, just with life lessons. It teaches you creative thinking and abstract thinking, as well as sometimes teaching you history and basics like finance and Monopoly.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, the research that was done suggests that teens want games that give them a challenge. Do you find that to be the case in your experience?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because if something is too easy, you're going to get bored with it. And how long is that interest going to be held? The game has to be challenging. It has to push you a little bit, has to move you out of your comfort zone. And I think those are really important elements for any successful board game.
Besides the ones that we listed here, are there any other games that you're familiar with at this time that you think would be ideal games that you would suggest for teens that provide that level of challenge combined with that additional benefit of an educational experience?
There's a lot of really good historical battle games out there right now, some of which have lasted for a couple of decades. There was a series called the Game Master series by Milton Bradley, which is one of the first ones that I started with. And that was back in the 80s. And that was, our early gaming days. But as you can probably see in the background there, we have Axis and Allies, which is the World War II version, which helps you recreate some of the famous battle scenarios of that era. But there's also ones that were Civil War oriented. There were Revolutionary War oriented ones that teach about history. And again, we can go back to just things like word building and things like Scrabble. And as Madison mentioned, Boggle and some of those games that teach, basic spelling, memorization, mind strength, all very important for a young mind that's growing and learning.
So, do you think it's possible that you can play too many games?
Well, I think like anything, moderation is the key. I feel the same way about video games. I've never felt negatively about video games, but if you're spending more time on that than you are in the rest of your life, you've got to create a balance. And the same thing with board games. You want to have moderation and, not dedicate hours and hours out of a day to it. But I have in the past with some of these other games, some of them can last, 4 or 5 hours. But are you going to do it every night? Because that would be, pushing it.
Yeah, that could be dangerous. I do remember our 6 and 8 hour Star Wars miniature weekends.
That's not something you would want to have as your life going, every night.
No, not unless you're getting paid to do it as a playtester or something like that.
Right.
So let's, we talked about a couple of mostly games that are group involved games. But there's benefits to individual games too, especially given the current environment that we're in where we can't all get together. Are there any games out there that you could suggest to somebody who doesn't have that advantage of getting together with someone?
I'm really glad you brought that up because that was going to be a point that I was going to bring up at the end of this as well. With the current environment, it's very difficult to have game nights and to be able to get together with my friends. And I'm sure everyone is experiencing the same thing. So what do you do if you want to continue to play a board game? What can you do on your own? Are there solo board games out there? And yes, there are. Some of the ones that I was able to find were things like the Escape the Room series. It's not easy to do those on your own, but you can. There's another great series called Choose Your Own Adventure, which is by Z-Man. And those are based on those books that you and I probably remember more than anybody, Joe, where you would page through the book and you're reading it. And at the bottom, it would give you a choice of what page you would go to if you chose this and what page you would go to if you chose that. So they've created solo games in that fashion. And I did want to mention one other thing that I discovered this past year because, again, I really wanted to find something that I could do on my own without having to do, a get-together. And I found on Kickstarter, and I'm very excited about this, it's going to be coming out in May, a game called Final Girl, where you play against the game, it's a solo version of a game, where you are the final girl in a horror movie. And there are different scenarios with different types of, axe murderers and horror characters that are very similar to like your Freddy Kruegers and Jasons and things like that. And you have your final girl who's trying to rescue people around the lake or around the house while being chased by this maniac. And it's you against the clock and against this character. And it's a solo adventure. And it sounds like it's going to be fantastic. And that's coming out May of this year.
Oh, that's very cool. That sounds very interesting. So I know we've done Zoom calls a lot to keep the family together, special occasions, stuff like that. And, whenever we get together as a family, we always play a game. Thanks to you, pretty much. You've always got games with you whenever we get together. So on Zoom, there have been some options that we've been able to translate that into another entertaining experience. Do you have any suggestions like that for people who can't get together but still want to play group games like that, where they can sort of capture some of that magic? Any suggestions on that?
I'm trying to think of what some of the ones were. I think there's one that was called, and forgive me if I get this wrong, Jackbox.
Yes.
They don't just have one type of game, and it's like a multiplayer online, participation, but there's a whole variety of different games that you can choose from, and then you accumulate points by either winning or succeeding in each one of those games, and then you get to do something at the end with those accumulated points, and it's just, that's been a blast. We've done that already sitting in the same room on our phones, so you could easily do it from a distance remotely.
I also heard this vicious rumor that you play Words with Friends with someone from our house too.
Those rumors can be confirmed. I am rather fond of that. There are a handful of people that I do play with that with, and I have found that to be a lot of fun. And it takes me back to my Scrabble playing days. And it can be rough. It can be brutal. I've taken some really hard losses, some humiliating losses, some would say. So I've learned. I've gotten better. But it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it.
That's great. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to do a deep dive on Dan and his history and a little bit more detail on what his gaming prowess really reflects. So we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We're talking fun and games with Dan. So, deep dive on Dan here. I guess the first question I have to ask is, how old were you when you started getting into gaming and collecting?
The actual collecting aspect of it didn't happen until I reached college. And up until then, I was a very hardcore comic book and action figure collector and had an extensive collection of the Marvels dating back into the 1960s, all the major titles, and all of the action figures that had been produced at that time. And it was a much more meager selection during the 70s and 80s than it is now, where it is just a plethora of choices out there to make as far as action figures. But when we got to college, there were two things that I became involved in. One of them was the wonderful world of D&D, which I got to play for the first time with a group because growing up, none of my friends knew how to play. So it's very difficult to learn to play D&D on your own when you have no one else to play with. So that was the one thing that I kind of became involved in. And then the other one was like I mentioned earlier, the Milton Bradley Game Master series, which were all based on classic eras of classic battles throughout history. They had Conquest of the Empire, which was the Roman Empire's attempt to take over the world. There was Axis and Allies, which was the World War II version. There was Shogun, which was the feudal Japan version. And they had another one called Broadsides and Boarding Parties, which was a tall ship, sort of a pirate kind of version where you would chase each other around in ships on the board, and you would get to a point where you would do a broadsides with each other if you were next to each other, and then you had characters that could actually attack each other from the ships. So those types of military strategy games were a big part of my formative game playing years.
Very interesting.
So, what games were popular when you were a teen?
Um, uh, just the classics. I think when I was a teen, I was trying to go back and look at some of the dates so that I could be a little bit more sure about when I was a teen. Other than like Monopoly and Scrabble and some of those other ones, again, really what kind of caught our eye and what came into popularity during that era were games like Trivial Pursuit, which was absolutely huge when I was getting out of high school, going into college, the late 70s, early 80s. I think the first Trivial Pursuit games came out actually in the early 80s. But those were so huge. Games like Scattergories and Taboo, and some of those were just immensely popular at all the parties and things that we would go to. Other board games, I know my sisters and I, because I had two younger sisters, we would play, Life and a game called Careers, which is basically you choose an occupation and you try to become successful at it. And it was very straightforward, kind of like a little bit more involved than Life, but it was a lot of fun. And then just some of the classics, like I said, like Clue and Monopoly and Life and some of those other ones.
Interesting. So, what is the most bizarre but family-friendly game that you've played?
Okay. One of the ones was the Green Ghost game, which came out in the 60s during a time when things like the Munsters and the Addams Family were very popular. And it was basically, you played it in the dark, the game board glowed, a big green ghost in the center of it glowed, that's what you would spin. And then you had to go around the board, and the board was raised about 3 or 4 inches, and there were boxes underneath it. And you were in the dark, and you would have to reach in and identify what the items were that were in it, kind of like the classic Halloween party game. That was a weird one. There was another one called Kaboom, which was a way of blowing up, taking turns pumping on a balloon that was on a dynamite shack. And you would go around the board and try not to get blown up by the balloon.
That's funny.
Yeah, there was some great ones. And then, of course, there was the pie in the face one, which not really a board game, but that was a very bizarre game, too, where you would take turns twisting the dials and you would get a pie in the face if you got it wrong.
Wow. Nowadays, you'd never see a game like that now. I mean, it wouldn't pass like safety inspection. What's our next question?
So was there a particular theme of gaming or gaming type that you were interested in?
Well, I really liked the competitive military style games. Games like Stratego were a lot of fun. And then we got more involved in like Battleship. Then they came out with Subsearch, which was even better. Joe, if you remember, Star Wars did a version of that where it was 3 tiers of ships.
Yeah.
And they just said it was like layers of space instead of like underwater.
Yep.
But such a great idea to like have a 3-dimensional like Battleship kind of game.
It always struck me as though they were trying to recapture like 3-dimensional chess from Star Trek with something like
Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So we've talked a lot about classic games. Are there modern games that you play now? Like, would you go out and buy a game now? Are they still making good games?
Oh, they are. They are making some great ones. Besides the ones that we mentioned already, there's a couple that I do want to give like honorable mentions to. And I feel really bad because I don't have one of these at home, but it's one that we've played all the time that we ran the Underground Lair, and now we have a couple of friends that have it. It's a game called Elfin Land. It's a semi-cooperative game where you are a young elf going out into the world and traveling and trying to visit as many towns as you can. And it's a lot trickier than it sounds because you have to travel. So it's a really interesting concept. Another game that we've enjoyed recently was the Castle Panic series, which is now they also have a Star Trek Panic. They have a bunch of other ones like Munchkin Panic, and it's again a semi-cooperative game which we seem to be drawn to. And you and your teammates try to prevent, in the case of Castle Panic, goblins and orcs and things from destroying your castle. In the Star Trek sense, you prevent the Romulans and Klingons from attacking you. So that's a really fun one. That's a relatively new one. That's only been like the last 10 years that that's been out. There's another one called Formula D Racing, which is a huge game board with race cars on it. And as you roll different sizes of dice, depending on what gear your car is in, and you have to change your dice when you come around a corner to slow down. That's been loads of fun. We have I am infamous for crashing my car more times than not. And I don't win very often.
and knowing you, that must be painful that you don't win very often.
No comment. I'm a gracious loser.
Okay, so our next question is, what do you think makes a good game?
Well, I think we touched upon some of that earlier, in that you need to have a challenge and you need to push your limits a little bit and make it a little bit exciting. There has to be some kind of either reward that you're striving for, either cooperatively or individually. And there has to be some kind of threat or time or things moving against you that's going to cause you to have to act. And I think that represents a lot of what we have going on in life too.
Yeah,
So,
isn't that the truth? So based on those qualities, have you ever made your own game?
it's going to surprise you, but I have not. That's something that I haven't done.
Me.
I have helped some friends with games in design level stuff where they needed like flavor text or character backgrounds and things like that. We did a whole series with a friend of mine for a sci-fi game that he hasn't been able to obtain rights to yet, so I don't really want to talk about it. But each one of the individual characters in the game that popped up on a card had a backstory and a reason why they were criminals, let's say, and had to participate in this competition.
Very interesting.
But it was it was a fun experience, and I would like to do more of it, but probably from a writing standpoint as opposed to design.
Sure.
That makes sense. So are there any games that you think are underrated?
That's a tough one. There are a lot of games that we've really loved at the Underground Lair that we've played multiple times. And I will say that one of the ones that we really fell in love with was Roll For It. It's such an easy game to learn. And the box that it comes in, you could use it as a travel game. It was a great game that we used to segue into the larger game. Like while we were waiting for everyone to show up on a game night, you could have like 2 or 3 or 4 people play Roll For It, and they would be able to get a couple of games in before someone else would even show up for the bigger game. Whereas something like Munchkin, that's an evening, and you're going to be there for a while. So buckle up.
That is true. Absolutely true. So if you had to pick, what is your gaming preference as far as type of game? Are you a card gamer, a board gamer? Do you like team-based stuff, dice games, miniatures, role-playing? What's your number one pick?
Boy, that's tough, Joe. We've run the gamut over the years.
Yeah.
And it does seem to kind of go in trends. I mean, we were doing the miniatures games for a while there, and we're really heavy into it. And by that same token, I played Magic the Gathering for many years too, and my friends and I were really into that. And what tells us when we need to change gears and go to a different, type of game or entertainment. I used to do video games too, but I just don't have as much time for that. And video games, I know that, we can do like multiplayer online stuff now, but there's something about sitting around a table at a board game that's a little bit different than when you're behind a monitor. And I really like, laughing with the friends and exchanging jokes and making fun of their moves and stuff like that. And I forgot what the question was. What was the question?
What type of game would you pick if you could pick one?
All right. I would say it would probably be one of the like military strategy combat games. We've really had a lot of fun with them over the years.
Okay.
It's a step up from Risk, and I know we didn't talk about that yet, but that's not one of my favorite games. But I think the idea that some of these game companies took it to the next level and really made them interesting and involved and gave you some great pieces to move around the board, because who doesn't love little plastic pieces? It really changed the way that we looked at games and what our expectations were. And those are the ones that I go to.
Okay, fair enough.
Alrighty, so now we're going to go back to the collecting aspect. So, what inspired you to start collecting?
Well, Madison, my inspiration was originally to accumulate the stuff that I loved, but also to try to make some money. And the reason I wanted to make some money was because one year for Christmas, I did not get my Lost in Space robot that I had asked for consecutive years. And finally, I decided to myself, I'm going to buy it myself. So I started collecting things and selling them, making money, and tried to save up to buy my Lost in Space robot.
How'd
That was the
work out for
inspiration. It did not work out well because about 30 years later, before some of my close friends and loved ones and family members joined together to buy me said Lost in Space robot, I was making money doing my collectibles and stuff. There's always car insurance and then college funds, and then you have a family, and it just never seemed the Lost in Space robot always became the last priority. So it was tough, but that's why I started.
And ultimately, you did wind up getting it, eventually.
Ultimately, I did. Yes. And still have it.
Yep. Yeah. See, so everybody loves a happy ending. See? So, in addition to that one, how many collectibles do you estimate that you have?
God.
You didn't count it beforehand?
Counting the comic books and magic cards? Let's just say thousands.
Yeah.
Thousands of Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Some would label that an obsession, but a healthy one.
I don't like to be.
You don't like labels?
Blind. I don't like labels. No.
So do you just collect, or do you sell and trade your items?
I do trade some items and sell some items yet. Again, much more when we weren't having the restrictions that we've had. I would love to be able to do comic book and toy shows again. Goodness knows I've got enough stuff. So, it's probably great to thin that out once in a while. The other thing that we didn't really talk about earlier, one of the great aspects of having the store was, and Joe, you and I touched on this a little bit, was helping other people find that one item that they're looking for.
Yeah.
And watching their face light up when that piece, that missing piece, like Shel Silverstein said, it just feels that spot in their heart that they had as a little kid. Finding that toy or game or stuffed animal or whatever it was, and finally, having it again, it just, I don't know, it just gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling. So that's another reason why I really would like to get back to being able to give back some of the stuff. There's people out there looking for them, just like Joe and I are.
Yeah, and as a collector, I've never sold any of my collectors. I almost got to the point. In fact, I almost brokered through you the sale of a couple of pieces when I was out of work a few years back. But fortunately, the situation turned itself around, and I didn't have to sell anything. And I still hold on to most of the stuff I have. And my goal was never to make a profit on anything. It was really just to capture that nostalgia. But since you did do it you did do it professionally because you had a store. Do you currently have any high value items that you're holding on to that you wouldn't sell or wouldn't sell unless the conditions were ideal?
Well, sure. Yeah. And we talked about that a little bit earlier too, that my main obsession comic book wise is Spider-Man. So that would be probably the most valuable thing that I own is I have all of the Spider-Man comic books. Some of which some of you guys have gotten to hold and actually see. So that would probably be the most expensive thing that I have.
And I can honestly say, since I can't actually pick up my car, your one Spider-Man comic was literally the most expensive thing I've ever held.
That's a pretty safe bet for a lot of people.
Yeah. And very good condition. And I assume you've kept it in as good a condition, in the 10 years since I saw it.
You would expect nothing less.
I imagine it doesn't see the light of day very often.
It really doesn't. No, it's not something I take out to thumb through, for old time's sake.
So, on the subject of some of your more valuable items, what's the biggest win of a collectible you've ever managed to acquire?
Well, I would say one of my favorite things that I found was as a young collector, I used to frequent yard sales and flea markets, and my dad would actually be running a shop down in Lahaska on weekends. So I would go down with him occasionally. And this was when I was still, maybe 8, 10, 12 years old. And I wandered into one of the shops, and an older woman had a stack of comics under the counter, and she allowed me to look through them. And I found one that I really wanted, and I gave her a quarter, and I walked out with it and walked very quickly back to my dad. And it was a Hulk number 6, which at the time was probably only a couple of $100. But it really was like one of the big wins of finding something in the wild that you never saw, even behind the counter at a comic show a lot of times. That was one of the best things that I had found. Another one was finding a Munsters Drag Race game in a thrift store for $2, which I then did trade to someone at a toy show. That was probably $400 or $500 game at the time.
Wow.
So, you get every once in a while you get a win.
Yeah. So you've obviously run the gambit of collectibles at this point in time, comics and toys and everything else. What are you into right now as far as collectibles? What are you targeting right now?
Believe it or not, it does seem like board games is one of the things that I'm really kind of looking at. We've had a lot of fun just doing our gaming nights, but we're always looking for something new. I know, Joe, you've probably noticed by now, even though your eyes are drawn to the Return of the Jedi game, but right next to that, you'll see a copy of the very rare John Carpenter's The Thing game. Mm-hmm. And give me a second, I'm going to grab that for you. Oh, I better grab this one too. This was another prize this past year, and God love them for coming out with something like this. Let me find my camera.
No,
there we go.
You're good.
All right. The Princess Bride game, it recreates all the scenarios from the movie and allows you to play the characters as they would have approached each challenge. So you have the Pit of Despair, you have the Cliffs of Insanity, you have the Shrieking Eels, and you have to do different things in order to get through those scenarios, and it's a lot of fun. And then this one was a Christmas present that just came out a couple of years ago. I had seen it at Toy Fair, tried to buy it. They were sold out. Tried to buy it at Go Games. They were sold out. Then they stopped making it for a while. So this was quite a find this past year.
Very cool.
So this is very much similar, and Madison, you might be aware of this game. There's an online game called Among Us.
Oh, yeah.
You know, basically the plot of that, right?
Yeah, impossible.
So that's kind of the premise of the thing, and I know some of your other viewers will know that what happens is there's a bunch of scientists in the Arctic, and they discover a flying saucer, and there's a creature on there that takes the place of one of the people, and they don't know who it is.
Right.
And that's the game. One of you is the creature trying to chase and eat the other ones, and you either have to escape or kill the creature, and it's really like intense.
That's cool. That's cool. Big fan of the movie. Love the movie.
Yeah, they did a really good job making this creepy too.
That's cool. And that's hard to do with a board game.
It is.
So we're kind of running up against the clock here. Before we go, did you have any advice for someone Madison's age who might want to start collecting and doesn't really know how to get into it, or is looking for a game that they might be able to play with their friends in a limited environment or anything like that?
There's a great selection out there. I would say one of your options is to maybe go to some of these comic shows and collectible shows, or even a comic shop, and ask some of the, not only the owners or people that are working behind the counter, but if you see someone at a table playing a game, stick around and check it out, because that's a good way of seeing one of those reviews, those game reviews in person. There's a lot of options out there. I know that there aren't a lot of toy stores anymore, but you know, Barnes & Noble does a good job of putting a bunch of different games out there. Target does a great job. They've really, you know, kind of stepped up their game this past year with the board games. We don't have Kitty City. We don't have Toys R Us. We don't have KB Toys anymore. But, you know, you'll have like a Go Games at Christmas time that you can maybe find some cool stuff at. And then just go with what you really enjoy. I mean, we've had a lot of success with that, Joe, as far as, you know, your love of Star Wars, Michelle's love of Buffy, you know, us with, you know, any of the other games that we've brought over to you guys. See what your friends like. Check it out. There's such a variety of games out there right now. You're bound to find something you like.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, we'll be right back, and we'll get Madison's closing remarks.
Okay, so for my closing remarks today, I'm just going to say to everyone out there, play some games. You don't have to always do it with people because, of course, restricted environment, but try it out for yourself. Try out some single-player games, and if you can, try out some group games. Be creative with how you can play them, and try out new games, and see if, and I'm sure there's something you'll like.
All right, great advice. Dan, again, I want to thank you for joining us today. It's been a pleasure. It's been insightful, entertaining, educational. Of course, most of the
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I really enjoyed it.
Most of our entertainment was the your mom joke, but
we'll take them where we can get them.
Exactly. So that's it for this week. We'll be back. We won't be recording this weekend because this will be this weekend's podcast, but we'll be back the following week. So thank you for joining us on our special 100th episode. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye. Everyone.
Apple Podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 100, The Thrill of the Hunt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my insightful and enlightened co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, sweetheart?
Good. How are you?
I'm cranky for some reason.
Yes, you are. I need to throw you a Snickers or something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why. So we're doing something a little bit different today.
Yes, we are.
This was kind of your idea for the format of the show today. So why don't you tell us what we're doing?
So, normally each week we, highlight different articles that, have come up or stories that have come up. When we first started the idea of the podcast, we realized we wanted it to be like pop culture themed, and the idea was, when we go to conventions and toy shows and things like that, we'll be talking about that. And unfortunately for the past year, we haven't been able to do that aspect. So I thought for our 100th episode, we'd kind of, take a break from talking about the different news stories and things like that, and kind of give you a little bit of insight into the two of us and, our collections that we have. Obviously, you can see, in the studio, some of the things that, we have, but, and maybe talk about how we got into it and what our collection entails, and kind of give you guys a insight into, what our house looks like. I think it was always one of those things I wanted to do, like a little tour, because all of our friends who have, come to our house always marvel at our collection. It started out, with a little bit of mine, then yours grew, and over the years, it's grown. It's taken over the whole house.
Yes, it has.
So this was kind of, a Q&A, I guess, in some respects of what.
Without any cues.
Without any cues. Just a whole lot of A's.
So, what we're going to do to celebrate this technically 101 episode, but we won't count episode 0.
We have a whole lot of Dalmatians running around.
Exactly.
Or we should.
Disney, so it
It's
works.
Disney. There you go.
We're going to take a look at some of our collections.
Mm-hmm.
We have a video we did for your collection.
Mm-hmm.
Just a quick slideshow style panoramic of what we have out. Same thing with mine. So we'll talk about mine later in the show.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it was kind of interesting for us to talk about, what got us started collecting.
Mm-hmm.
What's our inspiration? Why do we do it? Where do we get our stuff from? There's a lot of people out there that collect. We did this week's 100th episode of Insights into Teens. We did, kind of, I think, has sort of been a inspiration and motivation for some of what we've done as well. So it kind of fit the theme this week.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about that. Then we'll highlight your collection, talk about your collection. You have a couple of special items that you've cherry picked. I didn't, because all the items that I would want to highlight are actually packed away for safety at this point in time. So I don't have anything hands-on unless I grab something off the shelf here.
Right.
Because Lord knows I've got enough around here.
Right. There's a couple of Darth Vaders somewhere.
But we'll talk about, some of the stuff in my collection and what some of my prized possessions are. And we'll kind of go from there, and a slightly different show today.
Yep.
Shall we get started?
Let's do it.
All right. So I think the first thing that would probably be worthwhile talking about is when, and I'll ask you first, when did you start collecting and what prompted you to start collecting?
That's a good question. I'm not really sure. It's kind of funny because, not to, piggyback on the teens episode, where, Dan, who's a family friend, he knows the definitive when it was, like, what it was for him. He tells this great story, and anybody that knows him knows that it's the Lost in Space robot because he had asked for it for Christmas. He never got it, and that became his holy grail. He kept searching and searching for it, and that's what led him to it. I don't think there was anything for me where it was like, oh my God, I have to have this. It was always some sort of Disney thing. Back in the day, there really wasn't anything Haunted Mansion. Very, very, it's funny now finding various board games and model sets that came out in the 60s, 70s that had to do with the Haunted Mansion, but really Disney didn't merchandise based on their rides. Any merchandise that they did was really, t-shirts, with Mickey Mouse on it. They didn't really start doing a lot of the collectibles until much later on. Like, you could get something if you went to the park. So you figure, there were souvenirs. So I do have some of those in my collections that were souvenirs of when the park first opened. So I think it was just always, like, I remember doing snow globes, I think probably in the late 90s. I had actually I was a cast member of the Disney Store back in the day, back when I was in college, so the mid 90s. So I started probably collecting a lot of the artwork, and that was back when they used to do the Carousel artwork. So I have a lot of that. So that was probably really what the first major collectible thing was, that I collected. Every now and then I would collect the Happy Meal toys. If they had like a whole set of Disney or Disney Park, really. I think that was the majority of what I was collecting. It wasn't necessarily Disney, but it was something to do with the Disney Park. And then obviously it grew to be the Haunted Mansion, and that's probably the majority of my collection, probably the majority of the more valuable stuff in some respects, but that's also more of the modern stuff too. I also have an extensive board game collection now, and a lot of those board games are from the 70s and 80s, so those are older. So I kind of have the gamut of, a little bit of everything, I guess you could say.
So a lot of people collect for the sake of investment.
Mm-hmm.
You buy an expensive piece of collectible merchandise and the hope is it just goes up and eventually you sell it.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you collect? Do you collect as an investment? Do you collect for the nostalgia? Do you collect for the ambiance? What's the drive for you in collecting?
I don't think I've ever been a collector to think about what the value of it was going to be. If I buy this now at $20, I'll be able to sell it, later on for $40. I don't think that's ever been a goal, when looking for something. I think it's the enjoyment of having it. It's the thrill of finding it if it's, if it was a hard to find piece. And the nostalgia in some cases. Like, I don't remember, like, I know for you, and you'll probably talk about it later on, like, I don't think there was really a toy that I had that I lost or I got rid of, and then I ended up buying it later on as an adult. Like, I don't remember there being, anything like that. So a lot of the older toys that I have aren't necessarily ones that I even maybe knew existed when I was a kid. It was just, oh wow, that's really cool. That's as old as I am, type thing. So it's really just to kind of add to the collection. And it's funny because after, going through, when my mom passed away and having to, get rid of everything in her house and everything, it kind of makes me think every time we go to a toy show or something, or we buy something else, I'm like, is this something else Madison's going to have to get rid of? But I'm hoping, that she'll actually want to keep some of it, maybe possibly, or at least she can make some money off of it, or we start selling it, later on, in life, or maybe not. Maybe, we take it with us. Who knows?
So we talk about a lot of the different shows and toy shows and pop culture shows that we go to, and it's a great place to pick up a lot of collectibles. Where do you normally get your collectibles, or in the past, where have you traditionally gotten your collectibles from?
Well, the first, ones that I got came from the Disney store themselves, or from being at Walt Disney World. They have an art store, the Art of Disney. That's where their higher end items have come from. So that's where probably a good portion of my more modern pieces have come from. But then a lot of my older, more antique, collectible pieces, those have come from the one toy show that we go to in Delaware. That's I don't know what. Well, they would do it like twice a year. So so that was one where I picked up actually the Clubhouse Mickey, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. I picked that up there. And let's see. So we had that one. Not really like Comic Cons, because that's really where more of the newer stuff is. Where was the one? It was at the Mansion. See, a lot of the toy shows too that we go to, they're usually like a one and done. Not a lot of them pop up throughout. We've picked up some stuff at flea markets, right, as well, that we've kind of, lucked out. So it's kind of like a luck of the draw thing. Excuse me. I think, a lot of the older pieces you got off of eBay, for birthdays and holidays and stuff that you've, added to my collection.
Yeah, eBay is a good source for some of the more obscure pieces that I managed to pull in for you. Although I've gotten into the habit of, it seems like every time we go to Disney, we always make a trip to Art of Disney, and I always wind up getting you something at Art of Disney now. Right,
that became kind of a tradition.
Right.
So a lot of, again, the newer stuff, like the Jim Shore collectibles and stuff. And that's the thing too, is that there are certain artists who in general have pieces, and then they do a Disney line, and in a lot of cases you can only get that Disney line at a Disney art store. So, sometimes it's hard to find pieces in other locations. So like Jim Shore as a example, he does various cartoon characters. He doesn't just do Disney. He does Snoopy, he does Wizard of Oz and things like that. And you can find a lot of his items at your local collectible store, like a Christmas store or something that has it. But any of the and you can find some of his Disney pieces there, but you will never find like a Haunted Mansion piece of his there. Those are exclusively sold at Disney. Same thing with the artist Shag. which I found out that's probably my most expensive, one of my most expensive collectibles. I have a frame print, which you'll see in the video that we did. Again, you can find some of his prints, but the majority of his Disney World or Disneyland prints are usually only sold at the parks, or, that's where it's easier to find it. You might find, like a private seller that's doing it, but the majority of them are sold in the parks.
Well, how about we take a quick break? We'll come back and we'll show your video first.
Okay.
And then you can talk about some of your pieces, and then we'll talk about my stuff afterwards. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So that is the video we did for your stuff. Obviously, you can tell that the majority of what you have there was Haunted Mansion, but I did want to talk about that last piece that we saw there, the animated cell that you have there.
That's probably my, if I had to have like a most prized possession, that's probably close to
That's
to
a
it.
pretty unique piece. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. That is from a company called Animated Lithographs or Animated Animation, I think is the name of the company. Anyway, it's company was late 90s, and they had a couple of different, I want to say maybe 10 different types of animated lithographs. Again, that was back when art was kind of the big collectible. And they had a couple of different Disney ones. They actually came out with they came out with a Wizard of Oz one. I think they came out with a couple of Looney Tune ones. And that happened to be, I think, one of the first ones that actually came out, and it's Steamboat Willie. And I've had that for, 20-something years now that I think about it. Yeah, so that's probably, one of my most prized. It runs on batteries. When the batteries start dying, it just goes off in the middle of the night. And just, it was actually one of the pieces where it was having some issues, some technical issues, and I contacted the company and they had me mail it to them for them to fix. And, I could probably look online, but, I don't even know if the company still exists. But what was cool was some of the more intricate ones that they created later on actually had like little LED lights in it that would light up and stuff. There was a Sorcerer Mickey one where it would do like the splashing water, and it would light up and it would play the music from Fantasia. So that was a really cool one. But again, Steamboat Willie was always my favorite.
So you obviously have a fondness for horror, shall we say? There was
What
much
gave
more,
that away?
There was much more in that video horror-wise than just Haunted Mansion, though.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about some of the other horror collectibles you've got.
Sure. So some of the other collectibles would be a lot of Dracula, and various versions of Dracula. We have the Bela Lugosi Dracula, that I have a couple of dolls of that. There's the Nosferatu. There's a couple of, I think I have a Funko Pop of him in that, and then some other variations of him in that, and then obviously the Bram Stoker Dracula. I have a couple of different versions of that as well. So yeah, horror's kind of been, I've been a very classic horror fan for as long as I can remember, and and I think that's where the Disney and the other pop culture kind of blend together so nicely with the Haunted Mansion. I don't think I really had as much Haunted Mansion stuff before we moved into the house. And I think it was, when we were living in our apartment, I had a couple of little pieces here and there. And when we moved into the house, our plan was that the living room was going to be my Haunted Mansion. That was the idea behind it. And so that's why it looks, that's why there's so much Haunted Mansion. So it basically looks like Halloween all year long. So I'm decorated for Halloween, Halloween all the time. So I think that kind of helped to fuel the fire of what we were going to buy. Because if you remember, we would kind of start out with generic Halloween decorations that we would find. Halloween was the best time of year for me to redecorate the living room. That was kind of, what we would do. And as the years have gone on and Disney has released so much more Haunted Mansion stuff, but also, mainstream with like the Funko Pops and different things like that coming out, we kind of, changed things over. And during the pandemic, one of the things we did was we redecorated the living room. There's still one more piece of furniture that's going to get changed out once it becomes available at IKEA. But we redid the TV area, and we organized all the pops. I have a pretty extensive collection of Living Dead dolls. And that was really, again, it was one of those, because we went to toy shows and I saw these things, I was like, ooh, that would be really cool. That would be kind of cool to add. And really, up until a couple of months ago, everything was kind of all over the place. We really didn't have it as organized. And that was one of the things, you helped me do, where we redid everything and we said, okay, all the Living Dead dolls, now let's all put them over here. Everything that's Dracula, let's put it over here. Okay, here's where the Haunted Mansion stuff is. We kind of created, in the video, there's a whole little area of just the Madame Leota stuff. And she's the woman that's the crystal ball. So there's a whole little shrine to Leota. And what's kind of funny is the cat that's in the beginning of the video, she's Leota, and she's Leota because of the Haunted Mansion. So that's why, she was added. So we worked really hard to create, the balance of the Force, which is stealing your thing. But we kind of, changed it up to make it, so not only is it, obviously it's probably 80% Disney, but the other 20 is, extra horror stuff. And then I have some other little horror, things that aren't Dracula that are just kind of, thrown in there, as well.
So you've obviously got a pretty extensive collection just from what we've shown in the video itself, but there's other things that didn't make the video.
Right.
We have a curio in the kitchen that we did not get into the video.
Right. And most of the stuff that's in the kitchen is probably more Mickey and Walt Disney World, related. Right.
So is there anything in the extensive collection that you have now that you want to highlight that might not have made that video?
Oh, well, the two pieces that I brought up here, maybe? I don't know. Do you want to talk about that?
That was your prompts. So show us what you've got.
All right. So the first thing that I will show is from the 1970s. It is a Walt Disney World lunchbox. So anybody that's, a child of the 70s, 80s remembers having these, lovely metal lunchboxes. What's special about this one is this was a gift from Dan. Because Dan, being the collector that he was, he got his love of collecting from his grandmother. And his grandmother would basically just go to the store, see something, buy it, and leave it in the packaging and never take it out because I don't know how she knew, but at some point she knew it was going to be worth something. So this was never used. When Dan actually gave it to me for my birthday, he still had the brown paper bag that it had come in when she bought it. One of the funny things is this one sticker is still on it. The Aladdin sticker talking about, the thermos and everything. The other thing that's really funny is the price sticker is still on it. It was $2.99. If you look on eBay, most of these you'll find are used and dirty and bent with lots of nicks and used, and they're going for like $40 to $50. This one is probably, I would say, probably more, maybe even $150, because the other thing too is, and not a lot of them that you find online have it, but if you look inside, it's nice and pristine, and the original thermos, never used. And this is still funny too. And the little sticker to write your name on it.
Nice.
Is still in there. So, yeah, this is probably, I would say, 150, 200, easy.
So there's people out there who dedicate their collections just to these metal lunch boxes.
Right.
They have entire collections of these because an entire series of these had been put out for 2 decades, I think, something like that. But the other piece that you have that you were going to show is, to me, I think is even more nostalgic because they don't make these anymore. Like the concept of the toy itself, like they still make lunch boxes, but they're plastic. Right.
Well, and the other thing too is the D23, the Disney, why can't I think of what's the D23?
Fan club?
Thank you. Oh my God. I was like, it's this club that you belong to. The fan club, they actually came out with a reproduction of the lunchbox, and inside had pins. And just the lunchbox with the pins was going for $85. And this was a gift that, if you were a member of the fan club, you got it for free. So it's kind of funny. So there's versions of the metal, lunchbox, floating out. But yes, the
let me
clubhouse.
Let me actually go to camera 3 for this one here so we can show it. So what you have here is the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Also from the 70s.
That's Weeble Wobbles.
It's the Weebles. Because, Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down.
So now this was a reflection of what, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse TV show?
Yes, this was from the 1970s Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. So, most people remember the 1950s version with Annette Funicello and that whole Cubby and Karen and whatever. This came out in the 70s, and it was kind of in relation to the 70s version of the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Now, this was not a complete set. The complete set came with a play mat that you would put it on, and also right here had a flag with a flagpole. But everything else, I actually have some of the Weebles are from multiple sets, because I think it only came with 4. It came with Billy, Karen, Pluto, and Mickey. And you have the little TV camera, so you could put on your little TV show. You have your little mailbox, so you can get your mail, your little rocking chair. There's a little seesaw, and then...
So the front door opens.
And
don't worry, they won't fall down.
And you're not carrying off.
So where did you get this?
This one we ended up getting at the toy show that was held in Delaware. That toy show is it's linked with a train toy show. So, the one day it's the trains and the second day it's toys. And it's, the majority of the toys are, older toys. They have some more modern stuff, but most of the vendors there are, people selling either their collection, or they might have a store and, they sell older things. And this just happened to be, one of the things. She had it in a box and make me an offer. I said, okay. And I made her an offer, and it became mine.
Now, have you made an effort to complete this by finding the other pieces that are missing?
Well, we actually ended up buying another one probably a couple years later. So I have another house, and some of the pieces from that set kind of help to complete this one. I don't think it's one of those things where I'm not a completist when it comes to that. So if I can get the full set, great. If I don't, all right, whatever. No big deal. It brings me joy. It's in our kitchen, so I see it every day and I just go, makes me happy.
So is there a holy grail out there, a piece of unobtainium that you have not got your hands on that you very much would like to get your hands on? Something obviously within reach. I'm not talking about a $30,000 super rare piece or something like that.
Yeah. I don't think there is. Like I don't. That's the thing for me. A lot of the things, like until Dan had shown me this, lunchbox, I never knew it existed. But of course, now that I have it, I know they exist, and every now and then I kind of look online and say, "Ooh, how much is it going for?" Type thing. I don't think there's really. Maybe there's one thing, and it's one of those things where I remember it. It's probably the one and only thing that I remember from my childhood that I wouldn't even know how to look it up because I don't really remember that much about it. I remember it being like a piano, and I don't know if it was like a player piano type thing or what it was, but it played Disney music. And I think it had Mickey and Minnie on it. And I remember my father had it in his apartment, and I would play with it when I would go to visit him. But I don't really, I don't know if I saw a picture of it, if I could go, oh my God, that's it. That's probably, way, way back in my memory bank of everything. What I would want would be, like something from the Haunted Mansion. That's not really as obtainable or within my price range is really, so if the sky, if money were no object, it would be, something from the actual, ride itself. Or a costume even from one of the cast members, and that stuff, kind of floats around eBay. And that's the thing is, if you give me like a couple of hours to look on eBay, I'm sure I could find something that would be like, oh, that would be really cool. I think for me, a lot of it is when we go to these toy shows and yard sale type things, and like I find something that I didn't know existed. And that's kind of the, ooh, that's really cool. I didn't know they made that. Of course, then I, go on my phone now and look to see how much it's going for so that I don't overpay. But yeah, for me, I don't think there's that, I gotta have it.
So, do you sell any of your collectibles?
Nope.
Would you sell any of your collectibles?
I don't know. That's a good question. It's like, which child do you get rid of?
The one you like the least.
I don't know. Maybe if, the right price came around, or, if it was one of those, maybe some sort of bartering thing where, okay, I give you this to trade up for something, for something else. But I could probably see, us downsizing, our collection maybe at some point. There's somebody that I'm friends with on Facebook, a Disney collector. It's like, if you think we have an extensive collection, he has a freaking museum. Like, he actually has an outside warehouse. It's almost to the effect of the
Steve Sansweet,
right, with all of his stuff, and he actually has from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, an actual car from I can't even imagine how much I've always wanted to just message him and be like, what's a ballpark what your collection is worth? I'm sure it's in the millions. I can't imagine that it's not a couple of $1 million, and he's, and he has it broken down into different sections. So, different characters, and he has a very nice haunted mansion.
How much do you think your collection's worth?
I don't know. Would you say like 50,000?
I don't know. I don't know the value of most of your stuff, but sure.
Maybe. I don't think it's more than 50. I would say probably, because there's probably a couple of well, I know there's at least one piece that's $1,000, over $1,000, just that. And then there's, probably, 30 to 50 maybe.
All right. Was there anything else you wanted to highlight before we go to commercial?
No, I don't think so.
All right. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So that is a somewhat disorganized look at most of my collection, which is consists almost entirely of Star Wars, but mostly of Darth Vader and Sith Lords.
Right.
One of the things that was up on the wall in the shot there's an energy sword from Halo that is up there. I used to collect swords, and in fact, when we moved to the house, none of my swords made it up on the wall. They're all out in the shed right now. But
Right.
that was acquired after the move.
Right. So when did you start collecting?
I started collecting, I would say I started collecting probably in 1980 when I had my Star Wars year for Christmas.
Okay.
Because everything that I got that year I had retained and unfortunately lost after I moved out of my mother's house and left it all in the attic. And when my mother passed away, my brother took control of the house. And then when he moved and downsized, I have no idea where any of that stuff went. So I was a collector at that time, but I was not a conscientious collector. I did not buy one to play with and one to collect.
Right.
So everything I had was out of the box. In fact, some of the ships that were in the video were some of my original ships from my youth.
Very cool. So what would be your most prized possession?
See, I when I think of collecting, I think of two different categories. I think of the nostalgic part of it.
Okay.
And then I think of the valuable, designed to be collected part of it. So one of the things that I try to collect are original figures.
Right.
So of that genre, probably the most important one that I think I have is I do have a carded Empire Strikes Back Darth Vader that I had acquired at our antique toy show down in Delaware at the Nerd Temple down there. It's not in the best condition, but it is fully intact. The card itself is a bit rough. It's probably a pretty low grade on the card itself, but I had acquired it for a very reasonable price, and then I had it priced out, and it was worth about 50% more than I paid for it.
Wow.
Not that I'd sell it, but because it's Darth Vader and it's an original toy. So that made it important to me.
Right.
The collectible type thing, probably the most important one I had, and you didn't see it too well in the video because it's on a bottom shelf right now after I reorganized one of the curios, is a piece that we had gotten when we were at ZoloCon at the Fuge. It was a piece that came out in the 90s, mid-90s. I had been looking for it for the longest time. And they had 2 or 3 other pieces that came out that were like it. It was basically Darth Vader on the stairs from the carbon freeze chamber.
Okay.
And there's 3 other pieces that are of the same genre and style, all of which I have.
Okay.
But this was the original one, and I couldn't find it. And we went to ZoloCon the one time, and the last room that we went into, the last guy in the corner was the guy that had it at the top of his pile there. And I knew it didn't matter how much he was asking for it, I was buying it.
Okay.
And I did. And I got it for a reasonable price, and that was probably the biggest score. But really, there were 2 toys that I have that are not Star Wars that are probably my biggest scores. One is a very well-maintained Steve Austin from $6 Million Man. And one of the things about these dolls, one is through the back of the head, you can look through the back of the head, and he had a bionic eye, so he had a telescopic eye. So there's a hole in the back of the head that you can look through, and it's a telescope. But the other thing was he had on his arm, he had a piece of fake skin. It was just rubber that was on there, like flexible rubber that you could pull back, and you could see the bionics in his arm. Well, that almost always dry rots and falls off. The piece that I got, it was in very good condition. So that's one. And then the other one is, as I was growing up, I was a child of Transformers. And I always wanted to have an Optimus Prime, and unfortunately, my parents were not particularly well off. The couple of Transformers that I did get were some of the lower grade ones, and Optimus Prime was always exceedingly expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So we happened to be at Wizard World the one year,
Right.
and there was a person who it wasn't boxed, but it was complete. He had all the stuff to it because there's a ton of accessories to go in the trailer and everything else. And he pieces that are normally missing because his hands come off and his gun comes off. So all these little pieces usually wind up missing. And he had the whole complete thing. And I saw it right at the beginning of the show. And I walked around for about 4 or 5 hours around that show debating whether or not to get it. And I made sure when I walked out of there, I had that piece.
Mm-hmm.
So they're actually the two non-Star Wars pieces that I think are probably they're not incredibly valuable pieces either.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Optimus Prime might be $100, $150, and the $6 Million Man might be $100. They're not incredibly valuable,
Right.
but they're very rare for the condition that they're in. And,
Mm-hmm.
and it's one of those things that I collect because it takes me back to my youth. And these are the two things that really take me back to my youth.
So, would you ever consider selling anything that's in your collection?
I'm sad to say that I actually did consider selling those two pieces specifically.
Yep.
I had been out of work. I'd been out of work for almost a year. Unemployment had run dry a few years back. This was almost 10 years ago now. And, you get to the point where you need to start making decisions so you could pay your bills.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to broker the sale of these two items through Dan, our friend, because he was running his toy store at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I packed everything up. We took it up there on a trip to one day, and I left it with him. And he was working to line up a buyer. And I don't know, a month, 2 months later, maybe I landed the job that I have now, and I grabbed those back and took them off the market because I did not want to sell them. So yes, under duress, I would sell them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see them as an investment. I don't see any of my collectibles as an investment.
Right.
My collectibles are nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
They're a piece of, even if I buy something that I personally didn't own as a child, it's a part of my youth.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the surround. It's like almost like a warm blanket. A comfortable blanket, being surrounded by the things.
A warm hug.
That's what it is to me. It's something that's a very soothing thing. I can sit downstairs in my man cave and I can look around and I can enjoy the various pieces that I have and the victories that I, the name of the podcast today, Thrill of the Hunt. The victories that I had in acquiring these things. I have no desire to sell any of these, but I don't expect my kids to have to hold on to them either. If God forbid I'm gone at some point in time and my kids don't want the stuff, it might be an opportunity for them to have a little bit of inheritance that they wouldn't otherwise normally have had because I spend a lot of money on my collectibles.
and I would like to think that, Maddie would keep a couple of pieces to remember us by,
right?
To pass down to her, kids if she, has or
I could see that there's probably a couple of pieces Sam would want to keep,
right?
But I wouldn't expect them to keep everything,
right? I wouldn't, and that's the thing is I wouldn't expect them to to keep everything, but. It's also stuff where we pretty much know there's a buyer for it, whereas, like my mom, my parents never really collected, much of anything. And unfortunately, they had a mold problem in the house. So there was a lot of stuff that just had to get tossed, because it got ruined, so there's like a couple of little things that I have from her house, nothing, big or major, mostly furniture, but nothing really collectible wise where, between the two of us, we we have
Well,
quite
and,
a,
like
you
the
know.
kids aren't going to get rich off of our collection.
Right. They're not going to, you know.
Especially mine. Like my stuff, I don't collect my stuff for investment purposes.
Right. And I don't either, you know, but they're also not going to get, you know, like $5 for,
Right.
you know, something.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I spend, you know, I think the last piece that I bought was maybe a couple $100 and it holds its value, but it's not
Right.
doubling, tripling, quadrupling in
Right.
price.
Well, and that was the thing too. I happened to look before the show just to see, you know, the one Haunted Mansion miniature that I have. And Disney still sells it, so there's no markup. It's still the same price it was, you know, 3 or 4 years ago when we bought it. You know, so it's like, all right, well, it's good to know it's still holding its value. It's not like, oh, it's worth $10 now.
Right. And that's the thing.
you know,
Like the
type thing.
collectible pieces that I have, like there's a Darth Vader statue kneeling from Empire Strikes Back. There's the other Darth Vader statue on the stairs that I got. You know, there's like probably 6 or 7 pieces like that that they don't make anymore.
Right.
But even though the prices have gone up from what the retail price is, you're not going to Antique Roadshow and having a $50,000 Discovery show up.
Right.
You know,
Right.
Nothing like that.
Right. Right.
And there are pieces out there that are still out of print that I would like to get.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's one particular diorama. It's called the Diplomatic Mission, and it's Vader choking the Captain Antilles from A New Hope. And I'd love to get my hands on that because I missed the one opportunity I had to buy it at the time because I didn't have the money on me.
Right.
And I haven't been able to find it.
Right.
And that one originally went for, I'm going to say somewhere around $150, $200 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going for like $800 now if you buy
Right.
it. That I would love to have that because it's a really cool piece. And it really epitomizes what Darth Vader is.
Mm-hmm.
But I won't spend $800 on it because
Right.
I don't think it's worth that.
Right.
If I could spend somewhere close to what retail was at a show, I'd do that. But, you know, that's not going to happen because they made so few of them.
Right. Right.
The one thing I would also want to add in there is kudos to IKEA for making such affordable curio cabinets because we have, what do we have, 4 of them now, I think? 3 of them?
Well, I have one, and
I
you
have
have
2
two.
down
So
there.
we have, so
Yeah,
we have
we
3.
love IKEA curios.
Yes.
They
Keep
work.
making.
Keep making them.
Yeah, that's where, you know, even my Haunted Mansion, a lot of my Haunted Mansion stuff is,
Yeah,
you
your
know.
cube that we have down
Yeah,
there now.
yeah.
So
Yeah, IKEA.
anyway, anything else that we wanted to talk about today?
Not that I can think of. Is there something that I missed?
Not that I'm aware of. We're not going to do any insightful picks this week.
Right. We'll save that for next week.
I didn't have anything to show off. The stuff that I would have shown off is stuff that's packed up and packed away. My Death Star, Assault the Death Star game, original, because they did reprint it in the same box art. But I have an original of that. My sail barge, Jabba sail barge game, that's packed away. My Darth Vader, my carded Darth Vader is all packed away. So I don't keep any of the really valuable stuff out on display unless it's designed to be on display. So I don't have anything to show.
It's okay.
Anyway. So I think that was it. We're about at the hour mark here.
Okay.
I think we showed everything we were looking to show. If anybody has any questions or would like to know more,
Or make us an offer on something.
or make us an offer we can't refuse, we certainly are open. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Would also invite people to subscribe to the podcast. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast. You can get the audio versions of our podcast if you look for Insights into Entertainment. You can get the video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And if you do want to reach out and give us some feedback or ask questions about any of the things we talked about today, You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can get us on Instagram at insightsintothings.
You can find the audio versions of all of our podcasts at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And if you don't remember any other website and you want to go to our main website, which also has links to our other podcasts as well, that is at insightsintothings.com.
And I think that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 10, Decision 2020, Trump versus Biden. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing all right. The weather's kind of lame, but,
Yeah, it is pretty rough out there, isn't it?
Cold and rainy, but, inside's warm, so.
That is true, and I don't mind the cold. I like the cold. So we've danced around politics on this show for a little while now. We've touched on it a little bit as impartially as possible. Last episode, we deliberately avoided talking politics and opted for a bit of a softball topic. But I don't think we can avoid it this week.
No, we are shooting this on Sunday, the Sunday before the election on the 3rd on Tuesday, so.
Indeed. Given the number of early votes that have been cast, I don't think anything that we say here is going to change anyone's mind any more than any of the candidates campaigning out there are going to change anyone's mind. However, I do think it's a worthwhile discussion for us to have comparing the candidates. And I think we're going to kind of go about this in a kind of a different way. We're going to do it scored sort of like a boxing match. We'll do a tail of the tape between the two candidates and look at some of their key vital information. And then we're going to do 5 rounds that are based on a couple of surveys that have been done over the past couple of weeks. And we'll score on a 10-point must each round what each candidate how they perform in these polls. And then we'll give our opinions at the end of who won, why they won, and so forth. Good to go?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, before we start, let's get some podcast business out of the way.
Yeah, so some of the rigmarole, your various subscriptions, you can subscribe to us on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and on Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you have Twitch Prime, and we would appreciate it if you would help us with those. You get one free Twitch Prime sub a month. It would really help us out if you were to give that to this channel. You can contact us at, you can email us, at comments at insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. Facebook, facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And if you missed any of these links, they're all on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Awesome. And we'll be right back with the tale of the tape. So we have two candidates that will be vying for the candidacy for President of the United States for the next 4 years. The first is the incumbent, the defending champion, Donald J. Trump. We're going to look at their political affiliation, their age, where they're from, a little bit about their history, their family history, some education, and some military status history that they have. I'll go down Donald Trump, and how about you go down Joe Biden's record for us? All right. So Donald J. Trump's political affiliation currently is Republican. He was previously a reform-minded individual. He was a Democrat, registered Democrat, and a registered independent. He is now Republican, has been Republican since at least 2016, when he won the nomination from the Republican Party. He is 74 years old. He is, as he has mentioned several times in his rallies in Florida, a senior citizen. He is from Queens, New York originally. He has been married multiple times. His first marriage was to Ivana from 77 to 92, which ended in divorce. Then he was married to Maria from 93 to 99, and currently married to Melania since 2005. He has 5 children. He has Don Jr., Ivanka, Eric, Tiffany, and Barron. Tiffany we don't hear too much about these days. Don Jr. and Eric are very active, as well as Ivanka, in his campaign, and Barron is under 18 at this point, so he kind of stays below the radar. His alma mater is Wharton School of Business, which he transferred to from, I forget where he originally went. It was in Bronx, New York, I know was where the school was, but he's a product of the Wharton School of Business. He has a BS in economics. Military service. This has been something that was kind of controversial for him in the past. He had 4 student draft deferments while in college during the Vietnam War. In 66, he was deemed fit for service. July of 68, he was classified as eligible to serve. In October of 68, he was medically deferred as a 1Y, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency, which I guess Vietnam didn't constitute a case of national emergency. And then in 72, he was reclassified to 4F due to bone spurs and permanently disqualified from the service. And that is the tale of the tape for Donald J. Trump. Tell us about Joe Biden.
Okay, so Joseph R. Biden Jr., his political affiliation is a Democrat. He's been Democrat his entire career, his political career. He is 77 years old, so 3 years older than Donald Trump. He's from Scranton, PA, which I didn't actually know that. Local-ish, kind of, you know. His spouse is Jill Biden. They were married in 1977. He was previously married to Nelia. Sorry about that. They were married from 1966 to 1972, and unfortunately she passed away. He has 4 children.
And the count keeps going.
I know. They're hiding in there. Hunter, Bo, who unfortunately passed away, Ashley, and Naomi, who also unfortunately passed away. His alma mater is Syracuse University. He got a degree in law there. His military service, he had 5 student draft deferments while in college. And in 1968, he was medically deferred as a 1-Y due to asthma. And he, much like Donald Trump, unqualified for duty except in case of national emergency. And that is Joseph R. Biden.
So they are our candidates that will be vying for president. And we'll be right back for round 1.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So round 1 of our showdown here between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, we're going to be talking about the key issues. This information comes from a survey done by a website called yougov.com. And we have a couple of different issues that will kind of go down the route of where these candidates stand on the issues and where Survey of Americans actually falls. So the first key issue that we talk about is nominating the next Supreme Court justice. Obviously, this has been done already. She's been confirmed. Trump, his stance was to confirm the nomination immediately. Biden and the Democrats wanted to wait until after the election. When America was polled on this, 53% of Americans said they would rather wait until after the election for the confirmation. So the majority of Americans sided with Biden on that one. What's our next category?
So our next category is handling the COVID-19 pandemic. President Trump said he declared victory and wants to move on. He had the virus himself and proclaims to have been cured of it. Biden wants to implement mandatory masks, social distancing, and other recommendations from medical professionals. 45% of America was confident in Biden, while 37% were confident in Trump. So it looks like most people side with Biden on that issue.
Yes, they do. The next is the economy and fixing the economy. Trump thinks the economy is doing great and it's the best there ever was. Biden acknowledges the impact of COVID on our workers and our families. America thinks 37% think things will get better under Trump, and 32% think things will get better under Biden. So America is siding with Donald Trump on this one.
The next category, race and violence in our cities. Trump doesn't think there's systematic racism in the country and condemns any violence. Biden acknowledges racism in the country and condemns the violent protests and supports the more peaceful ones. Americans, 39%, think they are mostly violent riots, while 32% think they are peaceful protests. So it looks like most people are swinging towards thinking they're violent riots and are against that.
Correct. The next we look at, and the last item we look at in this round, is integrity of the election, which has been quite controversial over the past few months. Trump is attacking mail-in voting as ripe with fraud. Biden encourages people to vote any way they can, especially considering the conditions we're in under a pandemic. America was asked if they have confidence in the election. 16% have a great deal of confidence in the election and the electoral process. 8% have no confidence at all in the election. Now, it's interesting to point out that there were a number of other levels of confidence that were in this survey. I took the top and the bottom here. So the vast majority of people did fall in the middle. I was kind of looking for those extremes here to see where people had that high degree or complete lack of confidence. So it looks like by a margin of 2-1, people are siding with Biden, saying that they are confident in the election and process itself. Now that does bring an end to round one here, and it was pretty well divided, I think. What are your opinions on round one?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like most things were pretty split the way you'd think they would go. One thing that did surprise me was the 8% having no confidence at all in the election. I'm not sure what I thought the number would be, but 8%, honestly, I thought it'd be a little bit higher, given the issues we had in the 2016 election and elections in the past, and all the rhetoric surrounding voting in general. I thought that the number would be higher, honestly.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm surprised it was below 10% there. I kind of figured it would edge a little bit higher. But it is good to know that the vast majority of people do think that they have confidence in the election. So we are scoring these rounds on a 10-point scale, 10-point must, and we will tally up our totals at the end of the matches.
Do we want to do our scores for each round, or just count it all at the end?
Well, I would pencil in your score now, and then we'll do the math at the end there, and we'll just give the totals. So that's it for round one. We'll be back in a minute with round two. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So round two, we're actually drawing our information from a survey done by Pew Research, and all of the links to the surveys will be available on our website in our show notes after the podcast. So round two, we're looking at the top reasons for voting for each candidate, and we're looking at Donald Trump. We're looking at both candidates. We're looking at both candidates, and we're looking at several different categories. So the first category we look at was leadership and performance. So Americans were asked to rate each candidate on each of these categories. And for leadership and performance, 23% cast their votes for Donald Trump, while only 19% cast their votes for Joe Biden.
So the next category is his issue or policy positions. In this instance, 21% of people voted for President Trump here, and only 9% voting for Biden. So Biden definitely scoring low in that category.
The next category is he's not the other guy, which seems whimsical, but given the divisive nature of politics in our country today, I think it's pretty significant. 56% of people said they would vote for Biden because he's not Trump. And only 19% said they would vote for Trump over Biden. Now, again, this is not a category that has any kind of concrete, provable evidence. It's literally just
opinion
of candidates.
Yeah. So the next category, he is for the American people and values, the candidate's representation of American people and values. Trump scored 17% in that category, and Biden only scored 6%. So again, Biden falling in the low percentages.
The next category we have is people who vote along party lines. So Republicans vote Republican, Democrats vote down the Democrat column. 16% said they would vote for Trump, 7% vote for Biden. And I think that is more a statement of party loyalty more than anything. And I also think that's kind of reflective of what we saw coming out of the primaries, where we had 20-some people as candidates that emerged on the Democrat side, where the Republicans obviously maintain a fairly single-minded race the whole time. And I think that statistic is reflective of that.
Yeah. So the next category is their personality, and temperament. Biden scoring 13% here, and President Trump scoring 11%. So Biden pulling ahead with 2 extra percent.
And it's interesting, given the nature of the first debate, which this survey occurred after the first debate. I'm surprised that margin isn't greater in Biden's favor because of the amount of criticism that was lambasted against Trump for his seemingly overbearing, bullying tendencies during the debate. The next category is simply other. It was not, they had a prescription of what questions they asked people, and people who answered for voting reasons outside of those wound up in the other. And this is a statistical tie here. Biden at 13%, Trump at 12%. I think the margin of error on this poll was 4 or 5%. So statistically insignificant to the overall poll.
And the final category is people that did not know or refused to answer. And again, these are pretty close. Biden with 14% and Trump with 13%.
Yeah, so I think the last two here we kind of can throw out from a statistical standpoint. Looking at the rest of these, I think it's pretty clear that Donald Trump won round 2 on this one here. Let's move right into round 3 here, since that was a quick, decisive round. Round 3, using the same poll, looks at personality traits. So we look at energetic being our first one. 56% of Americans think that Donald Trump is more energetic than 40% who think Biden is more energetic.
The next is courageous, or how much courage they have. Trump with 46% and Biden close with 45%. So just 1% difference there.
And then we asked Americans, well, we didn't, but Pew Research asked Americans, who cares for the needs of ordinary people? And this is where we see a bit of a breakout here, where Biden scores 54% of the confidence level from voters, Trump only 41%. So that's kind of a opinion statement there as to who cares more.
Yeah, and sort of in the same vein as that, the next category, a good role model. And again, Biden pulling ahead here, 46% from Biden, with Trump only getting 31%. So again, similar to cares for needs of ordinary people, you're seeing in the personality realm, Biden is pulling ahead a little bit.
Right. And the last one that we have in round 3 here, I think this is a knockout blow here in the last two, where they asked, who do you think is more even-tempered? 60% of Americans think that Biden is more even-tempered than 25% of Trump supporters. So I think round 3, I would definitely have to give to Biden in this case here. Not only did he win more of the categories, but he won them with a significantly higher percentage difference than the others.
Yep, definitely.
But overall, I was actually kind of surprised at this point in time when I prepared the notes as to how even the two candidates really were at this point in time if we're scoring on a 10-point must.
Yeah.
We're going to take another quick break here, and we'll be back in just a minute for round 4, where we're going to look at what voter confidence is on key issues between the candidates.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
We're back with Decision 2020. Wrong camera angle.
I was like, hello.
Decision 2020. Trump versus Biden. We're about halfway through now. We're scoring this on a 10-point must. We did our tail of the tape. Halfway through now. We've got 2 rounds left to go. Where do you think we stand on the candidates?
Well, just doing a quick, I'm not going to reveal my scores yet. We got to tease it for the end. But just doing a quick totaling of my scores. Both candidates are pretty close. I think in the most recent round, in round 3, we definitely saw Biden pull ahead just in terms of his personality. And I think that's interesting because if you look at it, being president is more than just your personality. It's about policy issues, which if we look at those rounds, candidates were much closer, or it leaned to one towards, President Trump. So it's interesting to see how these votes are coming down and what people might value in a presidential candidate or a president themselves.
Yeah, and I think part of that is the fact that, Donald Trump has been president for 4 years, so we have a performance that we can look at for comparison purposes. Biden has been out of office for 4 years, and when he was in office, he wasn't president. He was a vice president, he was a senator, and so forth. So I think when people look at policy decisions, they look at that kind of differently given the roles that Biden's been in the past. And I don't think he gets nearly as much attention or credit for those policy decisions. But especially from an economic standpoint, Donald Trump has very much cast himself as, well, he's casting himself as the law and order president, but he also hinges a lot of what his performance is on the economy. How do you think that's affecting the survey results?
Well, at the end of the day, people care probably the most about money, right? So, and if Trump's able to frame it in such a way that if you vote for me, I can keep the income flowing or I can keep your families fed, when in reality, at least from my point of view, given the COVID-19 pandemic, he hasn't done all that great of a job in terms of keeping like stimulus checks and things like that. And I know that it was also the Democrats involved with that, about not being able to push that through. But I think it's not nearly as cut and dry as Trump would like people to believe, where if you vote for him, immediately the economy will be better, and in turn your life will be better.
And I agree with you on that point. A lot of the things I think that I would knock Donald Trump on here is he's telling you that things are bad. We have riots in the streets. If you elect Joe Biden, your taxes are going to go up, and this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And he cites a lot of things that are happening right now under a Republican administration. So I find it difficult to correlate that electing Biden would change things, since obviously we're still having riots in the streets now, most recently in our backyard in Philadelphia here. Yep. And that's happening on Donald Trump's watch. So why would that change on Joe Biden's watch?
Yeah, those ads that make that argument, they perplex me, because he presents this image of an America that is burning, but he's the president,
right?
And it's on one hand, I can't tell if it's smart or not, because some people are probably believing it, and that if they give him another 4 years, he can stop it all. But in a lot of instances, he is at some fault for the state of things now, anyway.
Yeah.
So, I know we don't want to turn it into a Trump bashing thing, but like you said, we've had 4 years of his performance to critique, and I guess that's probably why we're leaning that way.
Well, and he makes a point of talking about the forest fires out in the on the West Coast there, and a lot of experts make a case for the forest fires being as bad as they are because of environmental issues, global warming, and so forth, the drought that's been out there. And Donald Trump tends to counter saying, well, it's forest management. Well, 2/3 of the land that's burning is managed by the Federal Forest Service, which is under his control. Mm-hmm. So if there's an issue with forest management, it's the administration that's falling down on that. And I look at that, the response that he has, and I have to question really the veracity of it. And then even getting to something as simple as the slogan, Biden is Build Back Better, which, okay, that's kind of lame, but sure, it's different. But Trump is sticking with Make America Great Again. And I have to wonder if that's really helping you out. You campaigned in 2016 with Make America Great Again. You got 4 years, and you're campaigning on Make America Great Again. Are you saying that in the first 4 years you didn't make America great?
Yeah, I think
go
ahead.
If that's the case, why would I vote for you again for another 4 years?
Yeah, I think sometimes he'll change it up and say, keep America great. But if this is our definition of greatness, it's not one that I would like to subscribe to.
Right. So we seem to get very confusing messages out of the Trump campaign at this point in time. But, on the opposite side, we have a number of controversies out there that are brewing around Biden. We're talking packing the Supreme Court. We're talking the whole Hunter Biden laptop thing, which is or isn't an issue, and that's still up for debate. But a lot of the tough questions, fracking being another one, a lot of the tough questions that are being pushed at Joe Biden are basically being ignored. They're not being responded to. And I don't know if that's a good strategy, in that maybe his handlers are afraid of the response that he's going to give. If you look at his response on fracking, it's been fragmented. It's been inconsistent. And he's countered previous statements a number of times during the campaign. Or is he just avoiding answering the tough questions?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. And talking about fracking, when he talks about the pandemic, he is all in favor of science and things like that. But when it comes to fracking, which is, scientists say is a bad thing, he's all for it. So there's conflicting messages there. And obviously with every politician, you're going to have that. You're going to have them conflict with themselves. But I don't know. It's not necessarily directly lying, but it makes you wonder, if he does get 4 years in office, how that dichotomy almost is going to be reflected in the administration.
Yeah. Should be interesting. Well, let's get on to the second half of the match here. So round 4, we're going to, the voters were asked what their confidence is on each candidate in certain key issues. And the first key issue, again, economic policy. So 51% of people are more confident in Trump's economic policy than Biden, who we only have a 48%. But again, we have a 4 to 5% margin of error. So that's statistically irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure we can really choose a winner from that one. What's our next category?
So the next category is law enforcement and criminal justice issues. Biden pulling ahead here with 46% of confidence, while Trump has 41%. And I think that's, again, having 4 years of Trump, I think that is a reflection in this poll, because President Trump is dealing currently with civil unrest, quote unquote, and his issues and his takes on law enforcement and how that should be implemented. So I think that, that's what we're seeing in these polls.
And I would tend to agree. I don't think Biden really has any record on law enforcement in the 47 years that he's been in the Senate. So I'm puzzled as to why he's scoring so high here. I think it's more a matter of Trump scoring low than Biden scoring high. And I think that's just a product of he's different, right? So the next one we have is handling the coronavirus health impact. And here we get a significant percentage difference as well. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. I skipped a category.
I would have just read that if you like.
Yeah, I skipped a category. Foreign policy issues. So in this here, we have a 6-point lead. So this is a statistical a lead that we can cite here. Biden has been rated with a 50% level of confidence versus Trump's 44%. And I think this kind of speaks to both of them. And Biden definitely has a foreign policy history, both in the Senate and as vice president. And Trump most definitely has a foreign policy history in his last 4 years, which, given the countries that we seem to be more closely friendly with and those that we are less friendly with, I think speaks volumes.
So the next category is handling the coronavirus health impact. Biden wins this category, getting 52%, while Trump only has 41%. And again, we're seeing this reoccurring thing with this round specifically. But I think it's about, I'm going to repeat myself here, but Trump having 4 years and Biden giving policy promises for if he were to win the election, what his administration would look like. So I wonder if Trump falling behind in a lot of these categories is more just people wanting something different from Biden or something better on a lot of these issues.
Well, I think specifically to coronavirus, this sort of came to a head in the second debate where the performance that Trump has put up for the pandemic we're currently in is abysmal. Given the number of infections, the number of deaths, the performance in relation to other countries who have had it, the United States is last, hands down. And during the second debate, Trump tried to sort of retaliate or punch back on this when they talked about the H1N1 virus that struck during the Obama-Biden administration, and claimed that had they dealt with this virus then the same way, the death toll would have been monstrously higher. 2 million people, I think, is what he was quoted as. And when you look at the performance of the Obama and Biden administration, the death toll was insignificant compared to what we're seeing now.
Yep.
And I think Trump failed to make a case for a failure on Biden's part in the first pandemic, which in combination with his abysmal handling of it, and there's very few people I think that can provide a convincing argument otherwise. I think those two things combined is what's really killing the public confidence. I mean, Trump has declared that the virus is over, and we've got 1,000 people a day dying. So it's kind of hard to have any confidence in someone who has that kind of distorted version.
Yeah, and on that issue, also pulling out of the World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic, I don't know who greenlit that. I'm sure it was probably mostly President Trump pushing for that, given his opinions on funding the World Health Organization, which, if you just do a cursory amount of research, it's not quite as black and white as he's presenting it.
Right.
But I think things like that, whether they're for, in his mind, the right reasons or not, they send the wrong message to not only the American people, but to the rest of the world on how America is handling this. And you're seeing that with travel restrictions being put back on Americans going to other countries and cases continuing to rise every day.
Yeah. Well, not only did he pull us out of the World Health Organization, he has a crusade going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which would leave 20 million plus Americans without health care during a pandemic. Maybe the ACA, maybe it needs to be recalled and needs to be reworked and something else put out. He doesn't have a plan. He hasn't put a plan forward. It's coming. Every 2 weeks it's coming. So until you have something that's a viable replacement that's better, you can't withdraw it. And it's already made its way to the Supreme Court. Yeah. We're waiting on a vote from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and it's easy to say all these things about Trump because we don't have a Biden in this situation. And maybe things would have gone just as poorly if Biden was in charge. But that's not really the point. The point is Trump was in charge, and these are the consequences of his actions.
That's exactly it. So the next category we have, which is another clear victory for Biden, is race relations. 48% of Americans are confident in Biden versus 35%. And again, this is a direct reflection of the last 4 years of division that we saw under Trump. Now, looking at Biden's record, Biden does not have a stellar record on race relations. He's made comments in the past. He's had policy decisions in the past that were not in the best interest of minorities. And a lot of that is just being overshadowed by the fact that Donald Trump, in many cases, has aligned himself with white supremacist groups. He refuses to condemn them. He's made comments to the effect that, there are decent people in the KKK. He was asked to condemn the Proud Boys on the debate stage. And instead of saying, stand down, it was stand back and stand by, which is a very, very different message than stand down. So this is a direct reflection, I think, on Trump's handling of the race relation issue.
And just recently, the other day, and I know I don't want to speak out of turn here because I don't have the information in front of me, but wasn't Biden's bus confronted with white supremacists down in Florida?
Texas. That was actually today or yesterday.
Yeah.
They were going to a rally. They canceled the rally because Trump supporters in pickup trucks surrounded the bus driving down the highway.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trump has commented on that at all, but either way, it's difficult to argue that these things would not be happening if President Trump was not in office.
I agree, and you can't necessarily knock Trump for the actions of every one of his supporters.
Yeah.
What you can knock him for is his reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
He should have immediately come out and condemned that type of action. And the other thing you have to keep in mind is presidential candidates have Secret Service protection details. So you have these highly trained individuals with weapons that are being provoked by these protesters.
American citizens.
Yeah. And the fact that this is being allowed to happen is extraordinary during an election.
Yeah. I guess speaking of all that, the final category we have here is bringing the country closer together. Obviously, we're just talking about division and things like that. Biden here getting 45% and Trump getting 31%. So again, Biden pulling ahead.
So how would you rate round 4 at this point?
Well, it definitely looks like Biden overall winning more categories here. But again, is it just because we have 4 years of Donald Trump and people want something different? And with things like race relations, we talk about how Biden has certain issues with it in his past. But when you compare it to Trump, it's almost apples and oranges in terms of quantity of evidence. And I think that is the reason that Biden pulls ahead in so many of these categories is the amount of evidence for each of them on these issues.
Yeah, and it's funny that you say the phrase, people might just want something different, because that's exactly what swept Donald Trump into office in 2016, was the idea that it's not politics as usual. I'm different. I'm not a politician. People are tired of politicians. I'm going to drain the swamp. So he swept into office under the premise of I'm different. And now he's under real threat of being swept out for people looking for something different. And his premise was, well, you've had 50 years of politics as usual. I'm different. We've had 4 years of Trump, and Americans seem to want something different now. So I'm not really sure where that statement actually leads the country.
Yeah, and I think that happens anytime you have the incumbent president going against the other candidate from the other party. It's always, well, I didn't like what they did, so I'm going to vote for somebody different. Whereas if you have a president that is overall liked in their first term, they're more likely to get reelected because people want more of the same. And we're not seeing that here, I don't think.
Well, and the one thing I think that's very different about this race than I think I've ever seen in the history of politics is you look at the national conventions for each party. And the Democratic National Convention quite literally had more respectable Republicans speaking in favor of Biden than Donald Trump had in total speaking at the Republican National Convention. When more Republicans show up for the Democratic National Convention, I think you're seeing a divide in a party where that party has been very consciously trying to cover up that divide at this point. And the race that we're looking at here is not really just a race for the president. It's a race for the Senate and the House. Right now, the Republicans control a majority there. So anything that the Democrats try to do is being thwarted. And there's a real threat right now because of how the country's been in the last 4 years under a Republican president, that not only do you see the executive office switch, you may see enough seats in the Senate switch that you could have a Democratic president and a Democratic-controlled Congress that will dominate for the next at least 2 years until the midterms. So that could have a significant impact on the future of this country.
Yeah, and we're not even taking into account the Supreme Court, too. Having majority Republican judges is also going to affect how
Well,
others...
and let's not call them Republican judges. That's kind of unfair because, they are impartial, but they've been Republican-appointed judges.
Yeah, sorry, that's closer to what I meant. But those appointing judges are also going to affect how a lot of decisions will go.
Yeah, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, the fact that he's had the opportunity to appoint 3 justices to the Supreme Court, when in 4 years he's gone through more members of his administration than any other administration before, which to me, if I look at it from a hiring manager standpoint, if you go through that many people in that short a period of time, you're probably a terrible judge of character when it comes to hiring people.
Yeah.
And based on that revolving door policy on his administration, he's got 3 people appointed to the highest court in the land for life terms that will have far-reaching impacts on the future of this country than anything.
Yep.
And that's kind of alarming, even if you aren't a Democrat. I think it's alarming that any single individual has that much of an influence over the Supreme Court. So that was it for round 4. We have one more round, which I think is probably the biggest round that we have, and it's a single question round. And I think this will tip our contest one way or the other, because I think we're, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we're pretty evenly matched right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have a couple instances of Biden pulling ahead, but then you also have Trump doing better in the other rounds as well. So I'd say it is pretty back and forth.
I agree. So we'll take a quick break and we'll come back for round 5 and then our analysis. So round 5 is a single question, very simple. And this comes from the YouGov.com survey asking who they think is the most honest candidate. And people who were polled about that question for Donald Trump, 57% say he's not honest, and 35% say he is honest.
Joe Biden, 48% say he is honest, 41% says he's not honest. So Joe Biden, his numbers are a lot closer than President Trump's were.
Yes, and I think this is probably the most telling thing out there. Most people, and I don't mean to seem cynical, but when it comes to politics, I think most people expect your politicians to lie to you. Mm-hmm. And I think if you don't, you're naive. The fact that they think that the only career politician in this race is more honest than our current president speaks volumes.
Yeah, especially given a big reason for Trump getting elected in 2016 was his stance against career politicians. And now the career politician is in some ways being more favored in different categories.
Yes, and I think Donald Trump's, again, a lot of this reflection is on the last 4 years. I think Donald Trump puts himself out there with these absolute statements, and that's a product of his political naivety, where a career politician knows how to say something that leaves him enough wiggle room to get out of an absolute statement.
Yep.
Donald Trump gets in front of the microphone and says things like, there'll be a vaccine in 2 weeks. Well, when there's not a vaccine in 2 weeks, what are you going to do? Mm-hmm. You've kind of painted yourself into a corner there.
Yeah, and we talked about that with Biden having more of the career politician take, where he talking about things like fracking and his criminal justice background, where he gives himself that wiggle room. He doesn't have a concrete stance,
right,
which is a negative and a positive at the same time. It depends on how you look at it, because he can't. There's very few, except for a few unfortunate quotes that he said before, of things you can pull up to say, oh, well, here's evidence of this guy, not being fit to lead.
Yeah, and Trump has shot himself in the foot a number of times here because Trump is a gambler. Trump is the type of person who takes chances, and he plays the numbers in such a way that when he says something that's an absolute statement and it's true, then he gains a lot of collateral that way. And when it's not true, what happens? Usually we get some other statement or something else that distracts us away from that, or he tries to wiggle his way out of it or something like that. Then he turns into the politician and he starts the song and dance. And I think as a result of that, he comes across as dishonest. And there was a statistic that I saw, and I think it was on USA Today. I don't remember. But midway through this race a couple months ago, there was a statistic that came out that rated Donald Trump as every fourth word out of his mouth was a lie. And that's based on the number of words that he's given in public and the number of lies that he's told. And I've never seen that statistic for any politician. The fact that he has so many untruths out there that they can calculate that is alarming.
Yeah, and this came up with the debates, too. People wanted live fact checkers. I think even Joe Biden said there should be live fact checkers. But I do think it can be a little bit one-sided against Trump with how much he lies, especially with things like fact checking. I think in terms of the debates, I think it should have been a little bit more even with who's being fact checked the most, where I think Trump makes himself an easy target given all of his lies. And I think that there has been a lot of attention on that and maybe not as much on Joe Biden.
Well, and Donald Trump has also put himself in compromising positions in the past, like the Woodward interviews, for instance, were done months ago, very early into the pandemic. And Donald Trump came out acknowledging the fact that he knew how dangerous the virus was. He knew it was airborne, and he willingly chose to downplay the virus because he didn't want to panic Americans. And why you would say something that was so compromising on tape, knowing that you're on tape, boggles my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what he thought he was going to gain from that.
The way I see it is he doesn't care because that is already out of the news cycle. Right? I mean, he admitted to this on tape, and it was major headlines for a couple of days, but it's out of the cycle now. And I think that has been a reoccurring thing with his administration and his presidency. He says something insane or does something insane that you would never think a president to do, and in the past would probably be extremely damning. But because it happens so frequently, we become desensitized to it, and it becomes, unfortunately, a new normal almost. And I think that he says things like this because he knows that it's not going to stick.
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I think when he does something where he shoots himself in the foot and the news organizations pick up on it and report on it, then we get it's fake news. They're not treating me fairly. Did you ask Biden the same questions? Yeah. And he goes on this defensive rant to distract away from everything. So I have to give him full props as a master manipulator. He really has perfected the methodologies of manipulating the media at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of his reputation even before he became president, right? I mean, with his depiction in different movies, Back to the Future 2, the president in that being loosely based, or not the president, but older Biff being loosely based on Donald Trump,
right,
and things like that. I think he's always had this reputation. It was only before it was more normal because he was a greedy businessman. But when you put somebody like that in office, the standards are different.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Interesting. So that was it for round 5. I think we can say that squarely went to Joe Biden. We'll be right back with our final thoughts and our tally of who we think won the matchup. So in tallying up my numbers here, I'm showing Biden with 49 points and Trump with 45. What do you show?
I had Biden with 49 and Trump with 41 points.
Okay, well, you were much harder on Trump than I was.
Well, I was harder on Trump in rounds 3 and 4, only because he scored so much. Those are the categories where he got destroyed by Joe Biden in terms of the percentage differences. So I thought that warranted lower scores for him.
Fair enough. I think either way, we both agree that based on these polls from Americans out there from 2 different polling organizations, that Biden was the clear winner. What are your thoughts moving forward? Let me ask you a couple of questions that I think a lot of Americans have on their mind right now and get your reaction. One, how do you think November 3rd is going to play out? Do you think we're going to have a winner, or do you think it's going to take some time to count the votes?
I think it's going to take a couple days afterwards, just because of the influx of mail-in ballots, especially with the pandemic. And I don't know if you watched last week tonight, but he talked about this thing, John Oliver, about this thing called the blue shift, where because so many Biden supporters are mailing in their ballots, those votes might not be counted until a couple of days after election night. Whereas if a lot of people that support Trump vote in person, that might show him pulling ahead, which he could then capitalize on to declare a victory. And I think that's a scary prospect. And I think the official tally will probably be a couple days later, due to the mail-in votes.
So let's say a week, 2 weeks into this, we have decisive numbers that come back after everything's counted up. And let's say, hypothetically, Donald Trump loses the election in the Electoral College. Do you think we'll see a peaceful transition of power, or how do you see that going down?
I don't really know, honestly. I mean, obviously he says all these things like, I'm not a good loser. I will, he's spoken to the idea that he might try to resist the peaceful transition. But I don't know how much of that is true. I wonder if he's just saying that to frighten people or to appear stronger to his supporters. But honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea how things are going to go if he does end up losing the Electoral College, if he does. I don't know, unfortunately.
Well, let me ask you the same question. If Biden loses, what do you think is going to happen? How do you think the country is going to react?
I think his supporters are going to be disappointed. I know I would personally be disappointed by it. But I do think that Trump would probably run with it and maybe use it as fuel to extend, his power even more because he won again.
Right.
And that for him would be a confirmation that he's doing the things the right way. So it probably will just lead to more of what we have now.
Now, can I ask you, have you voted?
Yeah.
And you did mail-in voting, or you did in person?
Yeah, no, I mailed back in whenever I got it, which was like October.
Now, let me ask you a question, and this is a question that I ask a lot of people when it comes to politics. Putting all the other issues aside, everything that we talked about here, the one thing I ask people when they look to vote is, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?
Me personally, I would say no, but I realize that I'm in a privileged position, and there are a lot of people less fortunate than me that are in much worse positions, and I do take that in consideration when I vote. I'd say the biggest thing that the Trump presidency has affected me is the coronavirus pandemic, and it limiting my options in my life in terms of social options and things for school, having to do school remotely. But like I said, other people have been affected in much worse ways from the presidency.
Should we see a change in administration here and Joe Biden come into power, do you think the coronavirus will be dealt with better? Do you think we'll see a more involved government in addressing of it?
I do. I at least I hope so. I hope that funds will be better allocated. I think that if the leader of the country admits that there is a problem and is working towards it, I think that will help at least some people in the country take it more seriously as well. Because I know in at least my life, a lot of people are not taking it as seriously as they should. And I wonder how much of that comes from the kind of rhetoric they're hearing about it from their leaders.
Right. And economically speaking, who do you think the country would be better off with, Trump or Biden?
I am not super well versed in economics. I know that a lot of people are citing Trump's taxing of Biden's taxing of the wealthy, which I am in support of. I think that that's a good thing. I think people that are wealthy should contribute more. I'm not, but like I said, I'm not familiar as much as I should be with the economics.
Is there any outstanding issue that you think sticks out more than anything else that we've discussed that would decide who do you think should be president?
I know that before I said that it's not all about personality when you're picking a candidate, but for me, I just don't see voting for Trump as the moral right thing to do. And that's the biggest thing for me. I don't support Biden on a lot of issues. I don't agree with him on a lot of issues, but I just don't think Trump is a good man. And maybe Biden isn't either, but I think there's something about Trump that for me, he's just not the right person to be in office or to be in power.
Fair enough. That was all I had. Did you have anything else that you want to get into?
Nope.
All right. I think that's it for today. I think our next podcast will be very interesting depending on how this election goes. I assume by the time we go on the air again, that decision will have been made by the country, and we'll see what direction we go, and it might even decide what we talk about on the next podcast.
Yeah, I guess so.
That was all we had. Thank you for watching today. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to us. You can get video versions of our podcast if you look for Insights into Things. You can get audio versions if you look for Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and Amazon. We would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings. We're on Twitter at Insights Into Things. We are on Instagram at Insights Into Things. Facebook, you can catch us at facebook.com/Insights Into Things podcast. Or you can get links to all of our social media contacts, as well as transcripts and show notes on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 101. This is the first in a creativity series we're going to be doing. We're going to be talking about creativity in a form of artwork today. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my intuitive and creative co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
So how was your week this week?
It was all right. Nothing too crazy. I actually wasn't too stressed this week, which was good.
That's a kind of a change. Maybe the nice weather we had, because we had some nice sunny, warm days this week. Maybe that helped.
Maybe.
Well, anyway, you weren't too stressed, so that's always a good sign. Did you have any tests or any quizzes or anything big this week?
Yeah, actually, I had 2 quizzes in math, and a quiz and a test in ELA.
Wow, that sounds like a kind of a challenging week, and you weren't stressed out. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Maybe the podcast is starting to help. You never know.
You never know.
So we will be talking artwork today. So the next couple of episodes that we're going to be doing are going to focus on creativity, the benefits that it offers to teens, some of the benefits that you get from it. And then we're going to talk kind of a little more in depth about your experience with these creative endeavors.
Okay.
But before we do get into that, I would suggest that folks subscribe to the podcast. You can find us, our audio versions listed as Insights into Teens. Our video versions are listed as Insights into Things, and that will get you all the videos for the network. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. We also invite folks to reach out to us and give us some feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, where you can get links to all of our social media. On our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
We shall.
Let us commence shalling. So the first thing I wanted to kind of discuss was the benefits to teens that art provides, and you know why is art important to teens? So this week's research came from a website called MasterpieceSociety.com, and it's some of the basic stuff that you would expect. So they say that children like to experiment and to push boundaries. They like to bend or break the rules. And they like to be their own unique self, and art provides the perfect vehicle for them to do these things. Do you think that art allows you to kind of push your boundaries and experiment with the kind of person that you want to be when you grow up?
I mean, yeah, when you think about some of the regular classes in school, like math, English, science, and history, a lot of that is kind of structured. There's really no creative potential the students can really have, except maybe in ELA. Most of the time, it's kind of just the structured format that we've been using for a while now. But with art, kids are allowed to be themselves and figure out who they are. You have a lot less boundaries, a lot less limitations, and there's so many more potentials for you to find yourself and do things your own way.
Sure, yeah. They go on to say that through the artistic process, teens can spread their wings and even soar as they discover their gifts and talents and ultimately who they really are. So they have a list of various benefits, and I'm going to just quickly run down the list and see if you've experienced any of these benefits yourself. So the first one they talk about is art allows teens to explore their feelings and emotions. Do you kind of pour your emotion into your artwork?
I mean, there's a lot of times that I do have that going on. Like, a lot of times when I'm feeling a certain emotion, I kind of have a character going through that emotion that I draw. Sometimes I just, sometimes when I am experiencing a bad feeling, I kind of try to make a slightly happier drawing that's kind of doesn't kind of shows my grief, but puts it in a happier light.
Interesting. So they talk about using art to reconcile conflicts. Has that helped you? Like, I can't even, in my own mind, fathom an example of this, but have you ever had an example where maybe you drew a picture for a friend to try to resolve something, or you used a piece of artwork you were working on to kind of work your way through how to solve that problem?
Actually, yes, I do have a specific example of it. So, back when I was in 6th grade, I didn't have a lot of emotional control. It was when I first kind of started experiencing mood swings, and I wasn't good at controlling them. And sometimes I'd lash out at one of my friends, and we wouldn't talk for a little bit, and I'd have to figure out a way to resolve it. So this one time, it was actually kind of late in the school year, so, and I hadn't been lashing out as much, so this was like the first time I had really lashed out in a while. And I just so happened to have art that day, and we were drawing, bookmarks, we were, having names written down, and, we were designing bookmarks like that, and I decided to make one for her, and by the end, since we were both in aftercare, I ended up giving it to her as a, hey, sorry, I got mad, hope you can forgive me, and we did end up making up.
Interesting. I would not have guessed that, but that's a very good example. So the next couple actually fall into that sort of same situation, I think. So one is that art helps teens to become more self-aware, and it helps to manage and improve behavior, which it sounds like this one specific example, it seemed to do both of those for you. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd say so, because when I was making it, I had been a lot more calm. It had helped me kind of wind down from the fight and realize that, hey, maybe you should apologize. You really didn't mean to lash out. So it definitely helped me become more self-aware and helped improve my behavior.
How about your stress and anxiety? Has your artwork and applying your skill in your artwork, does that help to reduce your stress and anxiety?
I mean, yeah, when I do make art, especially when I outline things, I feel very relaxed when I do art. I never feel pressured to finish it. It's just get it done when it gets done when it gets done. And a lot of times doing the art is very calming and satisfying to me.
Nice. And that's exactly what it should be, because it's a recreational activity for you.
Mm-hmm.
How about self-confidence and self-esteem? Does your artwork help you to build both of those?
Yeah. Especially when I compare it to when I first started doing art. A lot of times when I finish a piece and I look back in it and I'm like, wow, I just did that. And it really does help me boost my confidence and makes me say, hey, you're not just a regular artist. I'm pretty sure you're good. It's kind of like that feeling. And especially when I compare it to when I first started, I'm like, wow, I've improved so much over only a few years.
Yeah, that is true. It also goes on to say that art helps to improve a teen's sense of well-being. And I have to assume that a good portion of that is that sense of self-satisfaction that you get when you take it upon yourself to do a piece of artwork, or if someone commissions you to do artwork. And once you complete it and you see the reaction that you get from the audience, is that part of the well-being, or is it deeper than that?
Well, it is part of the well-being, seeing that other people like your art, but I think it's also the own self-satisfaction of it, realizing that you might be better than you originally planned, especially if you try something new for the first time and you realize, hey, you actually are kind of good at it. It was kind of the same thing when I made your poster. I had tried a slightly different art style than what I was used to, and it actually turned out really nice.
Yeah, it did. It turned out really nice. We might actually showcase that when we do our D&D episode. So they go on to say that it helps teens to think outside the box and it helps them to express themselves creatively. Now, I have to assume both of those are correct just based on that example you gave.
I mean, yeah, because a lot of times when I do create art, it harnesses a lot of my creativity and I'm able to express myself in a lot more ways. Like, art to me isn't just the drawing part, it's also like multiple parts. It's kind of also takes into the story aspect of it and like it shows not tells. It basically shows you it can show you something and give it a huge meaning. Kind of like propaganda, if you will.
And that's a great segue into the next benefit they talk about here, and that's improving performance in other areas. So one of the other areas is actually telling stories. You use it when you were making your comics, flat out to tell a story. But what other areas do you think art has helped improve for you?
I think a lot of it is storytelling without words, basically. Like, you, once again, show not tell. You see a character in a situation, you can tell by their facial expression, by their pose, and just by the way they dress and what colors they're wearing, you can kind of tell about them. And I've learned how to express characters more through their accessories, their facial expressions, and their poses.
It's funny that you have that level of insight into the artwork because a lot of classical artists, like you look at the works of Michelangelo, you see what he did with the Sistine Chapel or the Last Supper, and you realize, or Da Vinci rather, you realize that he tells an entire story with a single image, but there are so many elements in that image itself that there's almost subplots that happen. Like you look at the Last Supper itself, there's undertones, the shading, the colors, the depth, the expression, all these things that are incorporated into the work of art. They tell a story. It's not just a snapshot in time. You can go back and you can analyze each element of the painting itself. And while there's visual depth to the painting itself, there's a sense of depth in time as well, because you can see how that the painting, how that entire scene progresses almost in time, even though it is a snapshot. So it's very similar to what you're describing.
Yeah.
So what about personal insight? Art helps you achieve personal insight into who you are, the type of person that you are, what your personality is. Do you find that it tends to bring out some of the qualities, those personality qualities that might not be right at the surface there coming out?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of times where, like, I can think of a particular image that kind of expresses a certain part of me. There was one point when I was feeling, like, some negative emotions, and I described them to you as somewhat of a demon look. And the more I thought about it, the more the demon kind of formed itself into a form. And I know a lot of people kind of make their negative emotions and draw them into what they perceive. And it's really interesting to see how so many people perceive their own emotions, because there are so many different ways someone can interpret one specific emotion.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, and a lot of times it's difficult for teens to even label or vocalize what their emotions are, and art tends to help you to conceptualize those emotions that you're feeling that you can't vocalize.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of leads us into the next section here. This information came from a website called PolarisTeen.com, and they talk about the therapeutic benefits of art for teens. And there's what do we have? Five items here that they talk about, and we'll just run through these real quick. One is it's a productive self-expression. So by being able to express oneself on a physical medium, teens gain a voice they otherwise may never be able to access. language is just one of the ways ideas are expressed, very much like what you were alluding to. But through the creative process, troubled youth can learn to visually convey what they're struggling to express in words. Have you found that your artwork is giving you a voice that you wouldn't normally have had?
I mean, yeah, a lot of the things I think about, I can kind of put into a piece of art. Like I said before, art normally shows you a lot more than just words would. And drawing, if I did end up drawing that one demon, I think you would kind of understand it a bit more than me just describing it to you. Like, I couldn't entirely pinpoint the exact moment I felt fear and why I felt fear. So showing that one, so I kind of used the demon as a way to describe it. And if I had drawn it out, then maybe it would have shown more than my words would have said.
That's a very good point. The next thing you talk about is gaining self-control. Teenagers suffer from various psychological issues frequently. Teenagers who suffer from various psychological issues frequently feel as if their life is something beyond their control. And I think a lot of us these days tend to feel that whether you're a teenager or not. This sense of personal paralysis can often cause feelings of hopelessness. But by stimulating the mind through artistic engagement, teens can create something that they can tangibly call their own. This helps regain the sense of self-determination necessary in order to overcome other problems in their life. So, do you find that your artwork has helped you to deal with stressful situations or some of the anxiety that tends to build up and help you deal with it?
Yeah, because art isn't really stressing to me. I never worry that, hey, you're not going to be able to finish it by this deadline. Like, it's a way for me to kind of step back and control something that and help me feel as though I'm in control of something that, and makes me stop thinking about something I can't really control.
Yeah. Confidence through progress. By acquiring a progressively refined skill, such as painting, drawing, photography, and sculpting, adolescents can gain the confidence they need as their talents begin to improve. Being able to look at something they produced and physically see improvement of a unique skill is a tangible demonstration that things can get better with time and effort over time. Do you see yourself improving, and does that help to bolster your confidence as you see those improvements?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said before, the fact that I can look back at I can step back from a drawing and be like, wow, that's actually really cool. And then I look back at one of the earlier drawings, and if I do want to try and redraw something, I see how much I've improved, and I feel a lot of people feel as though they don't improve their art style over a long period of time. And I feel as though looking back and redrawing something from the past kind of helps that, and it helps put their confidence up and realizes that, hey, you are improving, and yeah, it definitely teaches them that things can, be improved with time and effort.
And that's an interesting approach, to go back and redraw something you may have drawn a few years ago, just to see how your skills have improved, to have that one-to-one comparison.
Mm-hmm.
They also say that art helps building an immediate sense of purpose. So art is a tangible medium. An artist is able to look at what they have produced and realize they created something positive and worthwhile. Looking at a beautiful painting they have made, at a fun drawing that expresses their interests, or at a photograph that reminds them of a positive time in their life, makes them realize they are producing something real and lasting. Does that sense of permanence of your artwork have an effect on you? Does it inspire you? What kind of effect would something like that have on you?
Well, yeah, I really like having a permanent drawing that represents a positive aspect of my life, especially when I draw something of the cats. It makes it makes me think, it reminds me of them. I think of how amazingly silly they are. Having something like that really does help, and a lot of times it's kind of similar to having an actual photo that you took, like this says. But I feel drawing it gives it a bit more purpose to you, because you're able to have it expressed the way you kind of want it to be expressed. And it reminds you of a particular instance where when you were drawing it, you were thinking of that particular instance, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is it's your interpretation of that moment in time, where somebody else who may have been at the same dance or wedding or whatever, they look at it from a different perspective. So when they see your drawing, they even get to take a little extra out of it, seeing it from your perspective, which is kind of neat. So the last thing they talk about here is that art is good at finding a lifelong interest. One of the reasons why experiential treatment through art has produced such remarkable results is that it allows teenagers to find a lifelong engagement. This passion may persist well beyond their clinical treatment. Creative therapies can produce a sense of value, both in the present and the future. These healthy coping mechanisms can replace risky and dangerous behaviors. Art therapy acts as an aid to those struggling with depression, substance abuse, low self-worth, and other serious mental issues. So, I know you don't suffer from really any of those particular ones, although we did go through a depression phase here that we worked through. Does art help you when you get into those moods? You know, everyone gets into that lull, that down mood, especially nowadays with the pandemic and everything. Does art help to lift you out of that funk, we'll call it?
Yeah, I'd say that doing anything creative really helps me to kind of step away from reality, because art is really what you make of it. And if you want to stepping away from reality and making something fantasy always seems to help me, because it's taking a step back from the real world that, although you shouldn't leave it fully, it's still always good to get away for a little bit. And art is a good way of doing that, because you make art the way you want to make it. It's your own ideas, it's your own way of life, and it's your own point of view.
That's a very good point. Excuse me. That was all we had for some of the clinical benefits of it. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about you and your art. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about creativity and specifically artwork. So Madison, you enjoy various forms of art, painting, drawing, digital art, and so forth. What started you on your journey to making art?
Well, as a young child, I'll say a toddler. I kind of had that instinct where I liked to draw what I saw and what I found cool, that kind of stuff. That kind of was what kind of made me to start doing actual art, but I'd say what actually started my full-on passion for art would be the comics I made. Specifically, what made me start the comics was when we went to a comic book store for Free Comic Book Day, and I saw this particular SpongeBob comic. At the time, I really loved SpongeBob, and I still love it. So we'd gotten the comic, as well as some other comics, and I read that thing nonstop, and one day the thought kind of came to me, what if I made my own comics? Like, I was thinking about, like, how cool the artwork was, and how cool it was to make these stories, and then I'm like, why not make my own? And that's kind of what started my career in comics, which inevitably started my career in art.
Interesting. So, I read comic books too, so I totally get what the inspiration is from there. I don't have an ounce of artistic ability whatsoever to draw. Stick figures are a challenge for me in most cases, so I wish I had the ability to draw, because I would love to do comics. Do you still create comics?
No. I actually stopped a couple years ago.
Any particular reason?
I mean, there were multiple reasons that kind of went into it. It was in 6th grade when I stopped. Part of the reason for stopping was that I was kind of just busy with schoolwork. I didn't have as much free time on my hands. And with a lot of schoolwork going on and a little less emotional control, it kind of became hard for me to create the comics. Another reason was just I kind of got tired of the comics. I'd been doing it for 3 years, ever since I was in 4th grade, and honestly, creating the comics felt more like a chore and less like a hobby. So that's kind of why I stopped, and the final reason I'd say was because I was trying to improve my art style. Ever since I first made it, I was using the same kind of stickish but SpongeBob-looking style. And although I had improved over time, I kind of got tired of repeatedly drawing these little characters, and I honestly started to feel as though it was a little less fulfilling for art specifically, so I kind of stopped in order to improve my style a bit more.
It's interesting that you would have been cognizant at that age that you knew that the style you were in was holding you back. So that's actually a very mature approach to it.
Thanks.
So you still do art now, but what's your preferred form of art, your preferred medium to work in? Do you sketch? Do you paint? Do you sculpt? Do you digital art? What do you do now?
I'd say right now, I mainly do digital art. I do sometimes experiment with other mediums, but I'd say digital art is probably the one I like the most. I did originally sketch a lot, but being left-handed and normally using a pencil, it would kind of smudge a lot, and it would kind of get a little messy, and I would never really be able to color it in, because for some reason it always looked bad when I colored it in, because like the pencil kind of smudged with all the other colors, so it never really looked nice. But when I was able to do digital art, it looked a lot nicer. I was actually able to color it in, and it wasn't a smudgy mess. So I definitely think digital art is my preferred medium, just because it is so convenient for me.
So when you do digital art, how do you do this? Are you using a drawing pad on a PC? Are you using a tablet? What are you using?
I'm using my one tablet, that you guys got me, which you did originally get it for me so that I would draw on it. And it actually took me like a year or so before I actually started doing full-on digital art with it. We ended up getting me a drawing glove because, having your hand on the digital surface kind of messes up the drawing. So I got a digital glove for that. You guys also got me a digital pen.
Your pencil, your Apple Pencil? My
Apple Pencil, so that I could draw with it.
So you're working off of an iPad with a pencil, Apple Pencil right now?
Yep, that's how I'm doing it.
And you find that gives you the level of control and resolution for your artwork that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, I like the fact that it feels like a real pencil, and that it is it's basically like drawing on paper because I still like doing that. So yeah, I like it.
Okay. So where do you draw inspiration for your artwork from? Is it spontaneous? Is there a theme? Do you get it from everyday life? What makes you produce the artwork that you produce?
There's a few things. One is specifically characters that I've made up. A lot of them I've made in the one app, Gacha Club, and I've been using that as somewhat of a way to, like, I draw those characters from it, and I change up their poses, put them more in my art style, and give them a little more personality than just a regular character design from the app. Another thing is my daily life, a lot of the times with the cats. Like there was this one, I come up with a lot of cute things. Just today, my cat Pumpkin kind of sits like this a lot, on the ground. And I kind of thought of her as, like, being a CEO, and, like, I thought of her at a desk with a giant chair in a little tuxedo and, like, trying to stand up so that she looked, like, intimidating like a boss, but she really wasn't, and she just looked adorable. So, that is, also where I draw inspiration. As well as kind of art challenges, like redrawing your old art. That was kind of a challenge that other people did, and I kind of wanted to do as well. I do other versions of it. There are other different, types of challenges I've tried. So, yeah, I guess those are where I draw my inspiration from art.
So you talked about your style of art. Now, there's a lot of different styles of art out there. There's formal definitions. There's informal definitions. How would you characterize your style of art? How would you describe it?
Well, I definitely know I'm not into realistic art. I don't really know how to draw things realistically. I'm a lot more into character design, and drawing specific characters. It's kind of like in a mix of cartoon and realistic. Like, I try to draw them in realistic poses and stuff, but still in a, like, round but pointy cartoony style. There's a specific way I draw faces, a specific way I draw necks. I do try to make them look somewhat realistic, but still cartoony at the same time.
So what inspired you to develop this style? I mean, like, a lot of artists don't develop their own style until later in their experience, once they've had a chance to sample other styles. So a lot of young artists like you tend to emulate styles that they're learning as they go through. What prompted you at such an early age to sort of develop your own signature style, which I think is fantastic, by the way?
Well, yeah, part of it was drawing inspiration from other artists. I was still kind of one of those kids. And then I realized that I didn't really want to and I kind of decided that, you know what, let's stop this and kind of go my own path. Then I kind of started experimenting for a little bit, experimenting different ways to draw faces, different ways to draw bodies, and eventually I did come up with my own style for it. And even now I'm kind of tweaking things to make them look a little better to the way I want them to be.
Very interesting. So, do you think you're destined for some sort of art-related career when you graduate high school or college or whatever?
More than likely. I don't think I'll be making paintings specifically in that art form, but I do think that I still want to have some career that is based on my artistic ability, because I feel as though I've put so much work into it now, it would be kind of a waste to get rid of it. Or, I just do it for a hobby and have a art-related job.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess that works either way, as long as you're doing what you enjoy doing, right?
Yep.
So let's take a quick break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about the steps to pursuing your passion for artwork when we come back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to our creativity podcast, talking about artwork and Madison's artwork. So I want to talk about what you steps or what steps you take to pursue your passion for artwork. And really, the first and most important question is, how did you learn how to draw?
A lot of it actually came from inspiration in my daily life. When I was first drawing, I did a lot of family portraits of you guys, but also a couple things that I just saw randomly and I wanted to draw. I noticed looking back at a lot of my old art, a lot of it is stuff that I would have seen when I was younger. And it was kind of the same thing when I started the comics. Like, that one comic book inspired me to make the comics, and the very first comic I made was which was kind of an alternate universe version of the comic's main story. And I kind of went off of some SpongeBob episodes at first, before I ended up going into my original storylines. And when I was trying to reform my style, I did kind of take inspiration until I finally said, you know what, let's drift off and do something new.
Interesting. So, COVID's affected everything, obviously. How have the restrictions surrounding COVID impacted your creativity?
Well, it's kind of actually what got me into digital art. It actually got me into a lot of my newer hobbies. I was still hand drawing at the time. And then, like, when I saw other people starting to do digital art, and I remembered, hey, wait a minute, I have some digital art apps on my iPad, I kind of started doing a bit of digital art. I experimented, and at some point, Mommy had found out when, like, I was drawing with my one hand, and then it kind of came out saying, hey, I like doing digital art. And then we got some supplies for me so that I'd do digital art more, and I've been using all of them.
Interesting. So it hasn't impeded your ability to do art. It's kind of opened up new avenues for you, it sounds like.
Yeah, it has opened new avenues for me.
That's very cool. So my expression of creativity, like I said, does not come in the form of artwork. But it's in the form of creative writing typically for me. And inevitably, no matter how much I tend to write and publish or whatever, I run into writer's block eventually. And I always find it challenging to work through that. So what do you do to motivate yourself when you find yourself in a creative slump when it comes to artwork? What drags you out of that? How do you get over that speed bump?
A lot of that is actually kind of brings me into writing and creating actual characters. When I create a new character, I'm kind of like, okay, when I do have a creative slump, I'm like, okay, let's create a new character and try drawing them. Then I'm able to kind of have a few more ideas. I come up with the character, a slight little story about them, so I know how to work with them and such, and that's kind of the way I get out of that one creative slump. Another way is playing The Sims. I actually take a decent amount of creative inspiration from The Sims. I've actually drawn some of the specific packs as actual characters. So, yeah, there's a few things that help me motivate.
Well, that's interesting that your motivation to get out of that slump comes from other mediums of art. I think that's actually very unique. So let's talk about encouragement. So it's hard to do things that are challenging and require skill if you don't have encouragement. You don't have people that are backing you. So do you feel that you get sufficient amount of encouragement for your artwork endeavors from Mommy and I, or your friends, or your teachers? Or do you feel like you're going it alone a lot of times?
Well, I definitely know that you guys are very supportive. You guys have helped me get all the supplies I need for creating art, and you basically kind of give me assignments to do for art, like the one D&D thing. You asked me to make a poster for you, and I could make it however way I wanted. You just needed a poster for it. And I was able to experience a new creative way, and I realized that I really kind of liked it. And I definitely say you and Mommy are very supportive of my of me being creative, and I know my friends are really supportive of the fact that I've been creative, because they were also kind of an inspiration for making comics for me. So I'd say my friends also really do help me when do really like the fact that I do art.
That's great, especially when your friends are into it and they like what you do, because you get that feedback, when you do art and show us the art, I try to stay positive. I certainly don't want to be negative, but I also don't want to sugarcoat it, because if there's areas for you to improve, you need to hear about that. So one of the things that I do try to do is creatively criticize anything that I think needs to be improved on.
Mm-hmm.
And to your credit, you're very receptive to that type of input, and you incorporate that into your future artwork. Do you find that getting that constructive criticism is something that has helped improve you as an artist?
I mean, yeah, although you don't want to be mean, you don't want to always say that someone is doing something perfectly, because someone could do a pretty bad drawing and you're like, oh wow, that's really nice, and you can sugarcoat it to the point of excession, and they won't be able to improve on it. Now, I don't think it's bad if you do want to say something nice, and I do think that you need to be good with criticism in order to not criticize them to the point where it makes them upset, but don't always sugarcoat everything, because then they'll never improve, and they'll think they're just perfect at it, and they won't try anything new and improve themselves.
Very good point. So we talked in a previous segment about whether or not you thought you would pursue a career in an art-related field. If you did, what ideas have you had about the type of career that you would go into that would allow you to take advantage of this skill you've developed over the last, so many years?
Well, I'm going into the engineering academy for high school, and a lot of that also has something to do with art. I definitely think that I'm not going to have a full-on career where I draw specifically, but having a career where I have the chance to draw something is probably something that I want to do. In school now, there are some assignments where we need to draw something for it, and I kind of figure as though that's kind of something that I want my career to be like. It's not going to be entirely art-based, but it still has some elements that can help me hone my creative way and make art.
Very good. So when I gave you the assignment for the poster for the D&D session, I had asked you to do it in a style other than your signature style, just as a challenge to you. And to your credit, you stepped up and you did a very good job stepping outside that comfort zone. What is the next challenge for you? What what's the next creative obstacle that you want to get past to expand your ability? You've already recognized the fact that working in comics was not helping you to excel. So you had the forethought to step outside of that and move into something else. If you were to change things right now and learn a new skill, what skill do you think you'd like to learn from an artistic standpoint that would help to elevate your artistic abilities?
I think maybe drawing things other than characters. I've gotten a lot of way with drawing people, but I'm not particularly well with animals or inanimate objects specifically. I've done a couple drawings with the cats, but I definitely say they're not my favorites because I don't particularly...
The cats or the drawings?
Drawings.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
And they're not... the drawings aren't particularly my favorite drawings, probably just because I haven't actually practiced making animals a lot. And I'm not saying that they're bad, it's just I haven't really practiced a lot on them, and if I were to change up my style, I'd try drawing more animals, and less, people.
Okay, that makes sense. So the last question I have here, I don't want to steal your thunder from your closing thoughts, so kind of characterize these separate from your closing thoughts. What advice would you have for others, your age group, who might be interested in learning how to create art? How should they do it? What tools should they use? What techniques should they, start working on? Just some general ideas of if someone came to you today and said, "Hey, I love what you do. How can I get into that too?"
Well, I'd start off by saying find stuff you like about it and try them out. Like, if you think that there's a particular thing about art, like costume designs, like if you like costumes of characters that people make, why not try drawing costumes? Like, I say that try to get in, think of something that you like about the drawing and try drawing something like that for yourself. That can kind of get you into art because it focuses less on the parts of art you can't do, and more on the parts that you love. So I definitely think that is something that you should probably do. Another thing is try taking some inspiration. Like, you can take inspiration from multiple different people. You're not necessarily stealing it, but change it up. Make it your own, and it's not bad to get inspiration from someone, but don't entirely steal everything they do. If you like a particular style, try it out, but make a few adjustments for something that you want to do. If there's a particular thing you don't like about that style, try changing it up and see if you can make it a little more different and a bit more unique to you.
Okay, I think that's some fantastic advice there. So that was all we had today. We're going to take a quick break and come back. We'll get your closing thoughts and shout-outs, and then we'll finish up with the rest of the podcast business. Go for your closing thoughts.
Okay, so to anyone out there who wants to try art or has been trying art and wants to change, I just want to say that always make sure you try to improve. And to people out there who do want to help other people and not, I definitely want to say don't sugarcoat everything. Have some constructive criticism, and help them to improve. Don't sound mean if you don't like their style. Try to figure out ways to help them improve, because a lot of people who want to make art kind of need that satisfaction from others, but can also get some help from them as well.
Okay, very good words of wisdom there. Before we go, I do want to encourage you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. Audio versions are listed as Insights into Teens. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and any place you can get podcasts on your podcast catchers. I would also ask folks to reach out and give us some feedback. Let us know how we're doing. Give us some topic suggestions that you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream on Twitch 6 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription monthly. We'd really appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of the podcasts are available at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. We are available on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Awesome. And I think that's it. We will be shooting, hopefully, Insights Into Tomorrow, a new episode tomorrow. I think that's it. Another great podcast. Anything else before we go?
Not that I know of.
Go create something.
Go create something.
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Another one in the books.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 101, Cruising Back to Normal. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my generous and giving co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Aww.
And why are you generous and giving today, sweetie?
I don't know.
Because you got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to take my car for inspection today.
I didn't get up at... Well, I did get up, but I didn't actually...
Right.
All right, we'll go 6:30, you know. But
Yes.
yeah.
Because in order to get the tight window that you have with the MVC here in New Jersey to get your car inspected on the weekends, I would never wind up successfully getting it done because I wouldn't get up till 10 o'clock and by the time I get there and sit in the line for 2 hours, they'd close.
Right, you'd be done. And what's funny is I had mentioned it to a friend of mine, and they were like, "Oh, was it a new car?" I was like, "No, we have to get it inspected." They're from Ohio. They don't do car inspections. So
Wow.
it was just like, what do you do? So who would have thought something as mundane as, hey, we have to go get our car inspected?
Well, and you would
Would've-
think from Ohio, with all the weather that they get, that it would be even more important
Yeah.
to get it inspected.
No, it seemed, and then they did a Google search, and it seemed there's only like 17 states or something in the United States that actually do car inspections. So there's your trivia for
Well, there you
today.
go. Well, and the one thing we're fortunate for here in Jersey is that our car inspections are actually included in our registration fees, so it doesn't
Right.
cost us anything.
Right, so you can actually go to free locations.
Right.
You can
You
go
can
to
take
private,
it to a local mechanic and
right, and
pay a
they'll
fee to
and
do it.
pay. But yeah, here we are fortunate. You don't have
Anyway,
to
that's
pay.
why you are generous in giving of your time for me today, so
Aw.
I appreciate it, dear.
No problem.
So that's not what we're talking about today,
No,
though.
it wasn't.
What we're talking about today is entertainment. In our Disney Detective, we're going to talk about Walt Disney Imagineering and ABC teaming up for a new interactive series, as well as some changes coming to Disney stores with their change in commerce policies, I guess we could say.
Yeah.
Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, we'll talk about how Disney will make guests believe they're staying in a Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser, which is their new hotel that they'll be opening up next year after, something like that.
I think the end of the year, possibly. There's no date yet, so we'll,
Right.
yeah.
And then we'll talk about how Star Wars can finally have a Marvel-like shared universe, which I got news for folks. They had it before you had a Marvel Cinematic Universe if you talked about the expanded universe, but
Blah, blah, blah.
we're not going to get into that.
Nope.
In our entertainment news, HBO is planning a documentary on Pee Wee Herman himself, actor Paul Rubens.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk about San Diego Comic-Con not quite coming into normal yet, but they're going to give us kind of a hybrid solution that will hopefully get us back into some sense of normalcy. And then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. Are we ready to get started?
Sure, let's do it.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So, Walt Disney Imagineering and ABC are teaming up for a new interactive series called Imagine from Home. They're collaborating on this interactive video series, which is actually streaming online. And in each episode, Disney Imagineers will actually share their skills and passion by showing you step-by-step instructions to draw or craft something inspired by the Disney parks using materials that you probably have around your home. So the website for all of these episodes is actually imaginefromhome.com, and there are 5 episodes that they have. It doesn't look like they're going to produce any more, so it's probably, these are them. And for each episode, they list the level of difficulty from beginner to advanced, as well as the supplies that you're going to need for each project. So the different projects are Draw Your Castle. Then they have Build Your R2 Droid, Draw Your Big Thunder Mountain, Make Your Castle Nightlight, and then the final one is Make Your Small World Animated Scene. So it's cute. It's, in the in the age of the DIY, and everybody trying to find crafts, to do. With kids or for themselves, this was a cute little series that Disney's doing, because they're all inspired by things from the different parks. So kind of cute.
Well, that is kind of cute. And it kind of goes along the lines of what Disney's been doing through this whole last year, where they're giving you recipes and,
Right.
insider little tours. And, they're kind of keeping that interest going when you can't get back to the park.
Yeah, so it was cute. So for the drawing ones, it basically, you need paper, you need, things to color. But then for the nightlight, you need a box, and you need some sort of light source, so like a battery operated, Christmas lights or something. And then, for the animated scene, you need like an X-Acto knife, and you need a glue gun. So, some are a little bit more, advanced than just, paper and a pencil. So
that's cute. Well, and the other neat thing is it's one of those things where it might be that spark to spark a kid to want to go down that path themselves and start doing their own stuff and eventually become an Imagineer themselves.
Yeah, sure could.
Very cool. So let's talk about Disney stores and what's happening with them.
Yeah, so Disney had made an announcement the other week that they would be closing 20% of its brick and mortar Disney store locations before the end of the year as part of a bigger focus on the e-commerce business. So now actually, if you go to the DisneyStore.com's website and you go to the store locator and you look for, like, they don't list the stores that are closing. You actually have to go and look for a certain location. It actually says that these locations would be closing on or before March 23rd. So a lot sooner than the one article that came out talked about. So at least 60 of the North American locations will close, the company had said, citing that changes in consumer behaviors and a desire to link its online shopping experience to its Disney Parks app and social media platforms. There are about 300 Disney stores worldwide. Stephanie Young, who is the president of consumer products, had said, while consumer behavior has shifted towards online shopping, the global pandemic has changed what consumers expect from a retailer. So obviously everybody has seen this, across the board, that brick and mortar stores, unless it's a grocery store, they're really the only ones that are kind of thriving during all of this, because also they were the ones that weren't closing, that weren't closed for a while, where you had, a lot of other retail stores that were closed, and, some are finally starting to open or have been open, but, limited capacity and whatnot. So obviously Disney was feeling it as well. So that was kind of part of the reason behind it. So it's going to be closing, some of their stores. Now, so they had actually started putting, Disney had partnered with Target back in 2019, where they had like miniature Disney stores located within certain Targets. So as of right now, those don't seem to be affected by it. The article also talked about the Disney outlet stores that are, open throughout, that those are not affected either. So it just happens to be the actual Disney stores. In our area, it looked like Freehold, which isn't that close to here, is one of the stores that will be closing. And that was like the original Disney store that was, close to where I grew up. So that was my original Disney store. So that's kind of, sad to see. And then in some areas where there might have only been, one Disney store in a certain state, now that state's not even going to have a Disney store. But the idea from what they were talking about is that they're going to revamp the website and actually do more, not just toys on the website, but do more adult clothing and collectibles and kind of what the Disney stores originally had back when they first opened. They had a much bigger variety of items that they offered, and then they kind of revamped it and it went more towards the kids aspect of things. So it was harder to get those collectible items unless you actually went down to Disney where they would have it there. So now it seems like they're going to try and bring back, a lot of that. So,
well, and this also comes on the heels of Disney having done a couple of year project of doing updates to their stores too.
Yeah.
They just not only did they update the Deptford store near us, they completely moved it into a new store area.
In a much larger location as well.
And
yeah.
They had done the update to Cherry Hill as well to make it a much more interactive style store.
Right.
I'm curious if the stores that they're closing are ones they haven't actually gotten around to updating
I don't
yet.
know, because I can't remember the last time we were up in Freehold, you know, but we've, you know, in our travels, we've happened upon a lot more Disney outlet stores than there ever were, you know, before. And, you know, the last, the last two that we, you know, went to, they had lines to get in. Now, granted, it was because of
restrictions on access.
But it was amazing, you know, where there were other stores in the outlet mall that didn't have a line. Disney was one of the only ones. But even, you know, the one that's down in Orlando, we haven't obviously been there in ages, but they actually started doing a line as well.
A little over a year. It's not ages.
Well,
it feels like ages because we were down there not this past Christmas.
It was 2019. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
We went through 2020.
When you go to Disney 2 or 3 times a year, I could see going that long being ages.
Well, it just seems like ages since we've actually been anywhere. Just, you know.
Now, they did have a total number of stores that they're closing. Did they talk about how many jobs this is going to cost?
No, they didn't mention how many jobs would be affected by it.
Yeah,
you figure
what those numbers are.
Yeah, you figure each store maybe has 20. You know,
did they discuss at all what the financial impact was that caused the decision to close the stores?
No.
Yeah, Disney usually plays that pretty tight to the vest there.
Yeah.
So, well, unfortunate, especially some of the longtime ones that, like Freehold, that have been there for years.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be back after a quick break with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Pew, 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 pew.
Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So this article came from attractionsmagazine.com, and it basically is giving an overview of how Disney will make guests feel and believe that they are staying in a Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. So they have a whole bunch of different aerial pictures, satellite pictures of the area, and they kind of took the artist renderings that have come out and kind of overlap to try and figure out how it's all going to work, and in some of the pictures, you can see that they've started to plant some trees in the tree line and stuff. And what's kind of important about that, and, if you have been to Disney, you know that they use trees to hide things and camouflage things and, hide things, out of sight from, the guest, that goes there, to kind of help with the illusion of everything. So what they were talking about in the article is how it kind of looks like when you get to the hotel, it's going to be a one-way path that you have to follow with your car, and that basically you're going to get to a certain area and it's going to be valet parking. So you're going to hand over your car, they're going to unload your vehicle, and basically you have to kind of treat it as you're going on a cruise. If you go on a cruise, you never get you don't leave the cruise ship to go other places. You're on the ship. That's where you stay for however long the journey is. And this is going to be the same thing. So you're going to, check in, they're going to park your car, unload it, and then you don't see your car for the 2 days that you're there. So then they show the rest of the buildings, how then, you kind of go through the one area and they're going to transport you off-world. So then you're on, you're going to go through some sort of motion simulator to get to the Star Cruiser. And then they were also showing how they're starting to build the area that's in Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, of where you're going to, how you're going to get from the hotel to the park. So there'll be a special entrance just for the resort guests. So obviously the idea is that they'll have a bunch of different activities going on at the resort, like lightsaber battling. You'll be able to take tours of why can't I think of the word? I just totally blanked out. So they'll have the restaurant, they'll have a bar, they'll have character meet and greets. You'll be able to check out the bridge of the ship, and maybe depending on what time you're there might be a battle going on that you kind of help with. And then obviously also being able to go to the park. So no date as of right now when it's supposed to open. I think it's supposed to be sometime the end of this year, but again, nothing has come out. But the idea is, if this kind of takes off, could they do other themed, hotels, something like this?
Takes off. That's funny. I see where you went there.
I wasn't even trying. Thanks. So, obviously, we know that they already have themed rooms. They have the Pirates of the Caribbean room. They had always talked about doing a Haunted Mansion themed room, and that never came to be. But how cool would it be if they did a Haunted Mansion hotel, or even a Marvel themed, hotel, now that they're incorporating, Marvel into the parks. So cool little, hints and teasers, as it's getting, closer and closer. So
I have to say, in looking at some of the shots that we have, some of the overhead shots, this does not look particularly large. In fact, it looks very small compared to a typical Disney resort.
Well, and that's the thing too, is most of the Disney resorts are multiple buildings.
That's my point, is that this literally looks like one building. The shape and size looks like it's a single building from like Pop Century. And that's about the capacity. So it looks like from this shot that we're looking at here, it looks like it's 3 floors, 4 floors maybe?
Yeah,
and
it looks
I'm
like
guessing
3.
Those are the rooms in the back in the narrow area. The area in the front's going to be what your bridge is and your restaurant and everything else is going to be. So literally almost a third of the building that you have there is services. It's not even the rooms themselves. Right.
And from what, you've seen, the rooms aren't particularly large either. Right. It's supposed to give you that feel of being on a cruise.
Have they announced what the capacity of the resort is at this point?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there's been anything about it yet.
As you would expect, it looks like everything is an indoor
Right.
attraction because there's no pool areas, there's nothing outside. for
Right,
anything.
because the idea is you're supposed, and that's the other thing too, is I don't know if they're gonna have a pool because it's Florida, and usually when you go to Florida, you want to go swimming.
right.
So I don't know. They haven't really given you much of, maybe in Star Wars you don't swim. I don't know.
Well, they swam on Camino, right? It was a water world, so you kind of have to
Sure.
swim.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So, I don't know.
So it legit shaping up.
Right.
Not no pun intended, but it's shaping up to be a very different resort
Absolutely.
experience than what Disney typically offers.
Right. And I could totally see the person that would normally go for, a 5-day trip, 7-day trip. This would be part of their vacation, and then
right.
they'd stay.
Like we talked before, like it was
Right.
the sea and land, the
Right.
cruise and
Mhm.
theme park attraction
Right.
type thing.
Right. What we had said, how are they going to keep you from leaving?
Right.
It sounds like they.
Well, you can't get to your car now, so
Right, you're not gonna
They
get-
valet park your car someplace that you can't get
Right.
to it.
And, and I guess that's what they're trying to convey is.
Because if you look at the land, there's literally no parking
Yeah.
area in the
Yeah.
the immediate vicinity.
Yeah. So they're probably trying to, to convey to people that make this reservation, think of it as you're going on a cruise. So don't plan to make dinner reservations
Right.
someplace else. Everything will be, and I wonder if they're going to do that kind of like when you go on a cruise where, you do your rotation,
Well,
certain
how many
restaurants.
restaurants are they doing? I know
I
they're
don't
doing
know.
one, but
Right.
it's not big enough to really do more than that.
I don't know. And that's the thing is, maybe it's kind of where maybe there's multiple seatings, like there's a 5 o'clock, a 6 o'clock, and a 7 o'clock
Right.
seating for dinner.
And it's just the one building that we see in the shot here, right? There isn't like 3 of these spread around the campus.
No, not that I know of. As far as I know, it's just the one.
Seems like very limited capacity. Did they release pricing yet?
Nope, nothing yet.
That should
You
be
know I'm
interesting.
checking.
I know.
Just to see.
That will probably be our triumphant return to Disney is when that opens and we can do that.
Yeah, I could see that.
So, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk about how Star Wars is giving us a Marvel-like shared universe.
So from denofthegeek.com, this article basically was talking about how Star Wars can kind of, finally have that Marvel-like shared universe, even though, you had said they've already kind of had that. But obviously last December, Disney had announced that there were going to be 7 new Star Wars films and TV projects and, giving us a look at, what the next few years were going to be looking like, not only for Disney Plus, but also in the theaters as well. So Rogue Squadron, is going to be the movie that's going to be directed by Patty Jenkins, and that was kind of the big event that had been announced. But obviously they have all these small screen events as well. So we have the Lando Calrissian show that they've been talking about, as well as Ahsoka Tano, coming in. And, what this article was basically talking about is that now with bringing in all these different things, they're kind of doing what the MCU has done, is that even though you have all these different movies and all these different characters, there's little teases in one that help to lead you, to the other. And, so that now that, even though you had, the original trilogy and the prequels and the sequels, it was all still the same storyline. The Skywalker saga, where here that when you had the Mandalorian season 2, now you got to see some of these other characters that now they're going to bring out into other things, as well as, the little teaser that you had for the Book of Boba Fett. So now they're teasing a little bit of one to give you, a taste of something coming forward. So the idea was kind of how, like with WandaVision, that's setting us up, a little bit for Doctor Strange and Captain Marvel too. And that, yes, in the books and the expanded universe, they did that for Star Wars, but the films didn't do that. So maybe that's what, the article is really trying to...
The films didn't do it because the films were a serialized version of a single story.
Right.
So everything in the films were interrelated.
Right.
They didn't have, because you figure you had the offshoots. You had the droid animated series. Right. You had the Ewok
series,
Village of the Damned Ewok or something. I forget what it was called. But
wow, really? I didn't think it was that scary.
Yeah, Village of the Damned Ewoks.
Damn Ewoks.
But they were all tied into the original.
Right.
So you had that before. So for them to pretend like they're doing something extraordinary here, Star Wars was the first real genre that gave you that interconnected universe. Every novel that came out was part of a bigger universe. The novels from the expanded universe explored all the stuff that Disney's pretending is new. They pitched The Mandalorian as, the universe isn't just about Skywalker. We're going to show you what the Fringe is doing and stuff like that. That's all stuff that was done in the novels and the comics to begin with. So for Disney to pretend that they're inventing that is ridiculous. For Disney to pretend that they're giving you this interconnected universe, it was already there, and I can't even give Lucas credit for it because it wasn't Lucas that did it.
Right,
Lucas basically just sat back and said, okay,
this is what I did.
Do whatever you want.
Right.
Just make sure I get my royalties. As long as he got his check, he basically let you do pretty much anything that kind of fit into the universe. The problem that you ran into with that was that you wound up getting some inconsistencies in canon that they always seem to struggle with. But what Disney gave us with the Marvel Cinematic Universe is built on what you got from the comics and the books from Star Wars, and it was built on what you got from the original comic series that Marvel did. Disney's not doing something unique and original here.
Right.
So let's make sure that we get that straight.
Right.
The fact that they're putting everyone and their brother apparently gets a TV show with Disney now.
Right.
If you happen to be in a movie. I mean, I'm waiting for, Scipio the Jedi droid that showed up in Mandalorian to get his own series now.
Now that would be funny.
That's the point that we're at now.
Right. And I know that's where
the genre.
Right. And I know that's always been your thing, is that there's going to be too much saturation of it. And that's where the problem always lied back in the day when they started doing too much. So is this going to be too much? And like you've said before, does everybody need a backstory? Do we need to know what happened?
Right. Exactly.
But obviously,
I didn't need to hear 50 times in one movie that Han Solo wanted to be a pilot. I didn't need them to cram 20 years of Han Solo's life into a 3-day version of a story. Mm-hmm. They did a terrible job with it.
Right.
They did a very good job with Rogue One.
Right.
But you're batting 500 at this point here. It's hit and miss. And unfortunately with Star Wars, with my Star Wars and everyone else who's a Star Wars fan feels the same way, you need a better batting average than 50%.
Right.
You need to do a better job. And we've got, 4 new Star Wars shows that are coming out for no apparent reason whatsoever. Cassian Andor is getting a show. We know how his story ends. We don't need to see the backstory of how he got to Rogue One. Yeah, I understand. Rogue One makes sense. It was a great novel series. I'd love to see them incorporate some of the personalities from the novels.
And that's what I wouldn't mind seeing, is something else like a Rogue One, where it's a one-off where maybe there's one character that kind of, like you had the Darth Vader scene and you had, the end with, Princess Leia,
Right.
because it was setting up. So I could see them doing another
But you see,
one-off.
Disney needs to do this because Disney painted themselves into a corner with the
True.
trilogy,
Right.
the sequel trilogy, because
Right.
they set it so far in advance. They changed the complete dynamic by throwing, because the time period from Return of the Jedi until Force Awakens had already been established in the expanded universe. So there was an expectation. Disney threw all of that
Right,
out.
they threw it out.
So all
Right.
of the supporting history that you had in the novels and comics and video games up until that point became invalidated.
Right.
So now they stick a stake in the ground 35 years in the future that's completely different than anybody, although strikingly similar to what we had. We just changed, the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Right.
And you have no history of how you get there.
Mhm.
So you go from the Empire to the First Order, you go from the Rebellion to the Republic to the Resistance, but you have no explanation as to how
Right.
you
Of
get
how
there.
it happened that way.
So
Right,
they painted
well,
themselves into the corner where they have to now do this.
mhm.
And they tried doing it initially through novels where 3% roughly of the people who watch the movies read the novels. So nobody got the backstories.
Right.
So now you're going to come out with 12 different TV series
To help fill that gap.
that has to help fill it,
Right.
because we've
Yeah.
got a little bit of that for The Mandalorian, but literally
Still
just
not
a
everything.
morsel in the
Right.
second season.
I get it.
So now you're 2 seasons in, you basically get a dribble of information to fill that in, and then you've got 4 more series. Well, they better start filling in these gaps and giving people some backstory instead of going off in a completely different direction.
Right.
So what they're doing is not unique, and they have to do it because of the way they decided to relaunch the franchise under their own terms. So it's their own fault that they have to do this. It's not some benefit to the fans. That's my Disney rant for today.
Are you done?
I'm done. And that is all we had for Tales for Bitching from the Dark Side here.
Hey, we have cookies.
Let's take a break. I'll bring my blood pressure back down a little bit, and then we'll talk about some entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcasts.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Dum 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 dum.
Go for entertainment news.
So from Deadline.com, it seems that HBO is planning a documentary on actor Paul Rubens. So HBO is no stranger to shining a light on some of Hollywood's most fascinating people, and now it's setting its sights on spotlighting the person who created one of the most beloved characters. Sources tell Deadline that HBO Documentary Films is in production on a 2-part documentary about the life of Paul Rubens, who is the man behind Pee Wee Herman. He had actually said, "I've been working with HBO since they were called Home Box Office," Paul Rubin had said. He said, "I'm honored and excited to continue my long history there. I love HBO, but I'm not going to marry them." I thought that was funny. the producer had said that he was thrilled to partner with HBO on Paul's incredible life story. He's a once-in-a-generation talent whose brilliance created an indelible pop culture phenomenon. Audiences will be inspired and entertained by Paul's creativity, resilience, and determination as they get to know the person behind the iconic character. He had actually started as an improvisational comedian and stage actor in Los Angeles with the comedy troupe The Groundlings in the 1970s, and his big break came when he introduced the world to Pee Wee Herman in 1982 in a comedy show in Los Angeles. The show would end up selling out for 5 straight months, and then HBO decided to produce a special around one of the performances. And then over the next decade, Rubens would appear as the Herman character in 2 movies, which would be Pee-wee's Big Adventure, which was in 1985 and was directed by Tim Burton, and then Big Top Pee-wee in 1988. Rubens and the character hit their true peak when CBS actually gave them a Saturday morning kids show, Pee-wee's Playhouse. Now, what's kind of funny is if you ever watch the original HBO show of his show, it was not a kid's show at all. So it was kind of funny for fans that had seen his original show, and then all of a sudden he was able to turn it into the kids show. And that ran for 4 years on CBS. One of the other producers of the documentary had said, "We all know Pee Wee Herman, and it's time for the world to actually meet Paul Rubens." Sources say that the documentary is expected to focus not only on the Herman years, but also include Rubens' post-Pee Wee decades, where he put the bow tie away to focus on acting projects that included Ben Stiller's Mystery Men, Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie, and Blow, where he starred opposite Johnny Depp. Rubens did eventually bring back the Herman character in 2016 in the Netflix movie Pee-wee's Big Holiday, which had Rubens fan Judd Apatow producing. So given how private Rubens has been over the years, this will mark the first film that will actually document his life, and given his early ties that he has with HBO, it makes sense that they'd be the one to tell his story.
Very interesting. Now, is this going to be a standalone, or is this going to be part of a documentary series that HBO is putting together?
It's just a 2-part series that they're doing, and HBO does these various documentary series. Some of them are a couple of episodes, some are just 1 episode. So this will actually be a 2-part one. So,
were you a Pee Wee fan?
Oh, absolutely.
The movies, the TV show, or both?
All of it. You know, I probably saw the HBO special when I was probably too young to have seen the HBO special. That was the thing. My parents never really put those parental controls on the TV. So I became a fan. So, you know, watching it, I didn't get half of the jokes. You know, I was a little too young. So then when the movies came out, big fan of the movies. And then, you know, when the kids show came out, of course I was older, but you know, it was just so cool. I had to watch it, you know, anyway. So yeah, I was always a big fan. I don't think I ever saw the Netflix special. I don't know if I did. I don't remember.
I'll have to look it up now.
Yeah. So I'll have to.
But he also recently was in Gotham, right?
Yeah, he was in Gotham. He played Penguin's father.
Right.
Yeah. So
which was a perfect fit for the Penguin character.
Yeah, absolutely. And he and the actor that played Penguin, you know, he totally looks like they could be father and son.
Yeah.
But I remember when, you know, I went to go see Buffy the Vampire Slayer movie in the theater, not knowing that he was in it, and he came on, you're like, I think that's Pee Wee Herman, you know. So so it's always been nice to kind of see him pop up,
Right.
you know, in other things. So yeah, always have been a fan. So
let's talk about San Diego Comic-Con and how it's
let's book our
bring us back to
tickets to the living room.
Yeah.
So San Diego Comic-Con will hold 2 events this year, one virtual and one in person. So San Diego Comic-Con began in the 1970s as a comic book convention, but the event has exploded in recent years to become one of the most anticipated pop culture events of the year. It's definitely been on our bucket list for years now. So the convention typically draws 130,000 attendees to San Diego who are eager to find out the latest news about their favorite franchises. Last year, though, for the 50th anniversary, San Diego Comic-Con was held online due to the coronavirus pandemic. So San Diego Comic-Con was just one of the many festivals in 2020 that was hit with cancellation. The pandemic continues, obviously, to affect the entertainment industry as theaters remain mostly closed and film and television productions have to follow strict safety protocols to stay safe. So as vaccines are continuing to roll out across the country, many are trying to gauge when it'll be safe to do events like Comic-Con again. Unfortunately, this summer might be too soon. So San Diego had announced that the convention would go virtual again this year. The three-day event will be held online from July 23rd through the 25th. But to make up for this turn of events, though, they are putting on an in-person convention sometime in November when it may be safer to gather. They haven't really provided any details yet about the November event, but they say that information about the dates, badge prices, and other information will be announced as they know more.
So there is some hope out there for conventions this season. There was another convention that was recently rescheduled in our area, wasn't there?
ZoloCon.
Right.
ZoloCon normally happens in February, and they have it listed as July right now.
So, but that could bump.
That could bump. I could totally see them doing time tickets. And, you know, you have to buy your ticket in advance, not at the door,
Right.
you know, type thing. You know, like some of these other events that they've been doing that have started to kind of pop up. So I could see them doing that. Again, with ZoloCon, it's a very cramped area. So unless you're limiting the amount of vendors to kind of space the vendors out.
Right, because they have multiple rooms that they do it.
Right, they have multiple rooms.
At the Fuge.
Right. So you have the one, circular room where I guess maybe if you only did I think they always had two.
There's an outer ring.
And an inner
ring, and then a radial ring.
Right. So maybe do only, an outer and an inner.
Yeah.
And then for some of the other rooms that they kind of pack people in a little bit more, maybe do half capacity.
Yeah.
You
could certainly do it. You could do it safely. You could do it smartly. You and I, by that point, will have both of our vaccine shots. So we'll be fully vaccinated. But even if we go, we'll still be wearing masks.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There's just because we're vaccinated doesn't mean we don't want to protect ourselves from, possibly passing it on to somebody else. Right. Or, getting it. So yeah, I see us wearing masks, for quite a while. But it'll be nice if some of these events kind of,
Yeah, and what San Diego Comic-Con's doing is actually kind of unique that they are splitting it into 2 events, and they're scheduling their live event further out.
Right.
I think it's one of those things that, people need a little bit of hope right now.
Right. You need to kind of, hey, if ZoloCon is up and running by then, or even, the other convention location in our area in Oaks.
Right.
That's a large area. And that, even when we've gone to RetroCon.
Well, the one that we did do was the Lego one. That was very well spaced out.
Right. The Lego one was very well spaced out. Even the Greater Philadelphia Comic-Con,
yeah.
That was very well spaced out. So in a lot of these cases, depending on the venue, they could definitely get away with doing, again, you have to buy your ticket online so that this way they can, manage how many people are coming, do time tickets, so that you don't have everybody coming in at once. In most of the Comic Cons, you have people that don't stay all day, anyway. So I think the ones that are the bigger draw, like the San Diego, like New York, New York, that's going to be a while until I think they're able to
New
do
York
that.
Is too packed even under ideal circumstances.
Right, exactly. So, some of the locations that, that we've gone to could totally be done, in this environment, in, maybe by the end of the year. So
good news. We're moving in the right direction,
Mm-hmm.
and hopefully the light at the end of the tunnel is not too far off.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll be back after a quick break, and we'll get into our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is on a 10-part series on Netflix called Ginny and Georgia. It's a dramedy, I guess is how they described it. So it follows free-spirited Georgia and her two kids, Ginny and Austin, how they move to the north in search of a fresh start, but find that the road to a new beginning can be bumpy. The story centers around Ginny, who is a 15-year-old high school student, and her mom, Georgia, who's 30, but yet Ginny is a little bit more mature than her mom. And it shows how they kind of are trying to plant their roots in a small New England town, and you find out that, Georgia's gone through a lot in her 30 years, and that, some of her past is kind of starting to catch up with her, and that, everything isn't as peachy as you would, think. It's not your typical teen drama. It's definitely, where the last time we did an insightful pick, that was much more of a teen, rom-com type thing, where this kind of has aspects of it, but it's darker as well. The other thing is they show and talk about how teens sometimes do the self-harm, and they actually have at the end of some of the episodes, if you or someone needs to talk to somebody, please call this number. So that was kind of nice to see that they put that out there, and that it's not all hunky-dory and life isn't all peachy keen. So you have these dark, things that kind of come in. So, not meant for kids, even though, again, the one character is based, in high school, but definitely along the lines of the Firefly Lane and Virgin River and that type of, entertainment. So if those are the types of shows that you like, this would be one that you'd be interested in.
Okay, good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, I jumped on this one as quickly as I could before you could steal it from me. It's only got one episode out so far, and it's fresh off the presses as of Friday, and that's Marvel Studios Assembled on Disney+. Assembled is a comprehensive series of documentary-style specials streaming on Disney+ that chronicles the creation of Marvel Studios' thrilling new shows and theatrical releases. Journey behind the scenes of productions such as WandaVision, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, and Loki via exclusive on-set footage. Join filmmakers and stars like Scarlett Johansson and Jeremy Renner as they detail the genesis of the Black Widow film and the Hawkeye series. Assembled is an immersive and in-depth examination of the next phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. One of the things that I do enjoy about the new shows that Disney is doing, both the Star Wars and the Marvel shows, is that when they shoot the shows and the documentaries at the same time.
Yes.
So you're getting the interviews, you're getting the behind-the-scenes stuff, so they already know they're making the documentary, so they're not going back and scrubbing through footage.
Right, or having to try and remember, what did we... I can't remember. That was so far ago.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're doing a very good job of producing the material for the documentary. And as soon as WandaVision finished, the documentary landed the following Friday, and it was a great look. You're watching them interviewed on the sets that you saw on TV in the shows. So it gives you a very in the moment sense of realism, in the documentary itself. Yeah. And you see the behind the scenes stuff. One of the things that we noticed on the WandaVision one was just how much wire work they were doing.
Yeah.
You would have thought, given the level of technology they have in post-production, that you wouldn't have your premier primetime actors dangling from an apparatus in the ceiling.
Right.
But they are. They're not stunt doubles. They're the actual actors, and it lends such a level of realism to the show.
Yeah.
And just hearing the personalities and the camaraderie on the set and everything, it makes you feel like you're part of the experience more than anything. So I'm very much looking forward to the additional episodes that they're going to have in this series. They didn't say how many episodes they're going to have total in the series, but I think that's going to depend entirely on how many more episodes, how many more shows they come out with.
Right, and obviously for them, they're not releasing an episode until the whole series has dropped, so that
which is good because there's so many spoilers.
There's so many
in the documentary.
Yeah, so if you haven't watched WandaVision, don't watch this yet because it's going to ruin everything. But it was again, we know how much detail they put into all of their projects, but to see and hear how much detail went into just one episode of WandaVision, to the fact that the special effects artist happened to work, he interned on Bewitched, and and
they did practical effects. They were wire effects. They weren't computer generated.
Right, and that's what they did, was that for each decade of the show, they went with the whole mentality of, okay, we're filming this as if we were in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s.
They brought in the traditional lighting to get the correct lighting effects.
Right.
Even your studio audience is actually dressed in period clothes.
That I thought, and that was something that you would have never known from watching the show.
Right. And even the audience, the chairs, the railings, everything was done to period standards.
Yeah. Who does that?
That level of detail is just insane.
Right. And for something that isn't going to show up in the show.
Right. And it's one episode.
And it was just one episode that they did that for. So very cool.
Very cool. Marvel Studios Assembled, streaming now on Disney Plus. So I think that's all we had this week.
I think so.
Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you subscribe to Insights into Things. That gets all of our shows on the network. For audio versions of this show, you can subscribe to Insights into Entertainment. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast. We would also invite folks to reach out to us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We stream 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things.
The audio versions of all of our podcasts are at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can catch high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
And finally, if you don't remember any of our links and you just want to head to our main website, that would be www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. And then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges were Trump that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working toward.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding. So they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics, where, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind, actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it, that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about. That's
correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually pretty good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said, "Mission accomplished."
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. And it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years. But figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind, why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, go home, we love you. Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history. And information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we've saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements, like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, Americans supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people, when you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE. But doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
About how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons, so they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did, and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache. Not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
No, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in healthcare. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in.
And it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him are promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle
During
of a pandemic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made it quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. Then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. Your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the, we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And I've seen it in my own life personally, people I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump. But it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is the thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, like, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion,
Right.
but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. Whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority of conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too. There's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately the conspiracies from that side of politics, were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability and, Trump can do no wrong. And, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and what was it, 150? 250 other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows a somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years, which makes me wonder how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get a third that are good at their jobs, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies.
And I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also, in turn, be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic task force, that's is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future, all right, let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much, and I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through, pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing, because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. but he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there, and his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction. Mm-hmm. Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come, but I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right. Another one in the books. Bye. 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 102, another one of our creativity series. Today we're going to be talking about writing. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and verbose co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right.
So we're changing things up a little bit today. We are switching kind of to a spring/summer recording schedule. Normally we record on Saturday morning, but right now it is Thursday evening.
Yep.
And we're going to be trying to record a podcast during the week for the next few months here, so that we can have some time on the weekends, and it also gives me a little extra time to edit the podcast, and I'm not rushing to get them edited and out by Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But despite the change in schedule for recording, we will be continuing to publish all of our new podcasts Monday mornings at 8 a.m. So, today we're going to be talking about writing. This is the second one in our series on creativity. We did art last week. Today we're going to be talking about your writing hobby, where you get to express your creativity in a different form. But before we get into that, let's plug the show if I can.
Sure.
We do encourage folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast and all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you can get a podcast these days. Audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens, and they go live 8 a.m. Monday morning. So if you subscribe, you will get them as soon as they come out. We would also invite folks to reach out and give us your feedback. Tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. We're always looking for suggestions for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter. We are at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, and on Instagram at insightsintothings, or you can go right to our website and give us feedback at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, we're first going to take a look at what some of the benefits are that creative writing offers to our teenagers. And then we're going to talk to Madison here about how she's developed her creative writing skills over the years and what she gets personally out of writing. And then finally, we'll take a look at where Madison's going with her writing, what her future in creative writing might look like, and get some tips and advice for teens who might be interested in getting into creative writing. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. So why is creative writing important for teens? For this, we go to a website called simpleK12.com. They say statistics show that reading helps develop your writing skills, but writing helps develop your cognitive growth, your organizational abilities, and the power to influence others through persuasion. In short, writing powers the brain.
Mm.
Studies show that children who practice creative writing more often are generally better in other subjects too, like math, science, and languages. Challenging themselves to come up with creative thoughts and problem solve builds the confidence and discipline students need to succeed in all areas of life. And they go on to talk about a few areas where a few of the many benefits that creative writing provides to our youth. Why don't you tell us about those?
Okay, so the first is imagination and creativity. Creative writing encourages kids to exercise their creative minds and practice using their imaginations. It improves their ability to come up with alternatives. This broadens their thought process, which can lead to success in many areas, including problem solving and analysis.
They also talk about improving self-expression. Children often have difficulty understanding and expressing how they feel. Through writing, children have a safe place to explore, and this can be a highly beneficial tool for expressing their feelings.
Next up is self-confidence. Writing gives children more opportunity to exert themselves and their opinions and develop their voice. These developments can really strengthen their self-confidence.
And finally, they talk about communication and persuasion skills. A well-written piece involves a lot of thought, planning, organization, and use of language to get a point across. This amounts to great practice for kids at laying out their thoughts and trying to clearly convince someone of their point of view. Creativity seems to diminish as we get older, which I can personally attest to. Those crazy stories of fairy tale princesses battling ferocious dragons to save the town later turns into business prose, and you're writing PowerPoint presentations and stuff like that. So encourage your children to write, to be creative, to use their imagination, and to praise them when they do. Build their confidence to clearly communicate their point of view, their thoughts, and their feelings. So let me ask you, okay, so we've talked about improving imagination and creativity, improving self-expression, self-confidence, and your communication skills. Do you find that since you've been engaged in creative writing that you've improved these skills or you've seen improvement in these areas?
I mean, definitely. Of course, with imagination and creativity, I definitely think creative writing has helped me keep my childish imagination alive. I'm 14 now, but I can still come up with crazy stories like I did when I was 7. I definitely think creative writing helped keep my imagination alive, and of course, it's another way to express myself with art. So my creativity has also improved from that. Self-expression, yeah, I do get a lot of points across. A lot of times I actually like to make the characters more or less around the same age as me, because I don't see a lot of 14 or 15-year-olds being depicted in stories other than as teenage stereotypes. And especially when I went through the years of between becoming a teenager, like 10 to 13, I definitely had a lot of struggles that I didn't think I'd have at that age, such as finding out where I was going to get clothes, in the kids section or in the adult section. It was actually a pretty difficult. I actually had no idea that I was going to be facing that problem, and I kind of want to somewhat put that into the world as something that kids my age might deal with.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I was always the type of person I always expressed myself better in writing. And I've been writing various forms of communication and media for, since I was probably your age and younger. I used to have writing sessions. I wrote for the school newspaper. I would write stories constantly. I got into being a Star Wars fan myself. I got into writing fan fiction for that stuff. I used to have a whole series in grade school that I would write stories with a friend of mine with. I really enjoyed writing, and I always have. And I see now in my professional life that love of writing has really served me to help me communicate in my position as a manager. It allows me to organize a department. It allows me to mediate discussions and solve problems and solve conflicts within the department. There are a lot of skills that I have today that, ironically, until I read this article, I never really attributed them to my writing passion. And I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm expanding that now because we started playing Dungeons and Dragons with your brother, Sam. And this weekend is my first weekend to actually DM for our group. So I've spent the last, 2 months writing various quests and side quests and stuff like that and trying to put a creative campaign together. And I guess we'll get to put it to the test this weekend. But again, that level of creativity is something that comes from that desire for writing.
Mm-hmm.
So I love the fact that you picked up on writing as well. I love sitting down and hearing you tell me your stories and reading them to me. And I love collaborating with you on them. And I even see that passion in your schoolwork too. When you, like, for instance, you're working on a project now, and that project for your ELA class requires you to write a journal.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not just writing a journal. You're trying to emulate the time period in which the story was set in the 1800s to lend that level of authenticity. You're doing the research to find the words that would have been used in a journal that was written at the time. So that level of authenticity that you're striving for is a testament to the passion you have for writing, and it's very impressive.
Yeah, also the fact that you always seem to make fun of me, like, whenever I say, hey, I need to write something for school, you're like, oh, have you already done, 5 pages on it? Because I can't really finish a story easily. I have to have a lot of pages for that.
And you know what? It's funny. I do make fun of you for that because I wish I was your ELA teacher, but I wish I wasn't your ELA teacher because I would love to have a student with your level of passion for writing, but having to grade so many essays and stuff, I don't want to have to sit down with every essay that's 20 pages long.
Yeah.
But I have the same problem. When I start writing, I have a very clear idea of what the story is, but I have a very difficult time concluding my stories. So there have been tons of stories through the years that I've written 95%, but I just haven't been able to get them across the finish line. So that's always something that I've struggled with too.
Mm.
So anyway, I think we've established why writing is important. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about how you are developing your creative writing skills. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about another one of our creativity topics. We're talking about creative writing. So Madison, how old were you when you started putting your stories into writing?
Oh. Oh. I don't exactly have a year at how old I was specifically when I started putting my stories into writing, but I was young enough to have grammar mistakes, and not exactly have a coherent flowing story. I'll say maybe the first story I ever wrote was maybe when I was 7.
Okay, that's pretty young.
Yeah, I think that was when I really first started getting into it, even though my imagination peaked a lot.
Right.
I never really put it into story so much, but the one time I did, it was interesting.
So what was the biggest inspiration for those earliest stories for you that kind of made you go from just creating them in your imagination to putting them to paper and preserving them?
Well, one was when I had made a Minions story. You guys I had gotten some Minions stickers, and they had all sorts of images on them, and I kind of decided to give myself a little bit of a challenge, say, hey, make a story with those images, and I did, and the end result is interesting, but it's what I'm going to consider my very first work of art.
Okay.
Work of creative writing.
So when you write, there's always sort of a genre or a primary focus that you tend to write in usually. What is yours? Is yours based on reality? Is it fantasy? Is it a day in the life type stuff? What is your primary focus when you write? Are you writing fiction or nonfiction? Give us some idea.
I'm writing fiction. I've never really been a fan of writing nonfiction. I've never actually been a fan of nonfiction books in general. I don't like facts. I like creating stuff. As for the actual genre, I'm kind of mixed between reality and fantasy. I kind of make it a day in the life of a fantasy character or just a regular person. It's kind of interesting when I think about it.
So like a reality version of fantasy adventure.
Yeah.
Interesting. So have you developed your own characters, though? Your own backstories and worlds and so forth? Or do you borrow from existing properties? Like I know we had talked before during our artwork podcast that you did your comics as SpongeBob comics.
Mm-hmm.
Have you done your own characters from a creative writing standpoint?
Yeah, I have done that. A lot of times, the one story I am doing, I actually write a script for it for each episode. And those characters are my own original characters. I have backstories for them. I kind of have the entire series and even another season planned out, for it. I have all the characters, I know what they are. I know who they are and what they want, stuff like that. I just haven't fully wrote them down yet in a script yet.
Okay. So we've talked about the fact that you've drawn comics in the past, which, really is storytelling in a graphical format. That's why they're called graphic novels. How have comics affected your storytelling through creative writing?
I guess, comics kind of taught me about, kind of stirred me away from all good storytelling to having possibly a bad ending to a story or basically consequences of one's actions.
Interesting.
A lot of time, basically, it taught me how to make drama, I guess, if you really want to push it. I definitely think that it stopped from, saying, oh, hey, everything's fine and dandy, to, okay, things happen, reality, fun.
Okay, well, that makes sense. What benefits do you personally gain from writing your stories down and from the act of creative writing? Is there something there? Is there a personal satisfaction? Is there personal growth? What is it that you feel you gain from it the most when you write creatively?
A lot of it has to do with the fact that I like kind of putting myself in someone else's shoes, and I like that I get to put myself in a character's shoes. One of my favorite point of views for stories is first person, when the person is talking directly to the reader, and I like that perspective a lot more than third person, the all-knowing, that kind of thing, because I like seeing the character's thought process and how they can kind of be relatable, which is kind of what I like to do with some of my characters. I want to make them relatable and you can understand their motives and goals. So yeah, I get a lot of satisfaction from just kind of playing the part of someone else. It's kind of like escaping reality, but going into someone else's reality.
Interesting.
It's an interesting part for that matter.
So of the stuff that you've written in the past and what you're writing today, do you share it with other people, and do they enjoy reading your creative writing?
Well, when I did have comics, I did share them with the kids at Aftercare, and they did like them. As for my actual stories, I really only share them with my friends and you guys. I don't, of course, due to everything now, I really haven't shared it with actual people. I've never thought to put a story online because I've never really thought that, hey, I'm that advanced.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So, in learning about storytelling, either by doing it yourself, reading stories, or your ELA classes, you understand that there's different aspects of storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
You've got character development, world building, plot twist, dialogue, general story elements. Of those, what do you think is your strongest point when you're writing creatively?
General story elements, I'm probably fine with. I don't excel at it, but I'm not bad at it. Plot twists, I've been a bit rough a few times. I've gotten better, but still not, great to the point where I can call it my best part. World building, I mean, I kind of do that, but I don't focus on it too much. So that just leaves character development and dialogue. I'd say I'm kind of equal with both of them. When I had read you my script the one time, you said that you noticed the dialogue was really nice and it was pretty realistic and you could understand all the characters. Character development, I do have story arcs for my characters, and I know how to show aspects of their personality. So I'd say I'm kind of between with both of them.
Okay. Is there a particular style of story that you prefer, like hero quests or mysteries, day in the life, comedies, tragedies, could run the whole gambit. But is there a particular type of story that you feel you're most comfortable with?
I'd say the day in the life is the best one there. Hero quests, I'm working on a D&D story, so maybe I'll get better at that, but I don't really write that too often. Mysteries, I've never really done. I've never really tried a mystery story. Honestly, to me, mysteries are just plot twists, in a way. Comedies, I don't entirely try to make my work funny. Tragedies, I don't inherently make them sad, so I'd say Day in the Life is probably the closest.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So what about the process? When you're going to write a story, obviously I'm assuming you've been inspired, you've come up with an idea. What do you do next? Do you just start writing? Do you outline? Do you build characters? What's the next step when you're going to sit down and actually write a story?
Well, I try to develop the idea a bit more. I develop the characters, I develop the story a bit more, I use the plot wave chart to kind of, pace my story in order to, make it more coherent. And then when I do have it down, when I do have a lot of the story elements down, I try writing them out so I don't forget them. and then I eventually try to piece them into a story.
Okay, that makes sense. See, when I write, I don't know if it's the inspiration part or the writing part. I think of a story in scenes, and I'll imagine certain scenes in a movie, and those will be the first things that I write about. And then I have to creatively go back and stitch the stuff in between to put those scenes together to make that cohesive story.
Okay.
So there's a lot of outlining that I do. There is a lot of character development. I'll just start sketching out character profiles. Who are they? Where they came from? What's their background? What's their motivation? And I use a technique a lot of times called mind mapping. Have you ever heard of that?
Not that I know of.
So mind mapping is sort of a visual representation of the story. It's a visual way to outline. So you kind of start off with a topic, and then from that topic, I'll branch off one of my scenes. And then from that scene, I'll branch off characters, I'll branch off environments, I'll branch off background, supporting characters, and so forth. And they start to all branch out from the middle here. And then each scene kind of stretches off from that way too. And then you can sit there and look at it and understand how the different pieces flow against each other.
Okay.
That's good for like a real quick idea to keep a high level idea of the story flow. But I find outlining tends to be the easiest way for me because you can put a lot more detail in that way.
That makes sense.
So you talked about the plot wave. Now, is that describe what a plot wave is for us?
So a plot wave is kind of like a mountain, if you will. At the bottom is exposition, where you get introduced to the characters, the setting, the time, that kind of thing. And then the next part is the rising action. That's when the conflict is introduced, and it's going to be scenes and part of the story leading up to the top of the mountain, which is known as the climax, which is the biggest point of tension, where the biggest scene, maybe the twist is revealed, or it's basically the biggest part of the story. And then next up is the falling action on the other side of the mountain, where it's basically just a reaction from the climax, cooling everything down. And at the very bottom is the resolution, when the conflict is finally resolved, and it's basically the end of the story.
And this is a concept that you learned from ELA, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're learning things in school right now that are actually helping to drive your writing skills.
Yep.
That's awesome. Well, that was all I had for this segment here. Let's take a quick break, and we'll come back, and then we'll talk about what the future might bring for your writing.
Okay.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We're talking creative writing today. So let's talk about what the future might hold for you and your creative writing. So before we get into any of the future stuff, where are you now with writing? Are you in the middle of any projects? Do you have a couple of projects going on? And could you describe what these projects might entail?
Well, I have a couple projects I'm working on. One, of course, is the series I'm working on. I'm working on the script for episode 2, and I'm hoping to have at least 12 episodes in the first season, so I'm gonna be working on that for a little while. I have a couple other, small things here and there that I'm working on, but overall, that's the main thing.
Okay. So what about publishing? You had said that, most of the stuff that you do, you kind of restrict it to your friends and family right now. Have you ever considered publishing any of your creative writing online or for distribution in print or anything like that?
I mean, the one thing I have been thinking about maybe trying to put my my one series out, but I don't entirely know how to turn it into a book because every episode focuses on a different perspective of another character. So unless I was going to post the scripts, I'm not entirely sure how I would publish them as a book.
So does the school have any kind of writing club or school paper or anything like that you might publish to?
There is the school, the newspaper club, I think. Maybe that could be a way to, publish something, but again, I'm not entirely sure how that will go.
Sure. Well, it's worth looking into at least, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are there other writing forms or styles that you've not written in yet that you might want to try? You had talked about not really writing much in the way of comedy. Is that something you'd like to get into at some point in time?
I mean, possibly, but comedy, of course, is subjective, so I might not try that one out. Maybe if I could try a tragedy, I actually do think maybe I'd try a tragedy and see how that would work, as well as learning more about the Hero Quest. Of course, I'm working on the one, D&D story, so hopefully I'll get more experience from the Hero Quest, so yeah, there are different genres that I might try out.
Okay. Now, we've talked about whether you write fiction or nonfiction. You say you don't really like writing nonfiction. How about something like a biography or something in a news media format where you're writing about an event or a review or something like that? Would you be interested in trying anything like that, kind of outside your comfort zone?
I can see myself maybe trying that out at some point, but for now I think I'll stick with fiction. Although it does sound cool to make a biography or news media style, right now I think I'm fine staying in my comfort zone at the moment. I might branch out later on, who knows.
How about something like essays on our podcast that we do? You think that would be something you'd be interested in doing, or a challenge you'd want to take on?
I mean, I'm not bad at writing nonfiction. Most of the time for school essays, when they're not about, we have to describe something, I write pretty well for that. It's just a lot of times I don't enjoy writing nonfiction, but I might try writing essays for the podcast.
So what about careers? Do you think you might be interested in pursuing a career that involves writing of some sort?
I mean, I can definitely see trying to get a career that includes writing. And if not, I'll probably use it as a hobby and maybe then sell the books, publish them and maybe make a little bit of money off of them. I'm not sure. I'm still kind of confused about what I want to be when I grow up, so.
Sure. Well, and there's other opportunities for creative writing. You could work in a marketing department. You could do copy edits for web pages and stuff like that. I've worked in web development, and one of the tasks that I had in web development was doing copy editing. So a client comes to you and they have this idea of how they want their web page worked out, but they don't have the content. So through a series of interviews and discussions and maybe looking at what some of their literature looks like, you then write what the content on the website is. So that's another option that you have from a professional standpoint.
Okay.
Obviously, reporter. If you want to go out and do investigations, or you want to do reviews, and a lot of stuff like that happens on YouTube these days. But you could write for a magazine. If you like technology, for instance, you could review the latest technology and products and write stuff like that up. Would something like that hold your interest at all?
Possibly. Of course, still kind of in the fiction standpoint, so I don't know. The future's still gonna be there, and I still need to figure out what I'm gonna do.
True. Not trying to push you in any direction here. Relax.
Okay.
Not asking you to make any decisions. Just saying that, there are options that are out there.
Yeah.
So what advice would you have for teens who might be interested in pursuing an interest in writing?
Well, so I don't entirely have advice for nonfiction, entirely. I'd say just learn the nonfiction signposts and possibly include them, as well as do your research during it. But for fiction, I'd say you first need to learn about the plot wave map and the different elements and kind of figure out what kind of stories you want to make. Then I'd also say that if you have an idea for a story, write it down. Well, not like write it down, but like write your idea down, and then you can branch off of it when you have the chance. And then you can possibly turn it into a story, and, you make it. And yeah, just turn your idea into a story. Writing is a lot about creativity, and although you can learn the different methods for creative writing, it's all about what you want to do and how you want to write.
So when you write, what tools do you use? Like we had talked about in the graphic art podcast we did last time, we talked about the fact that you did a lot of digital art on your tablet. Mm-hmm. So when you write creatively, are you using a notebook and writing it down? Are you using just a simple word processor? Is there a specific tool that you use? How do you do it? Do you do it digitally, or do you do it analog, writing it down by hand?
Now I've been kind of typing them out. I do sometimes write down some of the ideas that I want to keep in mind. So I'd say kind of both. Those are my main tools. So yeah, they're kind of simple, I guess.
So when you work, you're working in a controlled environment at home, in your room, in the kitchen, or something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think you would be comfortable going to a park or something like that to draw inspiration from your surroundings and write in an environment like that? Do you think something like that would work for you?
I mean, the fact that I was able to come up with an entire story about two squirrels who were just standing while we had just driven by after my orthodontist appointment, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to find some inspiration from the park.
I'm sure you would. Well, that was all the questions that I had. Did you have anything else that you wanted to add to the discussion? Did I miss anything you wanted to talk about? Any other advice you want to give?
I guess I'll just save the advice for the closing remarks.
Okay. Well, we're ready for the closing remarks. Well, let's do a transition and have you come back with your closing remarks. Go for your closing remarks and shout-outs.
Okay, so to anyone out there who does want to do creative writing, like I said before, it's all about your own, what you want to make. I would suggest at least learning a bit more about how to make creative writing and, stuff like that. And of course, always, and a lot of times I'll say try to, get inspiration from your surroundings. And I always like coming up with stories on the spot, and I can come up with stories, like, out of thin air. And I know a lot of people aren't like that, but try it out and see how it works.
Okay, I think that is sage advice. So that was all we had for today. I want to thank you for watching. We would also invite you once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and any place that you can get a podcast. Our podcasts do go live Mondays at 8 a.m. We would also invite you to give us some feedback. We're always looking for topics to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things. We stream on Twitch 6 days a week. If you are a Amazon Prime subscriber, you get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can also reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 102. Disneyland reopening and in your face. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my, what do we say today? Talented and inspirational co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I am feeling fine so far.
So you have a button on.
I do have a button on.
I don't have mine on, though. Let's go to this shot here. We'll get a
given
shot of
you
the
yours.
button. Maybe this one's closer. There we go. Yeah, I don't have my button on. So what does your button say? You're a little far away from the camera.
My button says, I'm vaccinated.
Yes, and I could
it's-
wear one too.
Yes, you certainly can. So it's a takeoff for those people that are in the Disney know that when you go down to the parks, they have various buttons that you can get for free. They actually do sell certain ones now that are different. They're not the traditional ones. So they have ones that you say, I'm celebrating my birthday, or if it's your anniversary, or if you got married down there, or if you're on your honeymoon. And then they have generic ones so that if you're traveling with somebody, you can, say that you're traveling or, there for somebody's birthday
Right.
or event as well. So obviously lots of people have jumped on the bandwagon and made their own version of these Disney buttons. So it says, I'm vaccinated, and it has Mickey and Minnie wearing a mask in front of, it's over here, Cinderella's castle. And the person that I bought this one from Etsy, you could actually get it where it says Walt Disney World, or you could even get it where it says Disneyland. And obviously I went with Walt
Nice.
Disney World. So
you are fully vaccinated. You have your 2 shots.
yeah, I just had it
You're-
at 5:00 today. So a
So
couple
your
of hours.
2 weeks for full vaccination
Yep.
starts today.
Right. And you are 1 week.
I'm 1 week in from mine. Mine started
Last
last
week.
Monday.
Yeah.
Last Monday.
Mhm.
So we are doing our part to
Mhm.
help the pandemic.
Absolutely.
And hopefully we'll have a little bit of freedom restored to our lives once we're fully clear on the vaccination.
Mhm.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
So that's not what we're talking about today, but it's
Nope.
worth mentioning. So in today's episode, in our Disney Detective, we will talk about Disneyland finally reopening. And Walt Disney World is going to be trying out some new facial recognition. So Disney is in your face.
Teaser face.
Teaser face. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, will Star Wars be looking to have a woman of color as the next lead? Dun, dun, dun. We did have a very good woman of color in the Solo film. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the whole film.
Right. She didn't survive.
But she played a very heroic
Oh,
lead and a
absolutely.
very pivotal part in the movie. So congratulations to that.
Yeah.
Then we'll also talk about some of the classic 80s Star Wars shows coming to Disney. So we get to see those those damned Ewoks from the Ewok village of the Dan, right?
Right. Exactly.
Then in our entertainment news, you want to buy a Jersey amusement park? We got one for sale.
Yep.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Boston declaring March 26th to be Leonard Nimoy Day, which I think is kind of late, but kind of cool, because he's kind of passed away a few years ago, so they're a little late to the party on this one.
Right.
But
I get it. Yeah.
it's okay. Then we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week, one of which I have a very offbeat pick that I don't normally do this category. So
Oh,
you have to
now I'm intrigued.
yeah, that's the tease there. You gotta wait till the end of the show for that one.
Right.
Before we do get started, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. We are also listed as Insights into Things for our video version. We're listed on Apple, Google, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite folks to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. On Twitter, we are at insights_things. On Facebook, you can give us feedback at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at insightsintothings, or you can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Before we get into it, though, one quick programming note. We are changing our schedule up.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So normally we would record on the weekends.
Right.
But for our spring and summer schedule, we're going to try recording evenings during the week.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to get more viewers during the week watching our rebroadcasts. Plus, we want to do stuff on the weekends.
Right.
So it's, not entirely, unselfish of us.
Right. That whole we're vaccinated, we'd like to leave the house.
Right. We'll
on
be
a
able to leave
weekend.
the house at some point.
Not that there's much going on yet, but we want to leave that door
Right.
open.
So for those of you who watch our live broadcasts on the weekends, we are moving to Wednesdays and Tuesdays right around this time between 6
I
and
thought
7.
Wednesday and Thursday.
I'm sorry, Wednesday and Thursday, right. Right around this time between 6 and 7. We don't really have a set start time. It's really whatever's going on in the household at the time.
Whenever we're done with dinner.
But it's important for us to get done at 8 because we have other things going on at 8.
Right.
So we have a set date at 8 o'clock. So anyway, that's it for our public service announcement. Are we ready to get into it?
Sure.
All right. That's the wrong soundboard. I didn't switch the soundboards. Hang on. Wait, I got
Hold
it.
on. There we go.
There
That's
we
better.
go.
I was like,
Now I need a laugh track.
why are you laughing at me?
Go for Disney Detective.
So this was exciting news that came out I guess it was about 2 weeks ago now, was that Disneyland finally has a reopening date. They will be reopening on April 30th. They'll be, welcoming guests in. It's obviously going to be a much different atmosphere, kind of, to the same level that when Walt Disney World opened, they're kind of be doing the same thing. So there's not going to be the parades. There's not going to be the fireworks. There's not going to be fast passes or the magical mornings. But they are going to be trying to plus it in other ways. So right now, they're going to be, per California's guidance for the red tier, the park will be opened at 15% capacity and only Florida residents at this point will be able to visit. And if you figure only 15% is going in, that means smaller crowds will obviously give you a better ride experience, limited capacities in stores, and give people space to shop without the crowds. So for many, the trade-off of having to wear a mask and being stationary while eating or drinking will be worth the experience of not having the park so crowded. So while Disney doesn't actually release attendance numbers, DisneyNews.us estimates that Disneyland had about 51,000 visitors per day across the parks in 2019. So at 15%, the park would cap at just about 20,000 people per day. So that's not really very crowded. So if you can, manage to get a reservation, to visit, obviously, and you feel safe enough going, not a bad time to go. So obviously the way that they're doing this is the same way that they did, that they're still doing with Magic Kingdom, with Walt Disney World, is that you have to make a reservation for a specific day, when you go to purchase, your ticket. As of right now, tickets have not gone on sale yet. And Disney basically says, keep checking back our website, for updates. So as of, the other day, they hadn't released when it was going to be open. But they said, one of the things is Space Mountain will have probably a 0-minute wait, which is it never has. So this is your one and only opportunity to, to go to the park. It's almost like a private party, really, when you think about it. So again, they're going to be doing, so instead of doing the parades like they would normally do, they're going to be doing the character cavalcades, what they call it, where basically just like 1 or 2 floats will go down Main Street, and it's never at the same time. So they randomize it. So this way there's nobody standing around waiting, for a crowd to gather. So it's just kind of, you have to be in the right place at the right time, for it to happen. The other thing too is that they have been doing a lot of renovations because the park has been closed now for over a year. So they were already starting to make some changes to some of the rides. So now they've been taking this time to finish up some of these things. So one of the big things is that Snow White's Scary Adventure has now been changed over to Snow White's Enchanted Wish. So they totally renovated that. And they so now there's a scene where there's a dancing figure of Snow White who's joining the dwarfs in their cottage as the scent of apple pie goes through the air. The other thing that came out is that they were adding some new magic to the Haunted Mansion. So there have been a couple of articles, but nothing's actually said what it was. So that'll be kind of fun to see when the park actually opens, what they kind of plussed with that. The other thing is in Disney California Adventure, the new Avengers campus is almost completely open. So while it won't be open when the park opens on the 30th, it's not going to be too far behind. So that'll be, kind of something to look forward to. Obviously, some of the shows that they've had in the past won't be opening up and probably won't ever open back up, or at least not for a couple of years. But at least, they're making changes to other things to kind of, give you a good experience for going.
So just to clarify, both parks?
Both parks.
No announcement on how many reservations they're going to be allowing per day?
Right, because they never really say what their, the guesstimate was 20,000 guests per day. The other thing, too, is some of the hotels are going to start accepting reservations for, I think 2 days before park opens or 1 day before park opens. So various other amenities will be opening up as well.
What about hours? Are they running abbreviated hours?
They haven't, as of right now, they haven't mentioned anything beyond we're opening on the 30th. Any
preferential treatment for people staying at the Disney hotels there?
I don't think so. Because they're doing California residents. I don't, I would hope if you're making a hotel reservation, that kind of helps you a little bit. But,
right.
I think in a lot of cases, it's probably first come, first serve.
Okay, well, good news. We're moving in the right direction.
Absolutely.
What else do we have to talk about? Let's talk about Disney getting in your face.
Right. So now we're going to go from the West Coast over to the East Coast. So it seems that facial recognition technology was tested Tuesday morning at the entrance of the Magic Kingdom. Walt Disney World has shifted in recent months to utilizing more of a touchless technology, and the newest addition could be a touchless entry to the theme parks through facial recognition. So the test was optional on Tuesday morning, and testing will continue sporadically. The test was only conducted for a short period of time. The testing takes place in 3 easy steps. Guests begin by entering a designated facial recognition testing lane, and then after that, guests are instructed to remove any hats or visors or sunglasses before approaching the recognition testing zone. Guests will need to position their Magic Band or valid admission close to the scanner to activate the technology, and then the technology will capture an image and convert it into a unique number that is associated with your valid ticket. Disney added that security, integrity, and confidentiality of your information are extremely important to us, and they go on to state that the images are only the images that are captured will only be stored for 30 days, and that the images or unique numbers will not be shared with third parties. They also added that despite strict security measures, no security measures are perfect or impenetrable. So
nice of them to have a little caveat there that, hey, we're going to be really secure except for when we're not secure.
Right. We're not really sure. And
so let me ask you, how do you feel about this?
Well, you figure they have my fingerprint every time,
Well, but do they keep the fingerprint for 30 days, or is that kept indefinitely?
I don't know, because, think about it. If you have an annual pass, it's the full year. It's a full 12 months that they keep it. But how are they
handling that with facial recognition?
Well, they didn't, at this point, they're just, maybe it's one of those every month you have to redo your facial recognition.
Any statistics on how long it takes for the process to happen?
No. Again, this was, the article was popped up on wdwnt.com. And it was just one of those, somebody happened to be there and they saw it going on. So it was just kind of a spur of the moment thing. They were testing it, I guess, probably to see. They're probably doing time testing, I'm sure.
Right.
To see how long it takes to, to set it up.
Because facial recognition isn't a new technology. We experienced it when we went to Hershey.
Right.
They were doing, they weren't doing facial recognition. They were doing facial scanning for thermal scanning.
For thermal scanning,
temperatures.
right.
I happen to have those same exact scanners at my office. And the back end of that allows you to create a database of employees. And you once the employee scans in, you can go into the database and then add their unique information so that the next time they come through and it scans them, it actually logs them into the system as themselves with the facial recognition.
Right.
And that's near instantaneous. I'm curious how the scanning with the Magic Band and how far away you have to be, because one of the things with facial recognition is there's generally a maximum distance and a minimum that you have to be in that sweet spot.
Right.
You have to have certain lighting conditions.
Right.
And one of the problems they've traditionally had with facial recognition has been scanning certain skin tones. For instance, African Americans have traditionally had significant issues accurately scanning because of the darker skin tones.
Right.
But we've seen that even happen in other technology with Hispanic and Asian. You know, the technology seems to be geared and optimized for Caucasians.
Right.
And that's not what you get at Disney. You get every
You get
walk of
everybody
life.
there. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm also curious how it handles facial hair.
Right.
You know, I go in there with a full beard today. I may shave tomorrow while I'm at the park because it's too hot. Does it scan me at that point?
Right.
You say you have to take off hats and masks and everything else, which I don't know how long you're without your mask at that point, too.
Right. And it's probably just, you know, for anybody that's gone, if you have a multi-day ticket, you have to do the fingerprint thing. So really, this is taking place of, because you still have to have your Magic Band, you still have to have your park pass, and this is just that extra level so that this way somebody else isn't using your pass.
Right.
So when you would normally go, you would do the fingerprint reader, and your first time using your pass, it takes a couple extra seconds because they need to record your fingerprint to match it up.
Well, and like it fails 1 out of every 7 times too.
Exactly. Because that's why they have the cast member sitting there to just hit the button and be like, all right, just go.
I don't know.
So,
I'm not entirely comfortable having Disney have another piece of biometric
and that's the thing
information on
is,
me.
at this point it's optional. They're
and this is just for admission. This is not for fast passes or anything.
Yeah, this is just getting in the park. And I'm guessing again, if it's something where you don't have a multi-day park ticket, then you wouldn't have to do this.
And right now you can't park hop still, right?
I think park hopping actually did start this month, I thought.
So then my next question is, does it work park hopping, or do I have to scan in for each park?
Well, you'd have to you have to scan in each park anyway when you
Well, no. What I'm saying is, like, do I have to
redo it again? Right. I'm thinking once you do it the first time, you don't have to redo, because usually all their systems are connected. So
any expected date on when they plan to roll this out in production?
No, again, this was just kind of like, hey, we were at the park and we saw this happening, so we're going to write a little story about it.
Gotcha.
So I'm sure we'll hear more, as it comes out.
They're definitely incorporating the newer technology. Doing it without being touchless makes a lot more sense. So maybe this is a sign of the new normal.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective today. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy and the right intro music this time.
Okay.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
pew 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 pew.
Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy.
So, in an article that came out this week from giantfreakinrobot.com. See, I like just saying that. Just
Could you you get one from them each week? It looks like now.
I try. Well, they're really good. So the article that they had was talking about how Star Wars is committed to having a woman of color lead in the next franchise. So, obviously it's a little too early to get a commitment about what the cast would look like. But according to insider Daniel Reitman, for the next trilogy of movies, they are committed to having a woman of color take the lead in whatever story is told. So again, very early, we don't really know much of what the next trilogy is going to be because obviously Rise of Skywalker just finished its trilogy run in 2019, but it looks like they're, thinking about how they want to kind of go with, the next step. So obviously the intention is that the next Star Wars franchise will be set with, a very female-led roster with a group of women leading the film and driving the story. Considering the history of the franchise, it is in, a total, change for them because obviously we've seen them kind of change that in recent years. Obviously with, The Force Awakens and the newer trilogy, you had Rey as one of the main characters. So, and some other, female leads, as well to help the story. So it'll be interesting to kind of see, where they go with this. Obviously the same can be said for Star Wars series on Disney Plus. We had The Mandalorian that came off, and now